A beautiful girl, Mira, with a great figure, who only today became an office worker. While taking a bath at home, the girl somehow found herself in a world unfamiliar to her. The main character could not understand where she found herself and why she could not touch the edge of the bathtub, so she experienced a feeling of fear at that moment. Realizing that the girl had entered a strange world, she thought only that she might be the only person who had entered another world while taking a bath. Mira was in despair. Tears were streaming from her eyes because the only thing she had left was a towel. But this world was completely different from the modern world in which the girl lived. And in this world, there lived beastmen, and the man who appeared before the main character was a white tiger. The girl was not prepared for such an appearance of a man. She was embarrassed and puzzled because the tiger wanted to become her partner. But the white tiger was not the only one who wanted to make Mira his own. The silver ox also desired the girl. Python was not far behind his rivals, so he also offered himself as a partner. And the unfamiliar man from the temple with wings was glad to see the girl. He also wanted the main character. With so many fans, Mira could not remain calm. Overexcited, the girl lost consciousness. Luckily, there was a hidden system in this world that could help the girl survive. The main character was confused. She was not ready for a new life, but having a system and a reference book, Mira will be able to boldly live in this world. Mira, using the reference book and her knowledge, actively engages in agriculture and infrastructure to open up peace in this world of animals. The main character, an ordinary 20-year-old girl like everyone else, after a hard day at work, wanted to relax in the bath. But the only thing that distinguished her from the others was that after taking a bath, she found herself in an unfamiliar world. The girl was confused and scared, and she was also frozen because her butt was completely naked in an unfamiliar world. Usually when others enter a new world, they develop unusual abilities. But Mira was unlucky. All she got was a towel that she was holding in her hands while in the bath. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard from behind the bushes. The girl did not know who was screaming and was very scared. She imagined the new world as terrible. All her thoughts were already about death because the screams were loud and terrible. The girl was afraid and cried. She decided to lie back in the water, thinking that this would help her return to her world. Completely immersed in the water, Mira prayed to the Lord to allow her to return. Opening her eyes in the water, the girl noticed an unfamiliar pair of legs. They were good, strong legs, and it was clear that they did not belong to a woman. Raising her eyes a little higher, the girl was shocked because she saw something she shouldn't have. Seeing this, the girl immediately surfaced, starting to choke from lack of air. She was immediately picked up by unfamiliar male hands. They touched her naked body and lifted her up. Mira was very surprised and embarrassed because she was not ready for such an unexpected acquaintance. Strong and muscular arms lifted her above the water. A man with snow-white hair held her like a feather. The white tiger, the beast man, Jack, was surprised. He had never seen such a small and beautiful female, so he immediately asked what tribe this beautiful person was from. Mira was scared. She didn't know what the stranger wanted to do to her. She asked to let her go, but she was even more shocked by what she saw under the water. Could it really be that very thing that belonged to this unknown man? Confused by her thoughts, the girl tried to get out of the stranger's hands, but Jack remained calm. He was not going to let go of such a cute female and did not want to harm her. Mira didn't know what to do and how best to act. No one would believe her, because she didn't even have any clothes on. Jack tried to calm the little female down. She interested him, so he told her that he would not harm her if she did not run away. The girl calmed down. In the arms of the man, she asked only one thing, that he let her go. The white tiger believed the girl and let her go, which surprised the young lady greatly. Without wasting any time, she decided to immediately head away, thereby running away from the stranger. But Jack didn't even give chase, because Mira was so slow that it wouldn't be difficult for him to catch up with her. Realizing this, the girl turned around, because she understood that she had no chance of escape, so she began to condemn the man for his inappropriate appearance. Then, standing up to his full height in front of the girl, Jack explained that he had been washing himself, which was why he looked like that. Mira realized that all her accusations were useless, and she had nothing to present to him, because she had also washed herself and was now in the same position as he was. The main character needed to cover her exposed areas with something, so she started looking around for the only thing that had moved with her, a towel. Noticing him, the girl immediately grabbed her towel and began to bless God for such luck. Suddenly, the white tiger turned to the girl. He was wondering where the male was, such a small female. Mira didn't understand what the man was talking about. She didn't yet know that this world was ruled by beastmen. Then Jack explained to the girl that she was a female and he was a male and they could be partners. The main character was very surprised by such information. She could not imagine that she had ended up in such a world. To prove and show what kind of world the young lady had found herself in, Jack transformed into his true form, a white tiger. The girl fainted immediately from shock. She was not prepared to see such a huge tiger. Jack, in his tiger form, didn't know what to do with the woman and why she was so scared. Having plunged into the water, Mira again began to pray to God for salvation, but at that moment she heard only a ringing in her ears. This ringing informed the girl that the world data had been successfully loaded and the system had been launched. Mira knew nothing about the system or the world. She had yet to learn all of this. When the girl woke up, she found herself on something soft and unfamiliar, but she felt comfortable lying there. The white tiger immediately noticed that the girl had woken up, because it was on him that she had been resting all this time. Mira looked at what she was lying on, her eyes wide. She was stunned, because all this time she thought she was sleeping peacefully in the bed. Jack was worried about the girl, so as soon as she woke up, he asked how she was feeling. The heroine was cold, she was completely naked, and the wind was cold, the girl was freezing. The tiger noticed that the girl was trembling all over, so he immediately stopped and took on human form. Having turned into a human, Jack picked up the girl in his arms, which made the young lady very embarrassed. After this, Jack decided to jump up the tree and leave the girl there. Having let go of the girl, he began to take off the rest of his clothes. Mira was not ready for such a sight and did not understand what was happening. The man left Mira with the cloth he used to cover his body parts and a dagger for protection. After this, he turned into a white tiger again and told the girl to wait for him. Sitting on the tree, Mira watched the tiger. At first, she did not understand what Jack wanted to do. But then she realized that the tiger had gone hunting and his target was a boar. Hiding in the bushes, the tiger waited for the perfect moment to attack. As soon as it arrived, the tiger immediately attacked its prey, leaving no chance for salvation. He grabbed the boar's neck with his jaws and did not let go. After finishing the hunt, Jack turned into a human and approached the tree where he had left the girl, telling her that she could now safely jump off. There were 4 meters to the ground. The girl understood that she would not be able to jump from the tree so easily without consequences, so she was very afraid. Looking at Mira, Jack realized that she would not be able to get down on her own. He had to take good care of such a fragile and small female. So without thinking twice, he immediately jumped onto the tree and picked up the female in his arms. When Mira came down from the tree with her in her arms, she was covered only by a single cloth that Jack had given her. Having asked Mira for a knife, the tiger immediately began to cut up the huge carcass of the boar. Having separated the skin from the flesh, he carefully cleaned it and pounced on the girl. This was supposed to protect her from the cold. Suddenly, in Mira's head, the ringing sounded again, the system notifying her about the received trophy and about a new task, having completed which she would receive a reward. Jack noticed that the girl was looking into the distance, so he asked what had caught Mira's attention. But the girl did not decide to tell the male about the system, so she simply thanked him for his concern. Jack really liked the girl's responsiveness and gratitude. He wanted to take care of the female and asked her to be patient a little, because as soon as they got to the wolf tribe, he would buy her clothes. Mira didn't understand what Jack was talking about or what kind of wolf tribe this was, so the male immediately explained to the girl that this was the place where wolves lived. The tiger also told her that in this place you can buy clothes and everything you need. The main character was pleasantly surprised, because there could have been ordinary people in this city. But Jack knew nothing about ordinary people. He had never heard of such people. The girl was upset by this news because it turns out that there are no ordinary people in this world. The male was not very concerned about the girl's experiences. He wanted to feed the female as soon as possible. Mira didn't want to eat the raw meat of a boar that was killed in front of her eyes, so she immediately refused. Realizing that the girl would not eat raw meat, he immediately went in search of other food. 10 minutes later, the white tiger returned with fresh fruits and berries. Mira did not refuse such food, so she immediately began to eat fresh fruits and berries. Jack was amazed, because he thought that Mira was also a beast man, so he could not believe that she only ate fruits and berries. Then he began to think that she was a hare or a deer, but the girl only joked. Mira explained that she does not eat raw meat, so she refused Jack's offer. The tiger was pleasantly surprised that such a weak female could cook. He wanted to feed her properly. There was nothing to cook in this world, so Mira didn't know how to best cook meat. First of all, she needed fire. Jack was a little scared that the little female needed such a dangerous fire. Mira didn't see anything wrong with it. She thought the tiger had never seen it before, so she asked Jack if he knew what it was. Jack knew what fire was and that its destructive power frightened the orcs, so he agreed to get some fire for the female. The white tiger was already ready to go in search of means for kindling, but Mira stopped him because she knew that they could make fire by rubbing sticks together. The main character sat down on the ground and began to rub the sticks against each other. This lasted about 5 minutes. For about 30 minutes now, she has been trying to make fire, but to no avail. But even after 40 minutes, Mira was unable to get fire in this way, so she got angry and gave up this activity. Jack did not want the little female's hands to be hurt, so he kissed her tender hand and said that he would get her some fire. He hugged her and made it clear that he would get her anything she wanted, because she was now his woman. Mira was not very happy with this news. She was not ready to become someone's woman so suddenly. The embarrassed girl pushed the tiger away because she wanted to put up with such impudent words. She couldn't take her eyes off the handsome male who had been convincing her all this time that she had nothing to worry about as long as he was by her side. Taking her hand, he licked the tips of his fingers. The embarrassed girl was shocked and could not move. Her heart beat faster and faster. Mira continued to look at the tiger and think that in front of her was such a powerful beast, but at the same time so gentle and caring. The main character's parents died when she was still a child, although she was adopted by her uncle, and since then she has never had a home. And then she grew up, lived and worked alone, so she had long since gotten used to a world where no one would protect her. The girl was amazed by such care. No one had ever worried about her as much as Jack, whom she had just met. Jack was very concerned about the fragile female's condition. He felt that the girl needed warmth and care, so each time he pressed her tighter. He was so warm, and his embrace was so gentle. Mira felt such tenderness for the first time after the death of her parents. But Mira quickly calmed down and came to her senses, pushed Jack away, assuring him that everything was fine. She still couldn't get over the tender and warm feeling of care that emanated from the white tiger. Having placed the girl on his back and turned into a tiger, Jack headed to the wolf tribe, because first he wanted to show them the body of the fragile female. The tiger was worried about the girl's health. Since she had already lost consciousness twice, he was sure that she needed to visit a doctor. Mira didn't know how to convince the tiger that she was okay, because she couldn't say that she was fainting from fear. Jack continued to assure the fragile female that she was not in danger with him. She was his woman. The girl was not delighted by such loud statements. She was not yet ready to accept the fact that she was someone's. At that moment, Mira suddenly remembered the mission and the task of the system, upon completion of which she would receive a reward. So she asked Jack for 2 animal skins. Jack immediately agreed and, having lowered the girl to the ground, went hunting. An hour later, he brought the female 5 whole skins. Turning into a human, Jack decided to help remove the bloodstains from the skins, but Mira was not prepared for such a sudden transformation into a human. Looking at Jack, the girl noticed a wound on his arm. The tiger did not worry about such a minor wound, but Mira couldn't look calmly at the white tiger's wound, so she went up to Jack and thanked him for the hunt. Jack calmed the female down and continued to say that she was his woman and she didn't need to thank him for the hunt. The heroine found this amusing. The large white tiger in human form looked more like a cat that liked to rub and cuddle. Having finished caressing, Jack went to separate the skin from the boar's body and remove the bloodstains so that there would be no smell left. Suddenly, when Jack left, Mira received a system notification, which informed the girl about the completion of the mission. The voice in the heroine's head spoke to her. Now she can get a beginner's kit. Having received the set, she immediately opened it and some kind of bag appeared in her hands. Opening the bag, Mira found sticks in it. She did not understand what they were for and considered them a useless object. But as soon as she took them in her hands, they began to burn. Then the girl realized that this was the source of the fire. She also received an encyclopedia about ancient animals and plants. At this point, Jack had already finished working on the skins and returned to Mira. Mira didn't want to show her trophies, so she hid them right away. Jack noticed that his little female had a little secret, but he didn't say anything. He was sure that they had plenty of time and he would slowly and surely unravel all her secrets. After some time, they finally came to the wolf tribe. Every 10 days, the wolf tribe holds a fair where nearby beastmen come to exchange their goods for more useful things. Looking at everything that was happening, Mira was amazed by the beastmen because compared to her, they were simply gigantic in stature. Suddenly, someone grabbed her by the hood of her cape and lifted her up. The girl was frightened and very surprised by such strength. Jack was the one who suddenly picked up Mira. Women in this world were considered precious, and people like her could easily get into trouble. Suddenly, Mira heard loud screams. Turning around, she noticed how one female was rejecting a male, and he was tearfully begging her for forgiveness. The main character couldn't believe her eyes. All the males were circling around one female. Then Jack explained that women are precious and that dozens of male wolves surround the females. Their status is so high that they are allowed not to even work. But Mira was scared by all this, because among such a large number of men there were probably perverts. Jack calmed the girl down and asked her not to worry. He wanted to show her to the doctor to make sure that his woman was healthy. From the wolf tribe, one young wolf turned his attention to Jack. He knew him as a loner, so he was surprised to see a stranger in his arms. Arriving at the doctor, Jack immediately asked him to examine his partner. Mira looked at the old man without taking her eyes off him. For her, he looked like Santa Claus. The old man was shocked by Jack's behavior. He immediately rushed to the girl to question her. But the white tiger did not allow his woman to be harmed. He stood up to protect her and covered her with his large body. The doctor was outraged by the tiger's behavior. He did not want to harm the young girl. He just wanted to question her. The old man was upset. He felt sorry for his clan and the young wolves, because Jack did not want to share his woman with anyone. Mira sat quietly and calmly watched the old man's strange behavior. Having finished the examination, the doctor gave his conclusion. The body of the little female was healthy, but the bones were too weak, so he took berries from his bag. The girl was pleasantly surprised by such care. She could not simply accept the fruits, but the old man assured her that she could calmly accept these gifts and that he did not want to receive anything in return. While handing over the fruits, the healer did not miss his chance to tell about the young and tender wolves of his clan. The tiger didn't really like the old man's initial behavior. Mira noticed this, so she didn't answer the doctor. The old man was so pleased with the little female that he personally volunteered to set up a safe room for her. Jack immediately grabbed his female and lifted her into his arms, thereby showing that he himself could take care of his woman's safety. After the couple visited the doctor, they went to get the clothes that Mira needed so much. The heroine examined and touched the clothes. They were made simply, but from real leather. Mira wasn't happy with the clothes, but it was much better than walking around completely naked. The girl hoped that there were at least needles and threads in this world, because the beastman's clothes were too big for her. Less than half an hour later, she was able to obtain stone needles and threads with which the girl could hem her clothes. She also remembered that there were pins in her hair that could help her. At this time, Jack was already asking the seller if they had clothes in a smaller size and offered to pay accordingly. The seller was incredibly happy with the buyer's generosity because for one such crystal, he could buy all the clothes in the store. But then, unexpectedly, Mira announced that she was ready. Everyone turned around and were ready to look at the girl's new outfit. The little female felt awkward in such a revealing outfit, but she looked great. The males were simply stunned by the beautiful image of the female. They could not take their eyes off her. Mira was embarrassed by her image. She thought she looked strange. But Jack reassured her, saying that her image was unusually beautiful, just like her. The embarrassed girl made excuses because she had altered the outfit herself, since initially all the clothes presented to her were too big. Mira was also concerned about the issue of shoes, but the men did not understand what the girl was talking about. The heroine was amazed that in this world all the people walk barefoot. She did not understand how the inhabitants did not feel pain when walking. Jack kept his eyes on the fragile female. Her skin was soft. No wonder she was concerned about the issue of shoes. He wanted to take care of his female, so he immediately asked the seller for some thread and needles and an animal skin. Mira received everything she could make shoes from. She was amazed by the tiger's attentiveness. He always knew what she wanted. Even though she found herself in an unfamiliar world, she was not afraid around him. Suddenly, when the couple had finished shopping, someone addressed the tiger as the White Emperor. The young wolf told Jack that he and his woman were invited to visit the healer Lewis. The tiger immediately refused the invitation because he knew that in the wolf tribe there were many males and very few females, and it was dangerous for his woman here. The male wolves kept their eyes on the small and fragile female. It was too dangerous. Jack could not allow this to happen. Therefore, having lifted the girl into his arms and placed her on his shoulder, he decided to quickly leave the wolf tribe. At this time, a young wolf, Jack's friend Oliver, returned from hunting, and was immediately informed that a small female had appeared in the tribe, but the male was not interested. Returning to his cave, he heard strange sounds coming closer. The male was stunned by what he saw. While he was hunting, the female was surrounded by others. He could barely contain his anger and could not say anything against it. The female was lying on a bed and was being pleasured by a small group of males. Oliver hated the rotten body of the female that passed from hand to hand every time he went hunting, but most of all, he hated the fact that it was his mother. Throwing the game he had just caught on the floor, he rushed away. Oliver hated all women because he believed that they were all the same, lazy and greedy. At this time, Jack and Mira had already left the wolf tribe and decided to stop in a cave nearby. The tiger was going to hunt, so to make it more comfortable for his female to sit, he brought soft grass. He asked Mira to be obedient and stay in the cave, waiting for his return. The big tiger left, and now Mira could calmly experiment with the items she received for completing the task. She managed to get a fire, and since there was some meat left, she decided to cook it. While cooking, the girl began to read the encyclopedia, which contained a lot of information about the conditions of this world. In this world, spiritual beasts are descended from ordinary beastmen. They are very strong, and females, on the contrary, are weak, but very rare, so each of them has several partners. Mira was not very happy with this information. She understood that in this world, women practice polyandry. Even in the book, the girl learned what the fruits that the doctor gave her were used for. After closing the book, Mira felt an unpleasant smell. She still did not understand where it came from, so she followed the unpleasant aroma. Having found the source of the unpleasant smell, she realized that all her food was burnt. Jack was already returning to the cave and noticed something burning in it. He was worried, because his woman was still inside. Returning to the cave, the tiger found his female doing something strange. She was covered in soot. So worried, Jack, in a loud voice, told the little female to go away, because there was a fire in the cave. Mira tried to calm the male down and explained that she had lit the fire herself to cook food. Jack couldn't keep calm. He knew that fire was very dangerous and would burn everything to the ground. Realizing that the tiger would not calm down so easily, Mira immediately decided to let Jack try her cooking. Chewing the cooked meat, the tiger could not believe that food could be so tasty. Mira bragged about her cooking. She had worked hard, and now she would feed the male some fried meat. Jack quickly ate all the supplies and immediately began to fry a new batch of meat, no longer fearing the fire. He believed that it was too dangerous for Mira to cook on her own, since she could get burned, so he decided to take on not only the hunting, but also the cooking. Jack gave the fragile female the most tender and delicious meat. Mira happily ate the prepared food. Mira had eaten so much that she couldn't even move. Now she just wanted to rest. Having transformed into a white tiger, Jack immediately lay down next to the girl so that she could rest on him. The heroine was incredibly happy because the white tiger's fur reminded her of a large, warm blanket. Lying on the tiger, Mira noticed a small wound and began to worry. She wanted to bandage the wound to stop the bleeding, but Jack refused the girl's care because she was important to him, not his condition. Mira did not listen to the white tiger because for her he was already family, so she gave him the fruits and bandaged the wound. Jack was pleasantly surprised by these words. He didn't know before that females could be like this. Out of joy and care, the white tiger licked the girl as a sign of gratitude. Night fell and the heroes went to bed. Mira slept soundly on the white tiger, clinging to him. Suddenly, the girl woke up from the pain. She felt how it became warmer between her legs. Throwing the skin aside, she noticed that her period had begun. The girl was in despair. She didn't know what to do because in her world, everything was different. The noise woke up the white tiger. He sensed something was wrong and wanted to help the fragile female. But the embarrassed Mira only separated from him, because on such days, women are very sensitive. Jack was worried, so he turned into a human, approached the heroine and began to wonder what was happening to her. Mira couldn't stand this. Now she wanted to be alone, because she was embarrassed by what was happening. The tiger couldn't sit idly by because he could smell the blood coming from the girl's crotch. An embarrassed Mira explained that bleeding was normal and nothing to worry about. The white tiger could not calm down because bleeding was a great danger for him. He knew nothing about critical days. He remembered his past and was worried that the girl might simply die from blood loss. So he immediately grabbed her and lifted her in his arms, wanting to get her to the doctor as quickly as possible. The girl was in a panic. She didn't know how to explain to the tiger that she was okay and that similar things happen to females. At this time, the wounded Oliver was at the doctor's and was bandaging his wounds. The doctor complained that the young wolf was so often wounded while hunting that all the old man's supplies were quickly running out. The old man scolded the wolf because he spent all his energy on hunting and did not care about himself at all. He advised him to find a woman already. The confused wolf did not want to listen to the old man because he considered all women the same and hated them. The doctor understood that the young man hated women because of his father's death. He tried to explain to him that not everyone is like his mother. But the young wolf did not even listen to the doctor. The very thought of his mother already irritated him. So he ended the dialogue and immediately headed towards the door to leave the old man. The doctor didn't like the wolf's impudent behavior and called him a scoundrel because the old man had not yet finished the treatment. The old man was upset with Oliver because he was the leader of the clan and was not at all interested in reproduction. At this time, Jack, holding Mira in his arms, approached the doctor. He was worried about his female. Mira tried all the way to explain to Jack that she was okay, but it was all in vain. There was no stopping him. The white tiger was worried about the condition of his woman and asked the doctor for help. The girl continued to convince everyone around her that she was fine, but no one believed her. Even the doctor did not know about such an interesting fact about women, so he wanted to examine Mira. In order to find out the cause of the bleeding, the doctor began to question the girl and inquire what clan she was from. Mira didn't know what to answer, so she simply said that she was human. The old man had never heard of such a clan. He only knew about monkeys, but not about people. Then Mira began to explain that the monkeys were her ancestors and that their clan came from them. The doctor did not know what was the best thing to do, so he suggested that the girl stay in his house so that he could observe her condition for a few days. Jack was not against it, so he immediately agreed. To ease the girl's suffering, the old man offered Mira red berries which tone the blood. The heroine did not refuse the medicine and took it, thanking the doctor. The old man was pleasantly surprised by the female's behavior. She had a gentle nature and was not so arrogant, not at all like other females. The healer looked at the girl without looking away. It was clear that he liked her, and he wanted to introduce her to the leader of the wolf tribe, Oliver. But Jack was hostile and could allow his woman to be taken by someone else. The next day, Mira began to make underwear for herself, since there were enough skins. As soon as she started sewing, every time she pierced the skin with a needle, she pricked herself and cried. Jack couldn't calmly watch his woman suffer. He wanted to help. So, taking the needle and skin from Mira's hands, he began to sew underwear for her. It seemed that the white tiger could do everything. He skillfully held a needle in his hands and his ties looked professional. Having finished his work, the tiger offered his female to try on the underwear he had made. Mira liked the tiger's work. The panties turned out beautiful and she couldn't wait to try them on. Having tried on the new panties, Mira was pleased. The added inserts of soft fabric were enough. Now she was sure that she could live a full life and not worry about critical days. Jack was embarrassed. He liked the image of his woman so much that he could not say a word. While Mira was spinning around, showing off her new outfit, Jack noticed the girl's beautiful butt. The girl was embarrassed by the tiger's intense gaze, so she immediately covered herself and stepped aside. The heroes quickly calmed down, taking the remaining leather in their hands. Jack suggested making shoes from it. His female's feet were tender. He wanted to take care of her, so he asked permission to measure her foot size. Mira allowed Jack to measure her foot size. When he touched her feet, she experienced unusual sensations. The white tiger, kneeling, was closely examining the girl's small foot and estimating how much leather would be needed for the shoes. From such a thorough examination, the girl's leg began to go numb. She already wanted it all to end as soon as possible. After finishing his inspection, Jack immediately went to make shoes for his woman. Mira's shoes were beautiful. They looked stylish and comfortable. The girl was amazed by such a work of art. The shoes were not only well made, but also thought out. Mira immediately tried on her new shoes and showed them off to Jack. The white tiger could not take his eyes off the fragile female. She was beautiful in everything and looked wonderful. The girl liked the shoes so much that she suggested that Jack make the same ones. But Jack refused the offer because it would be inconvenient during the transformation. But Mira didn't mind imagining a big white tiger in boots. At this time, Oliver was collecting medicinal herbs for the old man. Entering the doctor's house, he noticed someone sneaking around and trying to find something. Mira was simply looking for the ingredients she needed, since the doctor allowed her to stay in the house for a couple of days. Oliver didn't know about this and mistook the young female for a thief, so he immediately grabbed her hand. The wolf could not calm down. Anger filled him. He believed that the rules apply to everyone and women should not be allowed to do everything. Mira tried to explain to the unfamiliar wolf that she had not stolen anything, but was simply looking for her red berries. But the young wolf did not want to trust the shameless female, whom he considered a thief. The girl did not know what to do in such a situation. The beast in front of her was very strong, so she decided to threaten him, and if he did not let her go, she would start screaming. Oliver knew that when a female screamed, her countless males would surely come to her aid. The heroine was outraged by the wolf's behavior. He continued to convince the girl that she was a thief and that even her males would not help her, since the leader of the tribe was standing in front of her. To make the wolf let the girl go, she came up with a cunning plan, with the help of which she was able to distract Oliver's attention. As soon as the tribal leader was distracted, the girl immediately attacked him in the lower jaw. The young wolf was stunned by the behavior of the fragile female. He believed that no woman could touch him. Then Mira decided to demonstrate all her skills to the leader and show that she had combat skills. Oliver was furious. The female's behavior irritated him. He wanted to kill her. Mira saw all the anger in the male's eyes. She immediately became scared, so she decided not to provoke the wolf further. The frightened girl decided that she could escape from the wolf that was about to tear her to pieces. But the leader could not allow this and immediately grabbed the young lady by the hair, thereby preventing her from escaping. Touching the girl's hair, Oliver was surprised. He had never touched such soft and smooth hair. The young wolf could not contain his feelings. The girl in front of him was so magical and beautiful. He immediately hugged her and felt the sweet aroma. She was not like other females. The young wolf was embarrassed by his behavior. He did not expect such sensitivity from himself. But the girl did not want to be in the arms of a strange man, so she tried in every way to get out. Having escaped from the chieftain's embrace, she immediately moved away. The wolf did not understand what was wrong with him, because nothing like this had ever happened before. Oliver was embarrassed by his actions, so he decided not to dwell on the girl's actions and let her go. Mira was outraged by the wolf's behavior. She had done nothing to warrant anyone telling her what to do. Taking the clay pot in her hands, the girl continued to insist that she was right and also threatened the wolf. The wolf did not like such impudent behavior of the female. He wanted to punish her and put her in her place. Suddenly, a doctor intervenes in their dispute and stops the enraged wolf, who was about to attack the fragile female. The old man scolded the tribal leader like a child because he believed that the young wolf had no right to harm such a beautiful female. The doctor was displeased with Oliver's order because he had originally planned to leave this young and fragile female in the tribe to get to know the leader. Oliver didn't know what to do. He considered the girl a thief and tried to stop her. But the old man did not listen to the excuses of the young and inexperienced wolf, so he immediately threw him out the door. The doctor apologized to the girl. He did not want the young female to leave the tribe because of a stupid leader. The old man continued to justify Oliver's actions and talked about how their leader was strong and talented. Mira wasn't angry at the tribe's leader. She just didn't like the fact that she was being falsely accused of theft. The doctor couldn't stop admiring her. He liked the fragile female who was still so merciful and kind. But the old man was disappointed. His plan could never be realized now, because Oliver had ruined everything. The medicine man couldn't leave things as they were, so he continued to praise the chief. But Mira no longer listened to the old man, because Jack had returned. As soon as she noticed the white tiger, the girl immediately rushed into his arms. Jack brought Mira's things. The girl thanked the tiger, but most of all she was worried about why he was gone for so long. The tiger explained that he was late because he was cleaning the skins, as his woman liked to collect them. The girl was shocked by this news. She felt like a monster, because she couldn't say that she needed them for the mission. So Mira decided to tell Jack that there were enough skins and she didn't need any more. Jack looked at the little female and realized that she really did hold a lot of secrets. And the white tiger also collected a bouquet of roses for his fragile woman. He didn't know if she would like them, but he did it for her anyway. The girl happily accepted the flowers. She was so happy that her joy knew no bounds. The old man who was watching this whole beautiful picture was in despair, because his Oliver was not even close to the White Emperor. After everything, the heroes decided to go outside to take a walk and breathe some fresh air. Mira was happy. She was having fun and exploring new territories like a child, and Jack was looking after her. From the bushes, a young leader watched the couple. He was interested in the fragile female. He was amazed that a girl could be so sweet and beautiful. Oliver felt guilty because he had wrongly accused Mira of stealing and also thought that she now hated him. The young wolf collected red berries for her, but did not know whether the girl would accept them from him. Therefore, squeezing the bag of berries, he threw it right in front of the girl. The heroine was frightened by such a sudden fall of the bag. Mira didn't know what was inside, so Jack took the bag in his hands and decided to see what was inside for himself. Inside, he found a large number of red berries and assumed that perhaps they were for Mira. The heroine was surprised. She didn't expect to receive something like this from someone. Jack offered Mira to eat these berries, but she refused, as she had already eaten enough medicine and decided that it would be better to offer them to the healer. The white tiger did not argue with the girl and agreed to give the berries to the old man. When they went to the doctor's house, the tiger asked an indecent question that made Mira embarrassed. The girl claimed that it takes her 5 days to leave the blood, and now it's only the 2nd day, so it's too early to ask such indecent questions. Returning to the doctor's house, the couple immediately gave the old man a bag of medicinal berries. Mira explained that when they went out for a walk, someone threw this bag at her feet. The old man immediately realized that the gift was for a girl, so he immediately decided to give the berries to Mira. Mira did not object, and the old man went about his business. At this time, the young leader sat on the mountain and guarded his territory. The doctor immediately understood who the berries were from, so he immediately headed towards the young leader. Sitting in the bushes, he continued to pester the young wolf because he kept talking about how he hated women. Oliver was embarrassed. He did not want to admit that it was he who picked and gave the girl the berries. But the doctor could not be fooled because the smell of the young leader remained on the bag and berries. The wolf realized that he would not be able to avoid answering, so he began to justify himself and convince the doctor that he had collected the berries for him while he was hunting. Then the old man decided that since they were for him, after all, he would take them from the girl, but the young wolf stopped him. The doctor had no intention of stopping and continued to confuse the leader with his bold statements. But the wolf claimed that this gift was an apology for the mistake he had made. After these words, the embarrassed Oliver ran away from the old man, which the doctor was not particularly happy about. But still, the old man believed that he had a chance to bring these two together, so he did not lose hope and continued to think out a plan. After 5 days, Mira was finally free from the heavy burden of all women and felt great. Now they were ready to leave the wolf clan, which the girl was very happy about. But the old man cared so much about his leader that he tried with all his might to keep the young female in the tribe. Therefore, the doctor decided to remind the White Emperor that winter was approaching. Jack knew that winter was still about 2 months away, so it was too early to stop with the tribe. The doctor continued to claim that the White Emperor was wrong because the climate had changed and winter would come earlier. The stars said so, and the stars cannot be wrong. The white tiger was suspicious of the old man and could not trust him completely. The bell rang again in Mira's head, notifying her of new system tasks. All the heroine's thoughts were about winter. She believed the doctor's words and was worried that the winter would really be cold. Jack also thought about the old man's words, because he himself could cope with the cold winter, but he couldn't with a small female. The doctor suggested that the couple stay with the tribe. There was enough food and a place to spend the night. The white tiger was grateful to the doctor for the offer, because it would be much safer for the little female to spend the winter with the tribe. Mira waited for Jack to announce his decision. At that moment, she looked only at him. Holding the girl close, Jack announced his decision. They would leave after the end of winter. The doctor was incredibly happy about this and even volunteered to help in choosing a place to spend the winter. In Mira's head, the bell rang again, informing her of the mission and conditions. The house must be no less than 40 square meters, and it must also have a bed, table, chairs, and cabinets. Once outside, Jack explained to Mira that the wolf tribe was actively preparing for winter. They dug wide passages inside the Rocky Mountain, and these passages are full of caves. Mira compared it to an underground labyrinth. She was not entirely happy with this news, because there was little light in the caves. To prevent the fragile female from getting hurt, Jack hugged her and told her to follow him. The old man said that the couple could choose any place for themselves and dig a cave of any size. The main thing was not to dig in other people's houses. Jack immediately turned into a large white tiger to dig a cave. In his tiger form, he began to tear down the walls and build a home for his mate. Having finished, he suggested that Mira look around to see if a cave of this size would suit her. Mira was pleased with the work done. She also suggested making 2 bedrooms. One would be the master bedroom, and the second would be a bedroom and kitchen. After some time, Jack finished digging the cave, so Mira was already sitting quietly inside and arranging a new home. She only regretted one thing, that there was no sewerage system here, because then she could have made a toilet. The edges of the walls were so smooth, Jack had polished them well. Standing right in front of the big tiger, Mira was pleased with her new house. Only the furniture was missing. The girl suggested making the furniture out of wood. Jack immediately agreed and suggested going into the forest. Having gone into the forest, the heroes collected and processed wood to make furniture from it. Having finished processing the wood, they headed to their home. But when they approached the house, they were very surprised. While they were gone, another cave formed nearby, and now the heroes have neighbors. Mira was shocked to see her new neighbor, but Oliver didn't see anything strange about it. Mira returned to the house and was already polishing the furniture. She was outraged by the new neighbor. The young wolf was impudent and self-confident, and claimed that he had the right to dig a cave wherever he wanted, which irritated the girl greatly. To distract his female from her heavy thoughts, Jack attracted her attention and asked her to evaluate the new bed that he had built himself. Mira immediately went to inspect the bed. She really liked the new bed. The girl was happy. She thanked the tiger for his efforts and praised him in every possible way and hugged him. The walls were thin, and Oliver heard everything perfectly well. He could not sit still, listening to the female praising the tiger. The wolf pressed his ears to his head so as not to hear anything. He did not understand why he dug a cave next to this female, because he hates women. Confusion did not leave his face. He did not understand his own feelings and was confused about them. Suddenly, the wolf heard some rustling from the neighboring cave. He became interested, so he decided to spy on his neighbors. Mira and Jack headed into the forest together to get a new batch of boards. Oliver didn't want to just watch, so he immediately followed them. Jack immediately got hold of the necessary materials for the house and informed his female about it. Mira was pleased with the material. She couldn't be happier, because the home improvement was nearing completion. The couple was so happy, they hugged each other all the time and didn't leave each other's side. All this time, the young leader watched the couple with envy. He liked the female, but he could not admit it. He thought his ears and claws were good too, so he didn't understand why the little female didn't ask him for help. Mira followed her tiger closely and did not lag behind. At that moment, she was happy. There were a lot of boards, so we would have to go back several times to carry everything back to the cave. The girl offered to stay in the forest to look after the material, but the tiger refused such an offer because he knew that the forest was dangerous. But the heroine did not agree with the tiger because she could not allow anyone to steal the material for the furniture. Jack did not argue with the female and took her side, lifting her up in his arms. Having lifted the girls in his arms, he climbed the tree and left the young lady there to watch over the material from a safe place. And the white tiger himself, unlike the animal, went to take all the boards to the cave. Mira was not going to waste time and began reading the encyclopedia. Oliver continued to watch the little female. He did not understand what she was doing, but he was very interested. The young wolf did not take his eyes off the girl. He was worried because the tiger had left her alone in such a dangerous place. She had such a small body, she could easily fall and get hurt. These thoughts did not leave the head of the young leader. Suddenly, a purple mutant spider began to descend towards the girl, which was very dangerous. Mira, sitting on a tree, noticed a spider and became very scared, starting to scream. Out of fear, she jerked and lost her balance, thereby starting to fall from the tree. The young wolf was nearby and watching Mira, so as soon as he noticed that the girl was falling, he immediately rushed to help and caught the young lady. Mira was unhappy that she had again encountered the wolf who had falsely accused her in the healer's hut. Oliver held Mira's fragile body and did not want to let go, but the girl resisted. She did not want to stay in the wolf's arms. The wolf really liked the smell of the female. He could not restrain himself and began to sniff her. The heroine escaped from the clutches of the tribal leader and immediately moved away. She considered him strange. Oliver looked only at the fragile female and suddenly noticed that the purple spider wanted to attack her again. As soon as the male noticed that the female was in danger, he immediately rushed to protect her. The leader of the wolf tribe saved the girl and ordered her to hide, but the girl did not want to listen to him. She was worried not only about her own life. After telling the girl to run away, the chieftain turned into a wolf and stood up to defend her. In his wolf form, Oliver was much stronger, so he was able to easily deal with the purple spider. Mira looked at the wolf and did not look away. She liked the beautiful silver fur. The girl thanked Oliver for saving her, and her opinion of him changed. But Oliver didn't need words of gratitude. He wanted more for saving his life. He wanted to spend the night with the female. The heroine was embarrassed and outraged by such impudent behavior of the wolf. She believed that he deliberately continued to humiliate her with such desires. The girl regarded this rescue as payment for unfounded accusations. But the wolf thought otherwise. Since the girl was still there, it meant she wanted to spend the night with him. Mira's indignation knew no bounds. She was furious at the wolf's stupid statements. The girl couldn't stand it anymore because of her anger, so she turned around and walked away from the leader. Oliver was all sweaty. It was obvious that he was in pain because he had been injured by a spider. He never thought that such a miserable death would befall him. If the tribesmen had found out about it, they would have laughed at him. Mira wasn't so cold-blooded and cruel. She noticed that the wolf's condition had changed, so she went back to check on the tribe leader. Oliver didn't understand why the young female had returned. Had she changed her mind? But the girl destroyed the wolf's hopes by saying that she had returned for her thing. At this moment, the heroine noticed the wolf's condition. It was clear that he was feeling unwell. The young leader did not want the girl to come close to him and worry about him, so he began to push her away in every possible way. Mira was not afraid of the wolf's attacks. She wanted to help him and was serious in her intentions. The wolf didn't want to admit that he needed help, so he asked the girl to leave. The heroine, without thinking twice, decided to leave and return with medicine. Oliver did not believe that the female could help him because he considered them all the same. His father died because of a female. He could not even think that he would repeat the fate of his father. Mira returned to the scent wolf with medicinal herbs. She sincerely wanted to help him and save him. As she approached the male, she noticed that he had lost consciousness from the pain. Luckily, the book had notes about purple spiders, so Mira found the right detox medicine. Oliver woke up from the pain in his wound. He couldn't believe that he was still alive. Mira noticed that the young wolf opened his eyes, which meant that she was doing everything right. The male could not believe that the little female had returned. It seemed to him that these were all deathbed hallucinations. After finishing the treatment, Mira began to check the wolf's well-being and show him her fingers. Oliver still didn't believe that this girl had come back to save him. She was completely different, not like the other females. The girl stood right in front of him like a goddess who had saved his life. Now they are definitely even, because he just saved her and she saved him. Oliver modestly and quietly thanked the girl for saving him. He didn't know what else to say at such moments. But Mira pretended not to hear and asked to repeat the words of gratitude. This made the embarrassed wolf furious. He didn't want to repeat it again, so this time he insulted the girl. Mira became angry and began to argue with the young leader, claiming that he was a stupid wolf who did not take care of his life. At that moment, Jack came to the girl's screams. He didn't understand what was happening, so he immediately asked what happened. Jack was looking for Mira, so he didn't come alone, but with a group of other male wolves. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. They knew how dangerous the purple spider was and could not believe that their leader defeated it. The white tiger hugged his female and thanked Oliver for saving Mira. Addressing the young leader, he promised that in the future he would definitely thank him for saving the female. The young leader understood that although the tiger was thanking him, he was hinting that he should not even think about approaching his female. And also, the tiger specifically found males who already had females, so they would not be tempted and would not act according to the rules. The males exchanged glances. They saw each other as competitors. Returning home, Mira was pleased with the work done. It became cozy and beautiful. The mission was completed, and the system notified the girl about it. As a reward, Mira received a small pot and a spatula for cooking. The heroine was incredibly happy about this. Now she could cook something delicious. Jack was interested in the kitchen utensils. He didn't know what they were made of, so he wasn't sure how to use them properly. Mira assured that everything was safe, and the kitchen utensils were made of metal, so this time nothing would burn. She decided to cook something tasty and let Jack try it. Jack sat right next to the cooking area and inhaled the delicious aroma of the food. Having finished cooking, Mira immediately invited the white tiger to try her creation first. The white tiger was pleased. He had never tried anything like this before. Mira also wanted to take food to her neighbor as a token of gratitude for saving her life. But Jack couldn't let the female near the young wolf, so he volunteered to bring him some food himself. Having come to the neighbor, the white tiger immediately called the wolf. He wanted to quickly thank the leader and leave. When Oliver opened the door, he was not happy to see the white tiger and showed his displeasure with his whole appearance. Jack ignored the wolf's cheeky behavior and simply passed the soup. The young wolf was surprised. He had never seen such a dish. Although the wolf was happy with the food, he was not happy that it was the white tiger who brought it to him. Evening came. Mira was happy. She had eaten her fill, and the day had been productive and challenging. Jack was also pleased with the day. He thanked his female for the delicious food. Mira couldn't take her eyes off Jack. She thought he was incredibly handsome and admired him. Jack was glad that his female liked him. It was important to him. The heroine was embarrassed by such flirting, so she immediately went to bed. The tiger was not against such an unexpected decision. He immediately agreed. Approaching Mira, he accepted her and, looking her straight in the eyes, suggested sleeping together. That night, Jack and Mira slept together. The girl slept with a man for the first time. She felt not entirely comfortable, but still she was pleased. Lying on her side, the heroine could not fall asleep for a long time. She kept thinking about the conversation with Jack. The white tiger was worried about the safety of the female, so he thought about how to make their home an impregnable fortress. Jack asked such strange questions. Mira didn't know how to take them. The white tiger believed that the female did not like his body or that his smell was unpleasant to her. The girl was put in an awkward position because she liked Jack, but she couldn't say it directly. Jack gave the girl a choice of sleeping on the right side or the left. The embarrassed person did not think long about the answer and immediately said that she would sleep on the left side. She was so embarrassed that she thought of escaping from the clutches of the white tiger. But she had no strength. The girl was very tired after such a hard day and was already falling asleep. Suddenly, she felt something strange. The girl could not understand what it was, but something was definitely pressing against her. Nothing could be seen in the darkness, so Mira decided to find out what it was and touched it with her hand. From such gentle and unexpected touches, Jack suddenly moaned. Mira couldn't believe that she had touched something sacred. The shock had taken away her sleep as if by magic. The embarrassed girl continued to apologize to the tiger. She didn't even think that it could be him. Jack didn't say anything. He just pressed himself against the fragile female because he wanted her so much. The white tiger touched the girl's tender skin and licked her neck. From such gentle touches, Mira could not restrain herself. Her voice sounded throughout the bedroom. The tiger continued to cuddle up to the girl. He liked to touch the fragile female. Mira could not stand such advances from the white tiger and decided to run away from him into the next room. Jack didn't want to let the girl go into the next room. He wanted to be only with her. As he hugged her, the tiger thought that his female wanted to sleep with the young wolf. He was unhappy with this and continued asking questions about the wolf. The tiger did not want to share the female with anyone. He pressed himself closer and closer to the girl and licked her neck. The girl was embarrassed. She could not stand such gentle touches of the tiger. Her voice was bursting out. At that moment, Jack thought only about his little female. She attracted him so much that he went crazy. Mira tried to go into another room and said that she was not attracted to the young wolf. The White Emperor did not want to believe the female's words, as he did not understand why she wanted to save the leader of the wolf tribe. The girl continued to assure the tiger that she did not like Oliver and asked him to stop behaving like that. Jack didn't understand what Mira meant. He wanted to please her and give her pleasure. He lowered his hand lower, but this only made the girl more afraid, and tears came to her eyes. It seemed that Jack had a firm grip on Mira and did not want to let her go just like that. She could not help but think about indecent things, and it all scared her. At this time, their neighbor, a young wolf, heard everything. He could not stand such indecent sounds. Because of his sensitive ears, he heard everything as well as if he were in the same room with them. Suddenly, the young wolf heard the tiger ask about him. He was very surprised that the white tiger decided to ask such a question to a female. Also, the wolf heard Mira say that she didn't like Oliver. The chief of the tribe was broken. He liked the fragile female, although he did not want to admit it. He felt pain in his chest and could do nothing about his feelings. Lost in thought, he continued to sit alone in his cave. Morning came and Mira opened her eyes. Waking up, she immediately began to remember the night. Her body felt so invigorated, and her skin was changed. She felt the care that the white tiger surrounded her with. Continuing to remember the previous night, the girl could not help but feel embarrassed, because everything was so frank. Jack noticed that his little female had woken up. He immediately inquired about her condition and asked if she was hungry. The soup was already warmed up. He brought the plate straight to her bed, continuing to look after her. Mira was embarrassed. She liked the tiger's care, but she couldn't help but remember the previous night. The white tiger told Mira that he would soon go hunting, so as not to leave the female alone, he asked Vanessa from the wolf tribe to keep her company. Mira was very surprised that Jack decided to leave her alone with a strange wolf. The girl wanted to go hunting with the white tiger. She did not want to be left alone with a wolf she did not know. The white tiger explained to the little female that hunting was too dangerous a place for her. He also said that soon, together with other males from the wolf tribe, they would go deep into the forest to hunt for about 10 days to better prepare for the cold and stock up on food. Mira didn't expect Jack to go to such a dangerous place. She was very worried about him. Jack assured the little female that she shouldn't worry about him and that he would be fine. The heroine understood everything. She knew that by going with the tiger, she would only add extra trouble to him. The white tiger hugged his little female. He didn't want her to be sad and explained that everything has its time. Mira wanted Jack to return soon, and she also wanted him to return to her safe and sound. Jack asked Vanessa to look after the little female in his absence, but the little female was still upset. She didn't want Jack to leave. The White Emperor was calming his little female. He didn't want his little one to be upset, so he was interested in what Mira needed. Then the heroine, taking the encyclopedia in her hands, showed the tiger the herbs she needed to cook the meat. Jack quickly realized what Mira needed, so he immediately agreed. He also gave a bone knife to the little female, with which she could defend herself. Hugging the girl, he whispered in her ear, "Wait for me." Mira was embarrassed, but promised that she would definitely wait for Jack. At that moment, Vanessa suddenly entered their house and apologized for interrupting the couple's goodbye. Vanessa looked great. Her figure was perfect, and her silver ears and tail only emphasized the image of a she-wolf. After introducing the girls, Jack said goodbye to Mira once again and went hunting. He wanted to get as much game as possible so that his female could survive the winter in peace. At this time, Mira wanted to go for a walk, so she asked Vanessa to allow her to go out. Vanessa didn't think long about the girl's offer. She immediately grabbed her hand and headed for the exit. When Mira went outside, she saw that all the work was being done by old people or children. All the young males went hunting to feed the tribe. Looking around, Mira did not notice a single female. She was wondering where they all were. The local females did not work at all. They felt like the center of the universe, which confused Mira. The heroine realized that if she ate a lot and was lazy, she would look like the local females, and she didn't want that. Mira continued to ask Vanessa many questions about the household. Vanessa answered all her questions generously, but she also said that while the female was of reproductive age, she should not worry about such trifles. The heroine was shocked by such statements because she was not yet ready for children. The fragile female explained that she was simply bored and was thinking about how she could help and occupy herself. Then Vanessa made a decision. She would tan the skins together with Mira. Only males did such things, so when they saw him on the other side of the river, they were stunned. Mira carefully cleaned the skin. She did it well, and Vanessa even praised her for such an excellent job. Vanessa was a good teacher and always gave me tips on how to do better. At this time, the males were watching the females closely. They could not take their eyes off them. The males continued to watch the young and beautiful females, drooling. But Oliver noticed the inappropriate behavior of the young males and immediately began to look at them with a frightening gaze. Out of anger, the leader grabbed the young males by their tails and forced them to experience unprecedented pain. Holding the wolves by their tails, Oliver ran away with them, away from the females. Vanessa noticed that someone was hiding in the bushes. She saw Oliver among the leaves, and she asked Mira if she knew the leader of the tribe, to which the girl answered positively. Oliver only looked at the fragile female. Vanessa noticed this and told Mira. The heroine does not like the wolf at all. She believed that there was a conflict between them. But the tribe leader was not interested in Mira's violent reaction. He only wanted to know what the girl was doing near the pond. Mira thought it was none of Oliver's business, so she responded to him very rudely. Even though the girl was rude, the young leader found her voice so gentle and affectionate. His body instantly reacted to the girl's voice. Oliver could not contain his feelings. Vanessa noticed the chief blush. She couldn't believe her eyes because she knew that Oliver hated women. It was hard for Mira to drag the skin after cleaning. She put all her efforts, but she couldn't move it. Oliver noticed that the fragile female was having a hard time, so he volunteered to help, which surprised the girl greatly. Easily lifting the skin and throwing it over his shoulders, Oliver walked forward, leading Mira behind him. At first, Mira was confused. She began to lag behind the young wolf, so she asked him to wait. As she followed the leader, the girl thought that this guy was not as bad as he seemed. But these thoughts quickly disappeared because Oliver was rude to the little female again. The heroine could not catch up with the wolf. He was walking too fast for her. But Oliver claimed that this was because the small female had short legs. Vanessa watched everything that was happening. She could not believe what she saw because she had never seen the leader behave like that. In the eyes of the she-wolf, Oliver was strong and powerful, but now he is gentle and sensitive, not at all like his former self. But now, watching him, she considered his actions stupid and illogical. Returning home later in the evening, Mira was already getting ready to cook dinner. And then she remembered that when Jack treated his neighbor, the wolf never returned the dishes. Therefore, Mira immediately went to her neighbor for her thing. When she came to her neighbor, the girl was shocked because Oliver met her in the guise of a wolf. Then, Mira immediately began to wonder why the leader was in his beast form, but Oliver explained that he was sleeping. The heroine decided not to pay attention to this. She came only to return her soup tureen. But the young wolf did not understand what the girl was talking about. He did not know what a soup tureen was. After a long explanation from the little female, the chief finally understood what the girl meant, so he headed back to the dwelling to return the bowl. Holding the soup tureen in his teeth, Oliver returned the soup tureen and also did not forget to insult the little female. The girl did not respond to the wolf's provocations and immediately left, slamming the door. The wolf was sad. This was the only thing from the little female, and he did not want to part with it. At this time, Mira had already finished preparing the vegetable soup and was already starting to eat. She was pleased with the dish. After such a hard day, the soup was especially tasty. The girl remembered the white tiger. She missed him. She wanted Jack to come back soon. Mira didn't even notice how she began to rely on the tiger for everything. Having found herself in this world, the heroine could not live a day without him. She understood that she needed to become more independent so as not to burden the tiger. While resting in his cave and almost asleep, the chief smelled the aroma of food. The aroma was so enticing that he immediately stood up and headed towards the source of the smell. There was a bowl of soup in front of his door. He couldn't believe his eyes because he didn't expect anything from the little female. The wolf looked at the next door and thought only about Mira. He was grateful to her for her care. Without thinking twice, the wolf immediately began to taste the delicious soup from the little female. At that moment, he was happy. The days of waiting are always longer. But during these 9 days, Mira has already gotten used to the work, and tanning the skins has become much easier for her. Sitting near the pond, in the distance, she noticed a small pack of familiar wolves. Perhaps the males had returned from hunting. Jack returned. Mira immediately noticed him among the wolves and began to scream. Jumping near the river with happiness, she attracted the attention of the tiger. Jack was to see his little female. Having met him, the girl immediately rushed to hug the tiger. She missed him and waited so much that she could not hold back her tears of joy. Jack also brought Mira all the herbs she needed to make her cooking even more delicious. While sorting out the ingredients, the girl happily explained what was needed for what and what flavor it gave. She decided not to delay sorting out the herbs and immediately took up the kitchen utensils to prepare something tasty. The girl cooked for the white tiger with care and love, adding the herbs she had collected to the dish. The tiger smelled a wonderful aroma. Drooling was already running down his mouth. He wanted to taste the dish already. Having finished cooking, Mira poured the soup into bowls and invited Jack to the table. While serving the soup, the girl told about how she lived all these 10 days without the tiger. As a token of gratitude for his help, Mira asked Jack to treat the neighbor and bring the soup bowl. But Oliver got ahead of the White Emperor and came to their house without an invitation. The young chief did not expect to see Jack in the female's house and was not puzzled. Jack was confident in himself because he believed that this was his female, so he quickly put the wolf in its place. Oliver was displeased with such an impudent command of the tiger. He did not want to see him next to the female, so he quickly took the bowl and left. And as he said goodbye, Jack told the young wolf that they would live this winter in the tribe and then leave. He also warned the wolf not to dare to flirt with his female. Oliver believed that he could do whatever he wanted, so he didn't even listen to the tiger. At this time, Mira was sitting at the table and waiting for Jack to return. Suddenly, the system rang in her head again, notifying her about the launch of the second mission. The second mission was to collect enough food before winter came. The girl was confused. She did not understand how much food she needed to collect for the system to count the mission. The world was irritated by the system, which did not provide specifics in the tasks. Then the girl began to ask Jack how much food they needed to survive the winter peacefully. Jack was calm and reasonable. He was not afraid of such questions because he was confident in himself. To calm his female, he approached her and, looking her straight in the eyes, said that he would get her as much food as she asked for. Mira couldn't take her eyes off the beautiful white tiger. His pectoral muscles were so alluring to her. Noticing that the female had calmed down, Jack suggested that after washing the dishes, they rest together. But the girl was not yet ready for a joint vacation, so she immediately went to bed. Jack was upset. All these days he missed his little female, and now she was avoiding him. He couldn't leave everything as it was, so he approached the girl and began to touch her tender body. Mira was outraged by the tiger's behavior. She was afraid of him. The White Emperor didn't care about the little female's indignation. He just hugged her because he had missed her very much all this time. Mira calmed down and reciprocated. She also missed the white tiger very much. The embarrassed couple continued to hug and cuddle each other. At some point, Jack began to tenderly kiss the little female. Mira did not avoid the kisses, but did not respond to them either. The young chief heard everything and could not contain his anger because he believed that the tiger was doing this on purpose to anger him. A new day has arrived. Jack is getting ready to go hunting again and says goodbye to Mira. The embarrassed girl saw her male off on a long journey and wished him luck on the hunt. At that moment, they met a neighbor who looked like he hadn't had enough sleep. Mira realized that the young leader had heard everything, and the realization made her blush even more. The girl blamed the tiger for the fact that the neighbor heard everything. She could not contain her anger and continued to blame Jack. Then the tiger decided that Mira would tolerate his advances next time and would not scream so loudly. The little female was embarrassed by such words, but could not say anything against it. While the girl was thinking about the answer, Jack turned into a tiger and ran off to hunt. Over the next few days, Jack hunted a lot and brought back more and more game. Everyone was amazed at the amount of game he had caught. Vanessa envied Mira because the tiger killed more than her entire family, and the she-wolf had 5 males. The heroine was shocked by this news. She didn't know that Vanessa had as many as 5 males. The she-wolf continued to boast about her males, because they were the best, but Jack was the best in the wolf tribe. But Mira did not consider herself a partner of the white tiger, which greatly surprised the she-wolf. Vanessa knew that Mira slept in the same bed with a tiger, and did not understand why the girl did not consider him her partner. Mira was confused. She didn't know how to explain her relationship with the white tiger. Despite the fact that they slept and ate together, and she even allowed him to behave inappropriately, the girl still did not dare to take the final step. Then Mira decided to tell Vanessa that she and Jack were just family. But the she-wolf believed that a partner was also family, so she insisted that Mira and the tiger were partners after all. The heroine continued to justify herself and deny the wolf's words, because she was not ready to look for a partner in such a world. Vanessa liked Jack so much that she was ready to accept him as a sixth partner, so the she-wolf continued to sort out the couple's relationship. But Mira could not calmly refuse the white tiger. The embarrassed girl claimed that Jack could not become someone's partner. Vanessa did not accept such an answer from the girl, because if she did not like the tiger, she could give it to another female. Then Mira couldn't stand it any longer and said that she liked the White Emperor and she couldn't give him to anyone. Vanessa realized that Mira did like the tiger, and she became more and more interested in their relationship. At that moment, the heroine noticed a familiar silhouette. She did not expect Jack to return from hunting so soon. Mira was worried that the white tiger could hear her conversation with Vanessa. Thoughts about this did not leave her. The realization that Jack could hear everything that was said made Mira blush. The white tiger said nothing. He just picked up his little female and thanked the she-wolf for looking after Mira. As a token of gratitude, Jack collected a small bag of fragrant berries while hunting and gave them to the she-wolf. Vanessa was happy with this gift, so she accepted it immediately. Having taken the gift, the she-wolf said goodbye to the couple and decided to leave them alone because they had a serious conversation ahead. Mira, sitting in Jack's arms, did not know what to say. She was embarrassed by her unexpected confession. In this state, the girl only asked why the tiger returned so early. But Jack explained that he returned so early because he was very bored, and fortunately he heard the little female's confession. Mira pretended not to understand what words Jack was talking about and tried to change the subject. The white tiger continued to insist on his own. He was glad to know that the little female liked him. The embarrassed girl denied everything and said that Jack had misunderstood her. But the White Emperor heard everything, so it was useless to deny the words he had heard. To make sure once again of what he had heard, Jack directly asked Mira if she liked him. Mira was embarrassed. She couldn't answer directly, but she understood that Jack was waiting for her answer. So she decided to answer neutrally and said only that she did not feel any hostility towards the tiger. But the White Emperor was not satisfied with this answer. He wanted to understand whether the female liked him or not. To calm his feelings and give the female time to decide, Jack began to kiss her. Mira was shocked by such unexpected actions of the male and immediately stopped him. Jack was so happy to know that the little female liked him that he couldn't contain his feelings. The white tiger didn't understand why Mira stopped him. He assumed that perhaps the female didn't like kisses. But Mira was embarrassed. She was afraid that someone might see them, so she stopped the tiger. There was no one around. Mira was puzzled by this because she could not justify her actions. So she decided to say that next time before kissing, the tiger needs to ask permission to do it. After these words, the girl rushed off to clean the lute in order to distract herself and calm down. All this time, the heroine thought only about the tiger. The kiss made her heart beat faster. She could not understand her feelings. Mira couldn't come to terms with her feelings because she only had to think about how to survive in this world. Returning home, the heroine began to prepare food for the winter. She carefully dried and sorted everything. Half a month of preparation and the supplies were ready. The system's ringing sounded in her head again, notifying her that the task had been completed, and now she could receive a reward. Suddenly, the heroine found sanitary pads in her hands, and that was her reward. The girl was incredibly happy, because this is exactly what she was missing in this world. Hearing the girl's joyful cries, Jack immediately appeared and asked what had happened. Jack compared Mira to a small, cute, very diligent animal. Every day, the weather became colder. Winter was approaching, and the beastmen went hunting less and less often. But with such reserves of a pair, it was much easier for them to endure the bad weather. Wrapped in a skin, Mira was still cold and sneezed frequently. It seemed that he could easily catch a cold. Jack noticed that the little female was cold, so he offered to warm her with his body. Mira understood that Jack would warm her up easily because he was a big white tiger, so she timidly sat on his lap and snuggled up. It was clear that the girl was not entirely comfortable. She wanted to snuggle up to Jack's soft and warm fur. The tiger noticed that the girl was embarrassed, but he did not transform. He continued to warm her with his human body. With the onset of winter, other beastmen came to the wolf tribe. When Mira woke up, she didn't understand what was happening and why Jack wasn't home. The white tiger went to get water, and when he returned, he told the girl that a clan of wolves from the Black River had come to the tribe. While washing herself, the heroine asked the tiger about the wolves from the Black River, since she did not know what kind of clan they were. Jack told the girl about different tribes and clans and stroked her silky and soft hair. The world was interested in why the wolves from the Black River came to the tribe. Then the tiger explained that the leader of the Black Wolf clan was Oliver's brother and that they were originally only supposed to meet. It all looked strange and made Jack think. But the male decided not to torment himself with empty thoughts and offered to eat. At the dinner table, the tiger continued to tell Mira about the news and also informed her that her leather bag was ready. Mira was happy with her new bag. She was already thinking about how best to use it and what to put in it. Suddenly, during the meal, strangers burst into their house and began to drive the couple out. The males said that their female liked this house, so they decided to drive out the owners of the house and take it for themselves. Mira was very scared. The beastmen looked aggressive. She assumed they were from the Black River clan. Jack came to Mira's defense, standing in front of her, thereby covering her with his body. But the red fox told them to get out, because their female had taken a fancy to this place, and they, on the contrary, should be proud of it. Jack didn't give up telling them to get out. Only Mira could make him surrender unconditionally. The fox was angry. How dare he refuse them? In their opinion, he was an impudent fellow. But Jack, without saying anything, responded to the blow by grabbing his hand and twisting it back. The fox jumped back, screaming that his arm felt broken, sitting on the ground in pain. He was very angry with them, repeating that they should get out of his house as soon as possible. The guys were angry at him and what he did, saying that he would pay dearly for it. Having picked up the wounded guy, they hurried to the exit of Jack and his female's cave. Turning around, he told her not to go out, because there would soon be chaos in the wolf tribe. This means that the wolves from the Black River did not come here to visit. Robbery is their main goal. But what can they do next time? Returning, they walked through the caves. They called the female. Lying on the hay, she turned her head, asking what they needed. She ordered them to find a room next to Oliver. And what did they do? They said that the guy not only refused to give up the room, but also hit them. Evil Rachel did not understand how this male dared to refuse her and not give her what she wanted. After all, she is the most beautiful female in the Black River tribe. Everyone respects and loves her. No one has ever dared to reject her. Putting on her cloak, she said that she would see for herself who the male was who dared to reject her. Taking their subordinates, they reached the door of Jack and Mira's room. Rachel ordered the guy to knock down this wooden door because it was in her way. Mira was quietly unpacking her things when she suddenly heard the sound of a door breaking. Having knocked down the door, they looked inside and saw a small female there. Rachel was looking at her carefully. The agitated Mira did not understand why they were breaking into someone else's house without asking them to leave. This female was beautiful. Her skin was snow white, her hair was so silky, and her waist was so thin. One of the servants looked at her and said how white she was. How could she be more beautiful than Rachel? This was unforgivable. Pointing her finger, she asked where this wild female came from. Hearing this, Mira did not understand what she was talking about and why it was wild. As the Wolf Clan elder's partner, she ordered them to leave the house, as the Wolf tribe did not welcome this. She is on a rocky mountain, and even if she is the partner of the Black River elder, she should not care about the mountain. But who said that she was the partner of the river elder? Rachel claimed that she was the mistress of this place. Hearing her statement, she didn't understand since when Oliver had a partner. Jack appeared from behind, saying that he didn't care whose partner she was. The girl turned around sharply. This is his home, and the worlds must leave immediately because they are not welcome here. Mira ran up to him. He finally returned, and just in time, because they were broken into again. She whispered that this lady claims to be Oliver's partner. Does he know anything about this? Jack replied that he doesn't know. It is today that she is in love with him, and he must become her partner because that is how it should be. It seemed like it was just a fantasy. She decided to ask how Oliver, who hated females, could take someone as a partner. What a wild female. What is she saying? It would be a great honor for Oliver. He says he should be very grateful. Turning around, they saw him in the doorway. She stood up, showing off in front of him. No man could resist her. This female is the same as the others. Selfish, greedy, ruthless, she thinks the whole world will spin at her feet. Oliver is the strongest of the Rocky Mountain clan and is destined to become her 30th partner. His gaze changed. No one could resist her charm. Stroking him, she thought so. By seducing him, she knew that he came to help her drive them out. He could take care of the family. Looking at all this shame, Mira could not stand it and closed her eyes so as not to see it. Oliver clearly didn't like her words about him already being appropriated, and he got angry and pushed her away. He warned her that if she touched him again, he would rip her arms off. The partners looked at all this and could not imagine that there were males who could allow themselves to hit a female. As expected, Oliver is the most wonderful wolf in the world, Mira thought with a sigh. Rachel was furious. How dare he do this to her, whether he was a male or not. Whether he is a male or not will be decided by his partner. But she must leave. He felt sick just from looking at her. With tears in her eyes, she said that no one dares to talk to her like that. He will regret it. In tears, she ran out of the house. The servants ran after her with a cloak in their hands. Turning to them, he asked them why they didn't know at all how to fight back. He arrived before she could fight back. After all, he was her target. Oliver heard what happened at her house and immediately rushed to her. She still didn't understand it. In his own defense, he lied and said that he was passing by and heard the noise from them. Mira clearly didn't believe him, but lied and said that she thought so. Just a coincidence. Oliver realized that it was sarcasm and started yelling at her, telling her how stupid she was. Apparently, he was offended and left, but how can he just leave so calmly and that's it? Jack replied that he didn't know. Mira never understood his true intentions. He decided to fix the door, the girl agreed, because it's not very easy to live with a hole. Even though the door was fixed, it was useless against the beastmen. It would be nice if the system gave her an iron door next time. She has already gotten used to living in this world and has not been looking for a way to return home for a long time. And if she stays here, she will face something similar more than once, or something worse. Jack approached her and told her not to worry. If they came back again, he would not give them a break. He worries about her. It's so sweet. As long as he's here, she won't be afraid of anything. Rachel was crying in her room. Her partners were running back and forth so that she wouldn't cry. They brought her meat, but she didn't like anything. She kicked him with her foot, telling him to go away. They just watched as she was being abused and didn't even do anything. But this is Oliver, and they are only Black River wolves. They need to stay there to survive the winter, because only rock wolves have a cave where they can warm up. If he was her mate, this place would belong to her. They needed to tear this female apart. They were no use. They justified themselves by saying that she was a female and she was very beautiful. Her partners, with tears in their eyes, asked her not to leave them, and she kicked them away. None of them can do anything. She will have to think for herself. She needs to kill this female. After the first snow and strong winds appeared, the onset of winter was officially announced. Mira realized that winter had come, and she happily announced that it was time to eat hot soup. She began to collect all the necessary items, spices, meat, and a large cauldron. After cooking, she asked Jack to bring vegetables from the cellar for the soup. He immediately agreed. There is too much soup for both of them. Vanessa lives far away, and it is very dangerous to go outside. Looking out the door, she decided to call Oliver because he lives very close. But when she went out, she saw him in the company of people. Apparently, he was very busy. One of the guys saw her, thinking how charming a girl she was. Oliver noticed his gaze, telling him not to bother his head with her because they were busy. Already angry, he repeated, adding that he should not be angry if he was rude to him. The guy started to get angry, grinning at him, and the man next to him warned him that they were on a rocky mountain. In order not to cause problems, he began to move towards the exit, away from him. Bowing, he thanked him for listening, saying that they were leaving. Where is she going? Didn't Jack warn her not to go out? She made soup. It would be great for them all to eat together. She wanted to ask him if he would eat with them. The little female invited him to eat together. He became very embarrassed. But what is soup? This is the first time he has heard of it, and can he eat it at all? Well, if he wants it the way he wants, and also doubted her soup, how is that even possible? He shouted that he wanted to eat soup with her. How cool is it that Mira wants to eat soup with him? She told him to come in, but suddenly for some reason he became wary while looking there. Mira said that it was called soup. The water was bubbling in the cauldron, vegetables and meat were floating. Oliver saw the fire and started asking her to leave because it was dangerous there. She asked him not to worry because she did it. She called him saying that he was not dangerous, and that with the help of fire one could prepare aromatic food. Jack returned from the cellar carrying vegetables for the female, calling her closer to him. He announced that the meat was ready and they could begin their meal by sitting down near the fire. This tiger is not afraid of fire at all. He probably shows off in front of the female on purpose, and then he doesn't need to be afraid. Sitting down next to me, he looked at the soup, saying that there was nothing special about it. It smells so delicious. This meat is probably 1,000 times tastier than usual. Looking at Mira's plate, I could no longer contain my appetite because it looked amazing. But suddenly, as soon as she put a piece in her mouth, she burned herself, screaming about how hot it was. Well, why is she so hasty? Jack came over to see if everything was okay. Mira looked at him with eyes filled with tears, showing how much pain she was in. Jack moved closer, saying he would take a look. Mira insisted that everything was fine. Seeing this, Oliver dropped the meat because he also wanted to blow on these little lips. What a nightmare to burn your tongue with hot meat. She decided to ask where those 2 wolves were from. They were from the Black River tribe. His cousin and a medicine man were there. They came to talk to him about one matter. In the end, Rachel became too pushy, and he became very angry when he saw her. Mira asked what their business was, or if he couldn't talk about it. Oliver said that it was nothing bad for her. Sitting, Jack listened to them, but Oliver decided to bring something to show. He handed Mira a bamboo pipe. She didn't understand what it was. He asked to open it. There was water inside that they wanted to sell. After sniffing the contents of the flask, she realized that there was alcohol in it. This stuff warms the blood well, but you can't drink a lot of it. But that guy didn't say anything. He doesn't know himself whether it's intentional, what he has in mind. Jack asked why you can't drink a lot, because from a large amount you can easily get drunk, lose control, and eventually go crazy. In order not to do anything wrong, it's better to drink as little as possible. The guys listened to her attentively. A shocked Oliver said that it sounded serious. He would definitely remember. She wanted to know what they made it from, because then she could make it herself and sell it. For the sake of the little female he had to try, she wanted to drink too. Taking out small cups, she poured alcohol to everyone equally, thinking that this was enough. She wanted to clink glasses for the most delicious soup. It's good that in this world there is alcohol with which to celebrate. The guys looked at each other, not understanding what she was talking about. She explained everything to them. Mira is happy, and that's enough to make the boys feel good too. Jack started drinking the water, but it didn't cause him much of a shock. But Oliver thought it was strange, but tasty enough. He felt good. The friends sat, drinking alcohol, having fun, and talking all together. Looking into the flask of peace, I realized that they had drunk everything, and there was no more left. Suddenly, the guys looked at her very strangely. She asked why they were looking like that. Suddenly, Oliver started calling her very loudly. Mira also shouting, asking what he needed. He asked her to become his partner because she was very attractive to him, he told her. Apparently, he was drunk. She asked him to stop. He was talking nonsense. He needed to rest. Turning into a wolf, he talked about how much he wanted to sleep with her. Mira was shocked by his confessions of love and the fact that he wanted to sleep with her. Jack watched this and became very angry at Oliver for his words. Taking him by the scruff of the neck, he threw the gray wolf out the door and he hit the wall hard. Mira stood up for him, saying that he could be in a lot of pain. But Jack insisted that he was thick-skinned and that nothing would happen to him. He wanted to bring him home. She watched him drag it home, and it was very painful for her to watch. Jack slapped him hard on the hay, telling him to sleep soundly. Looking at him, Mira realized that he was sleeping soundly, snoring. Having picked up the girl in his arms, he wanted to go to bed with her. She did not understand what he was doing. Warmth spread through his body. Could this really be that alcohol? He put her on the bed. Pulling off his clothes, Mira asked him to wait. She asked him to wake up, smelling the alcohol. It was hot. Suddenly, he kissed her so that they would hear less of her chatter about herself. He began to quickly tear off her clothes. She screamed for him to stop. Exhaling hot breath that burned her, he spoke about how beautiful she looked. In confirmation, she said how beautiful his eyes were, lying underneath him. Blue as the stars in the night sky, he couldn't help but feel her looking at him like that. Lying there, she didn't understand why he couldn't help but look at her. He couldn't help but eat her right then and there. Looking at his actions, she thought that he was not serious. It was a joke. She screamed, asking him to stop, but he didn't listen to her at all. Feeling something near her feet, she realized what he wanted to do. She screamed loudly and asked him to stop and not do anything stupid. But he didn't stop. He talked about how much he loved her, isn't it clear? He was going to tear her apart now. She asked him to stop because she was very scared. Listening to her, he seemed to become even more merciless because these words upset him so much. In a frenzy, he tore off the last piece of clothing from her because it was in his way. This was a completely different Jack. She was very scared, not understanding what to do. She beat him, asking him to stop and wake up. He would regret it later. But he didn't listen to her at all. Continuing his actions, it hurt her. Oliver woke up with a splitting headache, but what was that noise? He heard Mira scream in pain. He seemed to understand what was happening. Jumping off, he ran as fast as he could into their house to see what all the screaming was about. He kicked the door down with all his might, and seeing what was happening there, he became very angry. Maddened, he turned into a gray wolf and quickly ran to Mira's aid. Running up, he shouted for him to let her go immediately, pulling him away from the girl. Jack was thrown back and came to his senses without understanding what was happening here. Oliver saw a naked girl. She was lying in blood, covering her body. Looking at him with tears, she spoke about how much pain she was in, asking him to take her away. Taking her in his arms, he told her not to be afraid. He would take her to the healer. As he approached, Jack asked what he had done, but Oliver yelled at him, telling him not to come any closer. She suffered greatly from him. He will take her to the doctor, and Jack needs to come to his senses. He watched Oliver run away with a girl lying in his arms. Sitting on the bed, he reproached himself for this, not understanding why he did it. The doctor made himself a mask because recently the wind had been so cold that his skin had begun to peel. Suddenly, Oliver bursts into his house, knocking down the door, calling him to come to him. Is he crazy? Why is he breaking into his house in the middle of the night? Carrying the girl, he said that she was very ill, asking him to examine her immediately. He carefully laid the girl on the bed, showing what had happened to her. Seeing this, he swung at Oliver, saying that he was an idiot, but he shouted that it wasn't him who did it. Looking at her, he asked what kind of ruthless idiot had done this to her. Oliver reported that it was Jack. The doctor could not believe that he was so soft and gentle with her. He asked to take the herbs from the jar and crush them. Oliver obeyed. Mira was unconscious. The bleeding stopped. They took action in time. She's still too young. If she really did that to him, she could die. As he was leaving, he asked the girl to rest with the doctor. But where did he go? He was angry and wanted to teach Jack a lesson for what he had done to little Mira. Suddenly, he pounced on him, growling with all his might, showing how angry he was at him. Jack asked him what he was doing, but he replied that he wanted to kill him. He can't even remember anything. There's no point in killing him right now. He asked sympathetically if everything was okay with Mira. Oliver did not answer him. He hurt her so much, and he still wants to be with her after what he did. Jack doesn't deserve to have Mira as his partner, Oliver said. These words tore his heart into tiny pieces with a crash, which shattered into pieces. What did he do? Isn't he really worthy of being with Mira? A day later, Mira came to her senses and felt severe pain. Suddenly, she remembered that evening and what Jack had done to her then. As she stood up, she was shaking violently with fear, because yesterday she had almost been raped. The healer asked how she felt, and when she saw him, she did not remember how she ended up there. He replied that Oliver had brought her in the evening, fortunately on time, asking if she was still in pain. Mira was in pain, but not as much as yesterday. He handed her a bowl of liquid and asked her to drink the medicine so that she would feel better. Suddenly, Oliver appeared on the threshold, carrying something in his mouth, holding it with strong teeth. Coming up, he looked at her sweetly, saying that she was completely undressed and brought her clothes. As she picked up the clothes, she remembered that Jack had made them for her, and tears came to her eyes. Oliver, seeing her crying, asked what was wrong with her and if she was still in pain. She was fine. She just drank some bitter medicine. Mira hoped that they would live as a family. Jack did such a terrible thing yesterday. How could she face him now? Seeing how sad she was, Oliver approached her, looking at her with his sweet eyes, asking to come to her. She hugged him, saying thank you. He cares for her so much and comforts her. The healer went outside for herbs. He saw Jack and decided to ask what he was doing there. In a quiet voice, worried about little Mira, he asked if everything was okay with her. He replied that she had just gotten up and should not be disturbed. As if she was frightened again, the wound might open up. Jack remembered Oliver's words that he couldn't wait to kill him, but for what he did to her, he was ready to kill himself. The healer looked questioningly, asking if he wanted to tell her something. 5 days later, Mira felt better and said she wanted to return home. But couldn't she stay for a couple more days? She refused, saying that she had to go back. She thanked him for everything he did. Jack never showed up, but that was no reason to run away. They needed to meet and clear things up. Quietly opening the door of the house, she said that she was back, looking inside. Fresh blankets and the cellar still filled, but no trace of Jack. There were mixed feelings in her head. She was upset that no one was there nearby. She decided to wait for the guy to return, heating up her soup on the fire. She would like to become his partner and spend the rest of her life peacefully with him. If she can't talk, maybe she can persuade him to become her partner. As for her illness, maybe they can become brother and sister to each other like family. No, it's too selfish. She's so worried about what to do with it. Jack never returned, and it was already dark. Mira began to worry about him. Suddenly, Oliver came out from behind the curtain, asking how she was feeling. She was fine and asked if he knew where Jack had gone. He could not hear about him. He could not hear this nasty name. He answered that he did not know where he was. She went outside. Oliver shouted and asked where she was going. Mira answered that she was going to the healer. Jack never came back. She was very worried, and it was very cold outside. He reluctantly let her go, but then he realized how coldly he had shouted that he would go with her. Jack didn't come back. She asked the healer if he knew where the boy could have gone. A couple of days ago, he talked to him and he went to get some fruits. They have nutritional properties. It's cold outside. How can he be so stupid? She'll go and get him back. She went completely crazy on the street. There was terrible frost. Oliver didn't want to let her go. As he held her, he noticed Mira's hands were shaking. Even after what he had done, she was still worried about him. He was as worried about her as she was about Jack, so he said he was going with her. She was shocked that he would go with her. Since when did he become so kind to her? They are guests of the clan, and as the head, he cannot allow their death in his settlement. The witch doctor didn't think Oliver had such a kind heart, but he only snapped. Mira's shout made him stop, and he turned around questioningly. It was cold outside. She gave him her cape and also put fire in his hands. If Jack can't be found, he must definitely come back, she asked him. Oliver froze. Embarrassed, she took care of him. Apparently, he fell in love even more. But if he comes back safe and sound, she must promise to do one thing. The boy has finally matured. Oliver sacrifices his life for her. She must promise. Mira told him he needed to return safe and sound, and then she would give him a promise no matter what. Why is it so exciting? She promised that she would do everything. He doesn't have to worry. She stood on the cliff watching Oliver climb down the rope. She prayed that Jack and Oliver would be okay, and that they would come back. He had been gone for 3 days already. Mira had been waiting for their arrival all the time. The healer asked her to go inside. It was very cold outside, and she couldn't sit there for long. Mira blamed herself. If she hadn't given them that alcohol then, Jack wouldn't have done that. It was all her fault, she repeated. But the old man encouraged her, telling her not to blame herself. It wasn't her fault. Oliver was right. She was stupid and no use at all. She couldn't do anything. They shouldn't risk it because of her. The healer said that Oliver says he hates her, but in his heart he wants to become her partner. Becoming her partner, that can't be. He hates females. He sat down next to her and began telling her why the guy hated females. His mother was the most beautiful female in the Wolf clan and had many mates. Oliver's father was one of them. He knew that she liked to eat firebird eggs and went in search of them. And unfortunately, he was wounded by the bite of a huge firebird. His mother did not love his father because he was useless. He could not withstand such a blow and soon died. But why did her father lose all hope after he was abandoned? She asked. Each beast man can only have one female for the rest of his life. Males abandoned by females suffer in agony from the negative reaction of a disagreeable contract. In their world, getting married and breaking up means nothing, but if a male is abandoned by a female, it is tantamount to death. The most bitter thing is that after death, his corpse returned to the state of a silver-white wolf, which is a precious, rare species. After he died, he lay on the ground, and the female who abandoned him wanted to rip his fur off. When Oliver learned of his mother's intentions to have others strip his father of his fur, he tried to stop it. He drove them away, shouted and growled at everyone, all the while staying close to his father. He was next to his father's body and bit everyone who came close to them. Until the fur rotted and the female had to give up her idea, rotten silver fur is an ugly thing. The boy watched his father's body rot every day before his eyes, and no one helped him. It was a big blow for him, and after that he began to hate females. So that's why Oliver is like this. She should treat him better in the future and argue with him less. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by words that something bad had happened. Vanessa screamed that someone was stealing things from their house. She asked to go there. Hearing this, Mira did not understand who could steal their things from the house. She ran there. Vanessa said that there were a lot of them there and she shouldn't go alone. The medicine man asked to immediately call the males from the clan for help. She agreed. Jack and Oliver aren't back yet. This could be a big problem. Running in, she asked what they were doing in her house, asking them to put everything back. She ran and screamed for them to stop, but they simply ignored her. Suddenly, Rachel appeared, saying that it was she who ordered them to steal everything here. After all, her mail is no longer there and she won't be able to stop her, so why not share? Mira screamed that she was a robber and that Jack would be back soon. This is if he ever comes back. There is a blizzard outside and both tigers and wolves would have frozen to death long ago. Mira froze in shock. Rachel took her face, saying how cute it was. If Oliver hadn't taken a liking to her, he would have killed her long ago. Not wanting to listen to this, she hit the female with all the force she had. Rachel flew to the side, falling to the floor with high speed and hitting the ground. Again, this female puts her in an awkward position. She ordered to seize her and teach her a good lesson. The males looked at each other, not understanding how they could raise their hands against a female. After all, she is a female and she is so beautiful and sweet that they cannot raise a hand to her. Her males are in doubt. It can't be, because she is the most beautiful. She couldn't leave the female unpunished. Angry at her males, she ordered Mark to take this female away. He approached her, asking her to come with him and he would take good care of her. She doesn't need his care. She won't go with him. Mira warned them not to make her angry. He was angered by her words, warning her not to talk to him like that. Rachel advised her to go with him, since all her food now belonged to them anyway. So she is in cahoots. One robs houses and the other robs beastmen, but they are worth each other. What is she saying? Rachel asked why he was hesitating after ordering her to be seized. He dragged her along, telling her to shut up or she wanted him to embarrass himself in front of everyone. She screamed at him to let her go, or he would be in trouble in the future. Rachel laughed and asked if this little female was really giving him orders. Mira asked him to think about the consequences. If he forces her, she will definitely leave him. And he won't forgive them for this. This should make Mark think about the other side. As he listened, he understood that the consequences of partner contact were too terrible for him to bear. This is nonsense. She is weak, and maybe this will make her fall in love with someone as strong as him. Rachel asked where the water they brought was. She asked to share it with her. She couldn't resist. Rachel is going to get her drunk. Is it really going to happen again? He noticed how the female began to shake with fear, saying that he would take care of her. She was going to bring them a jug of that water. Maybe she would become more relaxed. But suddenly, someone hit her hard in the stomach area with all their might. She flew back onto the concrete floor with a loud thud, not understanding what had happened. Rachel curled up on the floor, her stomach hurting badly from the blow to it. Who dared to do this to her? She ordered the males to immediately intercede. A dark silhouette appeared in the doorway, moving further and further into the house. It was Oliver. He returned safe and sound as he promised the female. Seeing him, Mark frantically asked how he hadn't died while he was outside there. Oliver told him not to worry. If his whole family died, he would live for a long time. There was so much rage in his eyes as he justified himself by saying that they were already about to return. To leave, but not so quickly in rage, he grabbed him by the neck, thereby detaining him. Standing near the wall, he tried to explain to Oliver that he had misunderstood everything. He raised his hand against a female and he will pay for it. Everyone watched as he beat Mark. In the blood, Mark frantically asked him to stop because he could no longer bear it. But Oliver didn't care about his words because he had offended the girl and wanted to use her. God, Oliver is going to kill him now. Will it really be Rachel's turn then? She was going to leave immediately. They dared to intimidate the female of the Rocky Mountain. He ordered the arrest of the criminals. Rachel screamed that she was a female and the daughter of the head of the wolves. They did not dare touch her. Vanessa approached Mira, saying that Jack and Oliver were back together. Jack is back. He is now resting with the healer, the girl said. He is regaining his strength. Tears welled up in her eyes and a smile appeared on her face. How good it was that they were back. How useless he has become. He can be thrown out of the cave into the cold. They stopped him, asking him to show mercy, and the old man asked them to spare him. Turning around, he said that he was just in time, the Black River healer. He apologized, saying that he had been sick for 2 days and hadn't come out, and Mark had done such things behind his back. Few people know where the healer comes from. He is cunning and treacherous. He offered them fire water. It was because of this water that Jack lost control of himself. What are they doing? Mira came up and asked Oliver to resolve this issue on his own. What a curious little female. Oliver let her decide the matter. She turned to the old man and asked how much water they were willing to bring. This is the first time that a female has taken the initiative to decide issues for the tribe. He answered 2 barrels. They had to bring and leave 2 barrels and also tell what they were made of. They want to get their recipe. How much greed is hidden in them, he wondered. Holding Mark, he asked if they were willing to give anything else in return. She doesn't need a recipe, she just wants to know the ingredients. Then she can cook it herself. But why is she asking the ingredients? What are they planning? Mira replied that it is the business of the Rockwolf clan. Well, does he agree or not? Oliver asked, holding the guy in the air. The healer answered that he agreed. Of course he can't leave Mark, and he has no choice but to agree. He ordered water to be brought. Oliver checked, and there were 2 barrels nearby. Now he has to tell the recipe. He reluctantly leaned over to Mira and whispered the recipe right into her ear. After listening to him, she understood what he had told her, memorizing the information so as not to forget. He left, saying goodbye, saying that they would see each other soon. What an unusual little female. Looking after him, she thought that this healer was somehow strange, and she needed to be careful with him. Exhaling, she decided to go to Jack to check on him. But suddenly Oliver falls and she runs up asking what happened. She touched his body. It was very cold. What could it be? Mira noticed the drawing, wondering where he got the tattoo on his arm from. The healer said that this was a star pattern, and they needed to go to his house to examine it. Opening the doors, he ordered Oliver to be brought in and laid on the bed. Mira noticed Jack. He was lying on the bed. Apparently, he had been resting for a long time. Looking at his face, I realized that he looked as usual, as if nothing had happened. The healer ordered everyone to leave except Mira and guard the door so that no one could enter. But what happened to him? The pattern of the star appeared, and the spirit of the beast awakened in Oliver. But why now? Mira asked what the star pattern was and what it could mean. Over time, the beastmen develop a star pattern, which signifies the awakening of the beast spirit and increases the wearer's combat activity. It is difficult to manifest and almost impossible, and many have failed, resulting in death. Horrified by the story, she realized that Oliver could die from this. Evolution is a test given by heaven, and if you fail it, you will be eliminated. The weak are eaten by the strong, and nature rewards the strong with respect, such is the law of survival. It was the father who had to help him awaken and thresh the soul of the beast inside the boy. Oliver still can't awaken the soul of the beast inside him after so many years. The healer thought that his soul had already died out due to the death of his father. They did not expect it to appear so suddenly. Mira asked what could be done about this. They weren't going to just watch him die. She didn't want him to die like this, even though he had a bad character, but he helped so much. He was very kind inside. Jack woke up and heard the quiet cry of the little female Mira. But why was she crying? He got up from the bed. Mira noticed this and screamed that Jack had woken up. She pressed herself against him with all her strength, saying that Oliver was dying. The male did not understand anything. The healer explained to him that the boy's star pattern had awakened, and Jack understood what he was talking about. It is not surprising that he asked Mira to come in and see everything for himself. Oliver lay unconscious, and a blue pattern glowed on his shoulder. He looked at him. It was a silver frostwolf, such is the will of heaven. He confidently replied that he could help him, but the healer was shocked. Jack slowly began to take off his clothes. He wanted to show them something. Mira saw a star pattern on her thigh. It also awakened the soul of the beast. The healer saw his pattern. It was the beast of the 3rd star. He was shocked. Jack asked if his beast could appease the wolf's soul, and his uncle replied that he could. Falling to his knees, he asked for help for Oliver. No matter where they were, he would serve him. Looking at the female, he said that he could save him. but he wasn't the only one who needed Mira's help. When she heard this, she didn't understand how she could help, since she was an ordinary girl. He explained that he needed her and Oliver as partners, asking her for help. What, but how are the three of them and partners? How is this even possible? She looked at him questioningly. Only relatives can beg the soul of the beast. They are not related to him, and he will not only not save him, but can also harm him. And if the three of them become partners, then it will be equivalent to a family. At this time, he will try to tame the spirit of the beast and increase his chances. She thought of Jack as a partner, but she didn't think she would have two. Shouldn't marriages be monogamous to be fair? And now Jack is asking her to have two of them. It's crazy. Oliver still expects her to fulfill her promise. She cannot allow him to die. Jack held her tightly, hugging her. She didn't understand what was wrong with him. He tried so hard to protect her from other males and was afraid that she would go to others. And now he had to let her go. Jack was shaking so hard she could feel it. In fact, Jack is very unhappy with this idea, but he made this decision because of her, because they all owe their lives to Oliver. According to custom, in order to become partners, a female and a male must unite. But Oliver is in a coma, and Jack is injured, so there is another way to become partners. The healer approached Oliver, cut his finger, and dripped his blood into a vessel. The girl approached the vessel and looked into it, thinking that it would help him. Taking it, she drank the contents of the jug in one gulp without hesitation, leaving nothing behind. Taking the knife, she too had to sacrifice blood by cutting her finger. Kneeling down in front of Miro, he accepted the jug with its contents. Jack also drank the contents without thinking about well-being. Because the guy was in a coma, the healer gave him the contents to drink from his hands. She looked at everything that was happening, not understanding whether it was a hallucination. Apparently, this is the agreement. They are getting married exactly as it just happened. Oliver's complexion returned to normal, and the cold aura dissipated. Everything turned out well. Mira asked if their wedding ceremony was finished. The medicine man replied that everything went well. Oliver hates females so much will he be angry when he finds out he was forced into marriage. If he dared to dislike her, Jack would kill him. Mira thought how cruel he was. But Oliver likes her, and he would like to be partners with her. He will only be happy. She didn't have to worry, because the contract concluded in blood only lasts 3 months. And if she likes it, she can stay, but if not, she can break it off. But the little female thought that this contract was for the rest of her life. It's like a 3-month romance, although dating 2 at once is weird. Sitting down next to Oliver, he said that he could handle the rest himself, holding out his hand. Jack began to help him awaken and thresh the soul of the beast hanging over him. Even Mira's heart began to beat, and she felt Oliver's heartbeat. She even felt the rhythm and breathing of their bodies completely while standing next to them. Oliver suddenly woke up, not understanding what was happening or where he was. The star spirit symbol was successfully completed. The Rocky Wolf clan finally had a beast spirit. His father would be proud of him. Jack was tired. Mira noticed how pale he was, and she asked him to lie down. Looking at the girl, he said that he wanted to return to their house and be there. He wanted to go home. Mira was surprised by his request, but very quickly agreed. The house returned to its previous state. Apparently, Vanessa and her males helped. Jack handed her a leafy fruit, asking her to eat one a day. The problem is that Jack never confesses even when he is in danger. But how can she refuse a gift? Jack looked at her with a tired expression, asking for forgiveness for that evening. But Mira screamed, saying that she had already forgotten that evening and did not want to remember. He thanked her for her kindness. Nothing mattered as long as Mira stayed by his side. Looking at her with sweet eyes, he asked if he could hug her. Of course, she doesn't want to push him away. After that incident, she realized that she can't live without him. Now he's back and everything is getting better. They hugged tenderly, sitting on the bed. But suddenly someone knocked out the wall, and now instead of a wall there is such a big hole. Oliver was peeking around the corner, and she asked what he had done and why. She angrily shouted at him, asking why he broke the wall in her house. He replied that they were now partners, and now the house was hers and his too. He could do whatever he wanted with his wall. Mira screamed that he had completely lost his mind. He didn't care. He just wanted their houses to become one. But what if she then refuses to be his partner? Because he is not like Jack. He does not have a third-level beast. Mira listened to him saying that even if that was the case, it didn't give him the right to break down walls. The little female did not deny the partnership, which meant that deep down she agreed. He said that it would be more convenient to pass between the houses. Mira listened and did not understand what kind of convenience was being discussed right now. Of course he did this to make it easier to steal the female into his bed. Jack said that he had prepared soup. Joyful Mira ran, saying that they would finally eat together. Looking at Oliver, he said that he saved him and he helped him call the beast. Finally, he said that from now on, they will have fair competition. Fair competition means Oliver will do everything but let him win. Jack ignored his words as he walked away, but Oliver apparently hadn't finished speaking yet. He doesn't even ask him what he's doing here, being a beast with a 3-star spirit, but if he harms the clan or the little female, he'll regret it. The male replied that he simply wanted to live with her, and if another offended her, he would not give in either. Standing nearby, Mira heard everything, their entire conversation from beginning to end. They will live together for the next 3 months. Will they be able to spend them peacefully? The first day of living together began uneasy. The girl screamed. It was she who asked him to carry out the task, so why shouldn't he receive a reward? She yelled at him, saying that she would never sleep with him tonight either. But they are partners, and this is normal. She is used to sleeping alone and does not want to sleep with someone nearby. Liar, she slept with this tiger every night, and every night he made her make these strange sounds. The sound insulation of stone walls is so bad that there is a complaint book for it. She and Jack have mutual love, but he doesn't even like her. She considers him a friend. She said with a downcast face that it would be wrong to sleep together. In a sad voice, he asked if she liked him at all. Grabbing her hand, he shouted, "Then why did she become his partner?" She said it was a quick decision. They didn't know that doing this wasn't a real partnership. This is only for 3 months, and the contract will expire on its own, and everything will be as before. These words pierced him. Like, this is not a real partnership. He just wants to be with her. He wants to go to the end with Mira and leave her his status as a partner. He let go of her hand. He didn't want to scare her by saying that he had to go and carry out an important task. But why is he so angry? Maybe he really doesn't like females. Having burst into the healer's house again, he began to shout, calling him to come to him. He threw a sleeping bag into his hands, saying that Mira had given it to him. He didn't understand why he needed it. The healer looked at him, asking if he had quarreled with the female again. He said that she didn't like him at all, but Oliver loved her, but she didn't love him. Grandfather looked at his eyes filled with tears and asked him not to be sad and to tell everything. Jack and Mira walked to Vanessa's house carrying something in their hands, apparently a gift for her. Mira knocked. Vanessa invited her in. She entered, but suddenly saw her on the bed surrounded by males. She recoiled and ran out, driving Jack away, saying that it was too hot there. She asked Vanessa to call her as soon as she finished her business. "It's only daytime now." He replied that it's winter now and the season has begun. When spring comes and fruits are plentiful, females give birth and provide safety for their young. Embarrassed, she didn't understand how to do this with 3 people because it was so difficult. Jack replied that he wouldn't like it either if she were with other males. But what does he think about her? He is only interested in her and no one else. How can he be so serious and flirt with her so openly? In the evening, Oliver came home, saying that he had returned home expecting hospitality. He came in and saw Mira and Jack sitting near the fire. The girl called him to eat. The guy fried food, asking the female to taste it and comment. She happily took it, saying how delicious it looked when it was fried to a crispy crust with batter. Oliver watched them sitting there sweetly, doting on each other. He recalled the words of the healer that females enjoy heart-to-heart talk. He is the strongest of the Rocky Wolf clan. He doesn't need affection. The 3rd level of the beast spirit is so gentle and considerate, constantly taking care of her. Of course, Mira likes him because he is so good. She should learn from him. He doesn't need to learn from the tiger, but if he doesn't want to learn, then he won't get peace. But how can he learn to be like he has never been before? Because he loves her. Mira felt cold at night, but Jack slept nearby because after that incident he was afraid of hurting her. Suddenly she heard strange sounds and didn't understand what it could be. Was it from the kitchen? Was it a thief? Oliver was sitting on the floor near the fire holding food. He spent half the night cooking. She looked at him, asking what he was doing. The guy hid the food, frantically saying that he was not doing anything here. Suddenly he started throwing food around, saying how hot it was to burn his hands. She asked to look. There was nothing scary there, just redness. He stayed up half the night cooking. Didn't he really eat his fill last night? He will never admit that he learned to cook to make Mira happy. The girl pointed to his ears, saying that they were drooping, and they droop when he is sad. She looked at the mess, asking if he wanted to eat meat. The female began to teach him that before frying meat, it must be cut. He began to cut up the meat, throwing it in all possible directions. You just need to turn it over evenly and then slowly so that it fries, and then brush with seasoning. Oliver began to repeat after her, asking if he was doing everything right. She replied that everything was correct. It was almost ready. He could try it. It worked, though not as tasty and baked as Jack's, but it was still good. Not as good as his. What needs to be done to conquer the world? The ears have dropped again. The shashlik turned out delicious, so why is he sad? Exhaling, he asked if she really cared whether he was sad or not. Mira didn't understand why he was so sad and lethargic as never before. She only cares about the tiger, and she doesn't care about him. She started screaming that he is also important to her. Oliver listened to her, asking if it was true, and he even felt better hearing that. She held his hand, telling him it was true and he meant a lot to her. He was really good and helped her so much she was grateful to him. Mira's hands are so small and soft. I really wanted to hold them forever and never let go. He only asked for gratitude, and that's all. Mira didn't know what to answer him. He noticed that her heart was beating wildly and seemed to understand everything, shuddering. Getting up, he asked if she liked him too. She didn't understand what to do. Oliver guessed everything. To deny it would be to lie, but if he admitted it, what would he do? He caught her by surprise. Mira had such a reaction. He understood everything, which means there is mutual sympathy. She gradually falls in love, and why doesn't she answer him right away? What she doesn't know is that if she likes it, she likes it. If she doesn't like it, she doesn't like it. He realized that she didn't answer that she liked him, so as not to be rejected. Even though he hates females, he can give her a chance for the sake of her love for him. Why is she silent with joy? And how could she fall in love with this guy? She must be blind. She asked me to stop being a narcissistic idiot. She's going to bed again. But he couldn't let her just get away with answering the question. Before she rushes after Jack, she promises him something. He wants her to fulfill the condition. Stopping, she agreed, asking what he wanted from her. Taking her hand, he asked her to spend the night with him today. Mira was in shock. Saying that he was really sick, she threw him out the door and sent him to bed. After a long conversation with Oliver, Mira went to sleep on her bed alone. But suddenly she felt the touch of a hand and heard someone calling her. The presence of strangers' eyes made her wake up, turning onto her back. A confused male was hovering over her, telling her how much he liked her. She looked at him, not understanding what he was doing in her bed. Taking her hands, he leaned down and kissed her tenderly right on the lips. Pulling away, he licked his lips and said that tonight he would make her his female. He breathed languidly right into her lips, asking her to let him do this to her. From such a dream, she suddenly woke up with a scream, jumping out of bed in horror. What a terrible dream she just had. Oliver, who hated females, wanted to spend the night with her. This can't be. Remembering yesterday's events, she realized that the dream had occurred because of his words. Yawning, she and Vanessa were preparing the seasoning. She asked why she was so sleepy today. She replied that she had not slept well. She had a terrible dream with Oliver. How could she sleep peacefully there? Vanessa whispered and asked if perhaps Jack had been too rude yesterday. How come they didn't have anything? Oliver likes her so much, the woman claimed. In shock, she asked how this was possible. Then why should they become partners? But does he hate females? Vanessa asked him to remember how he treats Rachel. He hates them and how he treats her. And indeed, everything is different, although you can't come to an agreement with Oliver, but he agreed to help her with the request. Vanessa, smirking, asked why she was slowing down in that case. Oliver is so cool. She would have pounced on him a long time ago. She couldn't do it with Jack. Isn't it painful? What is she even thinking about? What a shame. Vanessa likes it, but looking at Mira, she realized how gentle and graceful she is. It's just small, and the difference between them is too big. That's why it hurts. And yet there is a way to reduce the pain to a minimum. There is a special fruit. Jack had just such a fruit in his basement, and when he gave it to her, her condition improved significantly. She didn't think that this fruit could have such magical properties. While rummaging around in the basement, she heard Oliver's voice and was afraid that she would be seen there. Looking out, she asked what happened and why she was so worried about being caught. She may not be shy, they don't need to rush so much at night. She won't spend the night with him, saying that he is a narcissist and asking him to show her what he has there. He broke the stunning news that Rachel was pregnant. And why is he telling her this? Maybe it's his child, but he shouted saying that it doesn't matter to him. Initially, he planned to keep her in the dungeon until the snow melted, but it turned out that she was pregnant. They asked him to let her go. If something happens to the pregnant female, they will have huge problems. But in this situation, it is she who will suffer, so it is up to her to decide. With fury and madness in his eyes, he claimed that he could kill her for her. But won't he be punished for killing a pregnant female? She didn't want that. He didn't care about it. He would simply stop being the head, take her, and they would leave. With sympathy, she asked not to do this and to let the female go with the baby. She wants to protect him, so she releases Rachel from the cage. He liked it so much that she cared about his feelings that he was touched to the depths of his soul. Why is he so narcissistic? He asked her. She asked questioningly. He kissed her forehead sharply and at the same time tenderly. She didn't expect that. He turned around, saying that he had left and she should wait for him at home. But why should she wait? Rachel was sitting in the dungeon with her mails and noticed that Oliver had arrived. He turned to the guards, saying that they could leave here quickly. He's going to let her go. What kind of duplicity is this? Maybe he does care about her after all. Noticing the drawing of the beast, she asked in shock if he had gone through the revolution. It's so great, their child will be just amazing. She will help him raise the strongest baby. She is the most resilient daughter of the chieftain, and no one will be better suited than her. She will give him more than this wild female. He listened to her nasty words about Mira with rage and told her to let him go. Unable to bear her voice, he grabbed her by the throat, strangling her with all his might. She should be grateful to Mira because it was she who asked to be released. Once again, she and the corpse males shouted for him to let her go because she was pregnant. Having thrown her out to the males, he began to move away while the female coughed. He asked to take care of her so that she would not catch his eye again. Otherwise, he would kill her. Oliver humiliated her, and his wild female will never forgive this and will definitely take revenge. Sitting at home, the partners enjoyed a delicious dinner by the fire. Looking at Mira, Jack asked if she had eaten her fill of soup and shashlik. Having answered that she was full, she thought about how she could tell him everything. If she had to choose a partner, she would want to be with Jack and no one else. Getting up, Jack said in a sad voice that he was going to bed, looking at the floor. Taking him by the hands, Mira stopped him, asking him to wait a minute. Looking at him with sweet eyes, she asked him to stay with her tonight. These words shocked the guy. Not understanding what to answer, he looked at her. She sat on her knees, holding his hand. He looked at her, not knowing what to answer. Hearing this, Oliver began to be indignant at how she could suggest such a thing to anyone other than him. That is, she wants to spend the night with Jack and have children with him in the future. How could he say such a thing to her straight in the eye? The guy sat down, calming her ardor. Leaning over, he said that he was very happy to hear that from her. Oliver was extremely outraged sitting next to them, listening to this with his ears. Standing up, he sadly began to walk away from them. Mira looked at him with concern. Reassuring the girl, he said that everything was fine and the male went to his place. Jack decided to ask again if she was sure of her decision, if she would be scared. She frantically said that she was not afraid of him. She was only afraid of pain. While hugging her, he justified himself by saying that he had been wrong towards her that time. Having brought the fruits, she showed them to him, because Vanessa said that these fruits would ease the pain. There is no need to force yourself. Even if she becomes his partner forever, he will always love her. She really wants to be loved because she received too little of it in that life. She feels how well Jack treats her, so she didn't want to lose him, asking if he loves her. Looking at her with a smile, he said that she was the most precious thing he had. He pulled her towards him, kissing her pink lips tenderly and hugging her around the waist. He carefully laid the girl on the bed, looking straight into her eyes. Looking at her, he warned that if she was in pain, she should tell him about it right away. Taking the fruit in his hand, he broke it, and pink liquid flowed down his fingers. Mira felt her body become very hot, as if it was waiting for something. A sweaty Jack asked if she was ready for this right now. Closing her eyes, she not only couldn't speak, she was even ashamed to look into his eyes. Jack could see how shy he was being underneath him on the bed. Suddenly, something interrupted Mira's idyll, and she didn't understand what it was. Jumping up from her seat, she began to stop the guy. He did not understand what was wrong with her. Some familiar feeling made her stand up to see what was going on. Damn period, so untimely. Jack saw the blood and thought that he had hurt her again. It's not his fault, it's her period again. It's such a shame that her period got in the way of everything. Meanwhile, Oliver was gnawing on the blanket, thinking that he also wanted to spend the night with Mira. Vanessa laughed at the situation, saying that she has a strange body because at important moments it lets her down. She asked her to shut up, how good it was that the system had pads, otherwise she wouldn't know how to live. Looking at the girl, she realized how pale and tired she was. It wasn't funny. Not understanding why the pain this time was much stronger than the last, Jack brought blood fruits asking Mira to eat them. She immediately agreed. Concerned, Oliver brought in a witch doctor to examine her. She didn't have to worry. Everything would be fine with her. It seemed like Oliver and Jack were very worried about her. Before this, she ran around the streets in the frost and cold, and now her body is bearing fruit. Her pain can be cured, but she needs to be patient. After drinking this, she will feel better. Seeing the solution, its color and smell, she ran away saying that she would not drink it. The guys shouted in two voices for her to drink it because they were worried. Lying in bed, she finally exhaled. Having finished drinking it, it was very difficult. Oliver sat down and asked her to rest. They could take care of her. Tiredly, she asked why he was looking at her so strangely, sadly. Oliver blushed, evading that it was not at all what she thought. Sometimes he irritates her, but now he is very cute. Only females and children are called cute. Jack came up and gently stroked her head as if he was afraid of harming her. He said that he would go boil water, and in the meantime, Oliver would stay nearby and keep an eye on things. In an unfamiliar world, she is not so afraid to experience difficulties and dangers as long as Jack and Oliver are nearby. In winter, this side has the most sunlight, and Jack and Oliver allowed her to go outside the cave and bask in the sun. This is the favorite place for females in the cold winter. They come out into the sun and instantly warm up. Vanessa told her to thank her males for letting her out. The males must be worried about their females. She just got pregnant, and they don't leave her side for a second. Vanessa was also pregnant, but her tummy was flat. How could this be? She is looking forward to the birth of her child, wondering what he will look like. Vanessa angrily said that Rachel was not welcome here with a stern look. With a haughty look, she walked towards them, saying that the sun was very good for her. She heard that Mira had a partner, so why is she still not pregnant? Is there something wrong with her health? Or is she unable to have children? Poking around in her thoughts, she had no desire to listen to her now. Rachel, seeing that she was ignored, was furious at how this could be. Hey, she was talking to her. Does she even hear her, or is she doing it on purpose? She pulled back, screaming that it hurt and that she shouldn't touch her in any way. This was her chance to play to the crowd, although it would make Mira look bad. Her stomach hurt so much that she did this to her. Mira didn't understand what was wrong with her. Vanessa began to stand up for her friend, claiming that this was nonsense and that she had not done it. Mira wants to kill her and her child. If she herself cannot give birth, then she will kill someone else's. People around her started looking at her with disapproval, but she didn't want that. She looked at her with a menacing gaze, saying that she would not forgive her if she lost the child. Suddenly, she ran up to her with all her might, pushing her, screaming that she was an evil, wild female. Vanessa, who was standing nearby, saw all this, shouting Mira's name louder than anyone else. What's going on? She was falling down. Why did she push her? She didn't do anything. Jack was at home, feeling pain in his chest, and realized that something had happened to the female. Jumping up from his seat, he hurried to check what had happened to her. Mira was falling, gaining more speed with every minute. Vanessa held Oliver back, saying that if he jumped, he would break. Warning, the owner's life is in danger. The system starts the protection program. After a while, the girl woke up from the cold that surrounded her from head to toe. It was so cold, she fell off the cliff straight into a snowdrift of white snow. That she fell off a cliff and didn't have a single bruise, how is that possible? As she got up, she didn't understand what kind of strange place she found herself in. There is a rocky mountain there, apparently. In order to save it, the system threw it away. Standing under the snowflakes, she realized that the journey home would be long. We need to get back quickly, otherwise Jack and Oliver will be very worried. The sun is already setting, and the rocky mountain is still far away. It is very dangerous to wander at night. You need to find a place to spend the night. It's good that there is a cave, but it was very cold there and she was hungry. If I had known that it would turn out like this, I would have taken a couple of pieces of meat with me. First, she needs to find some firewood to keep warm, otherwise she will freeze. Looking out into the street, she saw that someone was lying in the snow nearby. She quickly ran out and ran up to him, asking if he was okay. but there was no answer. She saw a guy unconscious in the snow, frantically asking him to get up. Looking at him, she saw a red spot, realizing that he was wounded and bleeding. But if you leave him alone, he will die of cold. This cannot be allowed. As she picked it up, she realized how heavy it was. She couldn't carry it alone. Pulling herself together and gathering her strength, she began to drag his body through the snow. Having brought him into the cave, she lit a fire and sat next to him, looking intently. Looking at him, he was very handsome. He was probably also a beast man, she thought. But his clothes are not like the others. The fabric is completely different from what they wear. He is from where the standard of living is much higher. This can be seen from his fabric and jewelry. I wonder where this place is. After some time, the guy woke up and did not understand where he was and how. And what about that guy who was following him the whole time he was outside? Looking around, he saw a sleeping female next to the fire where he came from. Looking at his body, he noticed that his wound was bandaged, apparently by this girl. But why did she do this, and for what purpose did she bring him into the cave with care? It looks like this little female saved him and started the fire. She must be from far away. On a winter night, this female is alone in the mountains, and at the same time she can make a fire. What happened? If you look closely, you can see how cute she is. He had never seen such beautiful ones before. Suddenly, Mira woke up, frightened by the guy standing next to her. He looked at her with a grateful look, saying thank you for saving him. Looking at him, she asked him not to move, because she had just bandaged the wound. If he moves or stirs, she will come untied. He only asked whether she is a doctor or not. She is not an ordinary female at all. His eyes are so filled with coldness and horror. He said his name was Python. She said her name, but she could just call her Mira. Mira, what a beautiful name, he said, looking down at her with his brown eyes. How charmingly he calls her by name. The girl was touched by this. Python's wound looked deep, as if he had been pierced with a sharp knife, who tried so hard to harm him. He looked so cold that Mira couldn't dare ask him. How did this little female end up here? Because the beastmen try not to leave the rocks. Jack ran, asking everyone to leave immediately. He needed to find Mira. Mira fell from such a height she simply could not survive, and if he goes down, he will find only her corpse. There was no trace of Mira, but the healer found something else near the rock. Oliver felt Mira's heartbeat. The next day, Mira sat in the cave, very hungry. Python said that the snowstorm had died down and he would go look for food, but Mira tried to dissuade him, saying that he was wounded. By opening his clothes, he showed that the wound on his body had healed and everything was fine. The wound healed in just one night. That's some strong regeneration he has. He got dressed, saying that he would find food for them, asking the female to stay in the cave and not come out. But she wanted to get home. She couldn't sit in the cave and wait for him to come. But he wasn't cold in such an outfit. He looked at her menacingly, hinting that she should obey. He left, and it looked like I wouldn't see him for a while, looking out and watching him. But she has no time to wait for him. Jack and Oliver are worried about her. They need to hurry. She would have left a note for Python, but she had no pen or paper. And he won't understand her notes because they are primitive. Her tummy was growling. The guys are probably eating meat now. While walking, night came and it started snowing. But she had not yet come to the rock. What should she do? But she never found the path. She was very tired and wanted to eat, seemingly losing hope. Suddenly, from fatigue and hunger, Mira fainted right on the cold snow. Mira didn't lie on the ground for long. She heard footsteps, raised her head, and asked what he was doing here. Python stood in front of her. Without saying a word, he understood where she was heading. Mira said in a trembling voice that she really wanted to go home, but she couldn't go alone. And where is her home? She said that she lives on the other side of the Rocky Mountain. Taking her in his arms, he listened to Mira say that she needed to go home and that her partners were worried. When he first saw her, he smelled the scent of 2 beastmen. Apparently, they were her partners. He asked if they had already had it. She answered embarrassedly no, and why did he dare ask her about such a thing? If there was nothing between them, then it is not a real relationship and she can easily go with him. She wanted to stop, but he ran abruptly, holding her in his arms, pressing her tightly to himself. There was a blizzard outside. Having reached the cave, Python took out food and fried it over a fire. He handed her a piece of meat, but the guy is not afraid of fire. Apparently his settlement is very advanced. She noticed burns all over his hand and asked if it hurt. Gnawing on the raw meat, he replied that he didn't feel anything and continued eating. But why does he eat raw meat? It turns out he doesn't like anything fried, but why then did he fry the piece? He answered in a cold voice that she ate fried food, so he fried it himself. He looks cold on the outside, but on the inside he is not at all what he seems. Or maybe he just doesn't know how to express emotions. She reached for the ice lying nearby. After such hot meat, Mira needed to cool down with an ice cube. She took it in her hands to suck it. Sitting next to her, Python watched her every action, studying her from a distance. Mira noticed this, not understanding why he was looking at her like that, asked if he wanted to try. He replied that he doesn't like cold, he doesn't like hot and cold. What else doesn't he like? After dinner, night came. Mira lay down to sleep near the fire. Python, it seems, was not up to sleep. The sleeping female began to tremble in her sleep. Perhaps she was frozen, but there was a fire nearby. Looking at her, he realized that the fire was blowing on her from the entrance and was not helping to warm her up. He stood up from his place, approaching her. But why? What was he going to do? How would he warm the female? Suddenly undressing, he awakened the beast and turned into a huge black snake. He wrapped his body around the girl, thereby warming her from the inside with his warmth. The female relaxed, feeling the warmth around her body enveloping her, and continued her sleep. The python in the form of a snake watched her and realized that he had managed to warm her. When she woke up, she stretched and said how warm and comfortable she had been the night before. Turning her head, she saw a snake that looked at her and screamed in a loud voice. She ran away from the snake next to her with a loud cry for help. Realizing that she was trapped and screaming at him not to eat her, he replied that he was not going to give her dinner. This snake had a black and purple gemstone on its forehead, and she realized that it was a python. Well, of course, in this world there is either a tiger or a wolf and a snake. Snakes are one of the animals that she is afraid of. After mice, of course. She did not think that he was such a beautiful snake. Don't snakes hibernate in winter? If he transforms from an animal, it won't make sense. So he can return to human form, it's just that the giant snake looks scary. Does she think he's a freak? Females generally don't like pythons very much. This little female is just like the others. He hissed, asking not to be afraid, but how could one not be afraid, looking at such a giant? The little female was shaking violently, but he told her not to be afraid. He could not harm her. She listened to him. Realizing how sad his voice was, he was worried that she was afraid of him. The female looked at his sad gaze, thinking how she could cheer him up. She decided to pet him. It was the first time she touched a python. Mira touched him with her hands, and it didn't seem so scary to her. He trembled with happiness because, unlike other females, she was not afraid of him. Looking at her, he wanted to spend the night with her so that she would belong only to him, and no one would dare to take her away. He was going hunting, saying that he would not leave her there alone, and asked her to hold on to him. They crawled out of the cave, wandering through the snowy forest in search of food for breakfast. Sitting, she wondered if the python car was reliable enough, and if it would fall. Suddenly, Python stopped in front of a snowdrift. Mira asked what happened. He lifted her up into the tree, placed her there, and asked her to sit there and wait. From above, she watches as Python breaks up chunks of snow to get the hares. It was the first time she had seen a hunt like that. All the hares were buried alive in hibernation. There was no blood in such a beastly murder. As he returned, he hissed, saying that they were going back to the cave because they had food. He carefully crawled into the cave, trying not to harm the female sitting on top. He got off him and began to turn into a man. She turned around and saw that he was naked. Why didn't he get dressed before the transformation? She covered her eyes in embarrassment. He looked at her, asking if she didn't like his body. What was wrong with that? Whether he likes it or not is not a reason to expose himself in front of a female. Does he not know the rules of decency at all? He had never heard of anything like this, and there probably wasn't or never was anything like this in this world. Python turned away. She could not get used to the unbridled beastmen. Suddenly, the system notified her that the task Cold Winter was completed, and a new one appeared to collect 333 plant seeds. The hint in the records of ancient animals and plants can be used for reference. Mira began to study. The fruits of the grapevine contain starch, which after drying can be ground into flour. You can get flour and use it to make dumplings and various flatbreads. The vines can grow as long as the roots are in the soil and receive sunlight, but you will have to wait until spring to plant them. While she was thinking about the seeds, Python prepared the food, handing her a piece of meat. She took it thanks to him. Looking at the fried rabbit meat, she was delighted. Once again, his hands were burned from trying to cook her fried food. Looking at him, she asked him not to do that again, and next time she would cook it herself. Looking at him with a sweet gaze, she didn't want him to get burned by fire again. He listened to her requests and asked if she was so worried about him. Python looks very cold, but he is actually very nice. She would like to be his friend. Leaning forward, he suddenly asked her if she wanted to spend the night with him. He asked her to become his partner, and then he would take good care of her. Listening to this, she shouted out that she already had partners and she was happy with them. But they didn't even spend a night together, so it's not a real partnership. And how can we understand that she loves them? For her, this means a real partnership. He listened to her confessions and asked again if she loved them as much as she said. And does she love him? She answered that he is like a friend to her. It's not that kind of sympathy. He replied with disdain that he did not care about her friendship and that it was not important to him. She couldn't have too many partners. She only wanted one partner for life. Well then, let them fight in a duel, and the one who wins will become her partner. But how can one decide love in a duel? She did not agree. He spilled when he heard her disagreement, asking her not to force him. She was frightened by such behavior. Python's eyes were filled with anger and hatred. If she is still against it, he is forced to swallow her to keep them together. There are many females on the Rocky Mountain. He can choose a suitable partner for himself, not necessarily her. No, he wanted her specifically, because he was in love with the little female Mira from the first day. He doesn't think he's making a mistake. They've only known each other for 3 days, and he already confesses his love. But he loves her. He only wants to be near her. He has seen many females, but never thought about partnership. But he saw her, and that's all he thinks about. But she's not a beauty. She's weak. She doesn't have any abilities. How can he like her? She is very beautiful. The most beautiful female he has ever seen, Python admitted. For the first time in her last 20 years, she was told that she was beautiful, and she thanked him for it. Suddenly approaching Mira, Python pulled out his small snake tongue and licked her. She jumped back in fear. This guy just licked her like that. He hovered over her, asking why she didn't want to give him a chance to prove himself. The python was too close. His breath was right in her nose. He was good and deserved a good female. He listened to her, grinned, and said that he was not at all what she saw. But if she rejects him again, he will not vouch for himself, he warned her. He asked if they had come to an agreement. What kind of agreement, she thought. He gave her 10 days, and if she fell in love with him, they would become partners. If not, he would let her go home. Of course, it was a waste of time, she knew, but in Python's company she would return home peacefully. Having made a deal, he pressed his lips to hers, kissing them tenderly. Mira did not push him away. Walking away with a grin, he said that they would finish with this, but what was he allowing himself to do? He has no right to do anything to her without her permission, not even to her mouth. Little by little, starting with the kiss, the female will weaken her defenses against him. Jack stood on the mountainside saying that Mira was alive and he could feel it. But if she died, he would die after her, he said with confidence. The guy offered him alcohol. It would help warm his body in such terrible cold. He took the flask from his hands, thanking him for such attention to him. Jack walked slowly down the slope. There was a blizzard outside, but despite everything, he set off. He felt that she was alive. She had to wait for him and he would save her. Rachel was put in the dungeon for the act she committed. No one brought her any food or water. How can they do this to her? She is a female and also pregnant. Suddenly, she heard footsteps, probably someone bringing her water, but it was Oliver. She was delighted, asking to let her go because she was so hungry sitting there. She knelt before him, but Oliver said nothing to her while standing. He looked at her with crazy eyes, saying that he had come to avenge Mira. In a furious voice, he asked the female how she wanted to die. "But it has nothing to do with her death," she snapped, "and is probably already dead." "It should have been her in her place," Rachel should have snapped. "He won't be able to kill her because of the agreement between the clans. She's pregnant. All the rules talk about beastmen, that they can't do anything. But what about real wolves? What did he plan?" Oliver ordered her to be pulled out and thrown into the forest under a rocky mountain. There is frost and a snowstorm there now, and if she leaves the clan, what will the starving forest wolves do to her? Rachel was dragged along the ground. How could he do this to her? She ordered him to stop dragging her. They threw her out in the forest into the cold snow. It was very painful for her because she was pregnant. "How could they do this?" she screamed. "They didn't dare leave her there." She screamed in horror for salvation, and that she would never do that again. A roar was heard from behind. It seems that the female looks very appetizing. Rachel saw the wolf and shouted at them to go away and not touch her. But they didn't listen to her because they were very hungry, and then food appeared. On the cliff above, the cries of a girl asking for help could be heard. Oliver ordered to go down in the morning and see if there were any bones left and collect them. He looked at all this with indifference. A healer approached him and looked at him. Oliver became so cold after Mira fell off the cliff. The males walked through the forest saying what a cruel time the head of the clan left her there. But Mira was so good and sweet. If he were the head, he wouldn't have been able to bear the loss either. As they approached, they saw bones. These clothes looked like Rachel's clothes. One of them said that they would take everything and leave. Mark was furious because the tribe had not given them food for a long time and he was very hungry. It's freezing and snowy outside, so they can't go hunting. All that's left is the dry food they brought from their tribe. Suddenly, he noticed a guy carrying meat in a sack, asking to exchange with him. He will give him water that is not afraid of the cold, and he will give him a bag of meat. He agreed, but there were only bones and meat, was he sure? Mark agreed. He tore the meat from the bone, saying how delicious it was, although not much. But satisfyingly eating, he offered the meat to his healer, sharing the food with him so that he could try it too. The meat was really tasty. You have to try it properly. With Python's help, Mira began collecting the seeds the system needed. After a week of hard work, 278 seeds were collected, with 22 remaining. The python suddenly threw out a fruit. The crispy fruit has a hemostatic and anti-inflammatory effect. Mira was delighted with such a gift. It was a rare cure for injuries. She looked at this fruit and realized that she needed its seeds soon. The snake leaned over. Apparently, he wanted the female to stroke him and praise him. Why is he so needy? He looks more like a big dog than a snake. When the girl stroked him, he noticed how gentle her hand was, and he liked her more and more. Jack was wandering through the forest in search of his female, and suddenly came across the tracks of an animal. Mira sat on the floor counting the seeds they had collected. They had collected 290, but it was not enough. They were still missing 10 seeds. Python noticed that she was still coughing, Mira reassured him, saying that she was just caught in the wind. Noticing that she really felt bad, she had been running around in the cold all day. Python prepared food for them and asked her to sleep. Then he would call her himself. The female lay down nearby near the fire and quickly fell asleep from fatigue. The guy cooked meat for her and called her to eat, but the female did not respond. She slept and mumbled to herself about how she was in pain and had a headache. Python sat down next to her, checking her forehead. She had a high temperature, and first it needed to be lowered. Ice and snow will wet Mira's clothes, which will be very unfortunate. His body temperature is low, so he will be able to lower it. Python opened his clothes and hugged the little female, hoping that it would help. As soon as her body touched Python, it became much lighter and more comfortable. On the guy's chest, Mira was coughing heavily. Apparently, he had a bad cold. What should I do? She has a very bad cough and needs some water, he thought, picking up a piece of ice. Since she wouldn't be able to eat the piece herself in her sleep, he put the piece in his mouth. He kissed her, thus giving her water. She could not die. He would save her. Suddenly, Mira woke up shocked that Python was kissing her in her sleep. She pulled away abruptly, running away from him. She coughed violently without stopping. He hugged her, pressing her to himself, not understanding what was happening to her. Mira pulled away and started coughing blood all over Python. He thought she was dying. He had just found a female he wanted to spend his life with. Python couldn't lose her like that. There was a burning pain in her lungs. Could it really be pneumonia? But in the era of no antibiotics, it could kill her. What should she do? She remembered the crispy fruit. It had healing properties. She rushed to eat the fruit. There were 2 of them. Python looked at her questioningly. It was so crispy, but the pain in my lungs was greatly reduced, but not gone. Mira stopped coughing. The male asked if she could speak. She said the fruit eased her pain and asked for help in finding more. He agreed, saying that he would find the fruit no matter what it took. There was a strong snowstorm at night, and everything was covered with snow again, making it much more difficult to search. He remembered that he passed by the tribe while he was being pursued. Maybe they would help him. Python burst into the head of the Boar tribe, saying that he had crystal coins and wanted to buy a crispy fruit. But the chief replied that they did not have enough food, and therefore refused the exchange. Crispy fruits are not enough, and if they need food, he can bring hare meat. The The chief did not believe him, saying that it was all a lie and there would be no exchange of food. The world is in danger, and since the leader does not want an exchange, he has no choice but to. The python turned into a snake, showing its sharp fangs and hissing at its head. It didn't take even 5 minutes for him to completely swallow the head of the boar clan. The residents stood in shock as they watched their leader being swallowed by a huge snake. They were furious, shouting that the snake needed to be killed. Python quickly crawled out. The crisp fruit must be where the boars store food for the winter. They sharpened their spears when they saw a snake crawling into the cave where their supplies were kept. The python crawled into the cave and saw a crispy fruit. He needed to get to Mira quickly. The boars came running, shouting for everyone to grab him. He could escape, but the skin was too hard. They lit torches, saying that snakes were afraid of fire and that it needed to be set on fire. The python wasn't afraid of getting hurt. He was afraid that they would burn the crispy fruit. Hurrying to Mira, he crawled into the forest, but the boars did not want to leave him, so they ordered everyone to light the torches. The python was bleeding, but we couldn't stop. We had to get back quickly. Mira is waiting for him. He must save her. The boars ran after him through the forest. The female lay in the cave, coughing more and more, but she believed that Python would return soon. A snake crawled into the cave. He said that he brought fruit for it and everything would be fine. Mira lay unconscious and coughing, and he kept needing to feed her. He bit into the fruit, saying that she needed to be strong and wait a little. The python bit into the fruit and kissed the female, passing on the juice that was in it. Dawn came. The female had been sleeping peacefully since the night, never waking up. There was no more cough. Apparently the fruit worked and she felt better. Python was happy. Mira woke up realizing that everything was fine and asked the male if he had fed her the fruit. He crawled up to her asking how she felt and if everything was okay with her. She felt much better and thanked him for saving her from a cold. Suddenly, the snake became alert. Mira asked what happened to him. He understood that the boars were heading towards them, but what could he do? They would kill them. The python turned to the female asking if she wanted to go home. She didn't understand what he was talking about. Python said that it was too cold in the forest and that she might get sick again if she stayed there. But would he go with her? He saved her. She wanted to pay back. But what could she do to pay back this python with a grim appearance but a kind heart? Mira's attitude towards him began to change, but now is not the time. He doesn't need anything. But where did he get these wounds from? It was because he was looking for a crunchy fruit. While calming her down, I said that it was nothing serious and that it was just scratches. With a menacing look, he told Mira that he did not need her pity. She asked him to go with her to the Rocky Mountain because he had hurt himself so badly while looking for fruit for her. He simply believed that she had no place here because she was too fragile and weak. She should go to her partners and not run into him again. She didn't despise him. She just thought she wasn't worthy. He deserved a good female who would be sincere with him. He turned away, walking away saying that he didn't need her sincerity. But suddenly he turned around saying that he wanted to be with her and not with anyone else. Python's look was so sincere, he could come back with her, and they would talk about partnership later. Partnership is a serious matter, and she needs the consent of both partners. He was so happy, but unfortunately it all started at the wrong time. The boar tribe's pursuers are already on her trail. She needs to be released first or she will be in danger. He is wounded and cannot move. He asked her to go first and come back with food and help. She agreed, saying that she would bring the beastmen to help him and he should wait for her. Python is wounded and can't move. They are at a dead end. All that remains to be done is not to give up. The python took off his stone, and it turns out the gem on his forehead isn't so natural. This stone was left to him by his mother. Now he is Mira. She must apply it to her body and then he will feel her safety. With the stone in hand, she can use it to contact Python once she goes to help. She understood, asking him to get dressed because he stood in front of her completely naked. Mira took the bag, saying that these products were for him to eat. Putting on a cloak, she left the cave asking him to wait for her. She would return soon. He asked her to be careful. He would wait for her. The further she was, the better. The boars, he must stop them. They found him. Lighting torches went into the cave. But Python was ready to fight because he was waiting for Mira to come to his aid, believing that she would return. Mira ran through the forest, falling into the snow. But she didn't give up because she needed to save Python. She got up. She needed to come back quickly because he was still waiting for her. Looking around, I realized that it was already dark, but the Rocky Mountain was still far away. She was tired of walking, but she couldn't give up. There was just a little bit left and she would get there. Mira fell into the snow again. Her legs could no longer go further. Her strength was running out. No, she must get up, telling herself that she must get to the end and not fall asleep. But suddenly she heard a voice calling her. It was Jack. He was looking for her. She had no strength, but she screamed that she was right here, very close. There was no more strength, and she fell. Jack heard her voice and ran with all the strength he had. He had to find her. He saw Mira lying in the snow. He rushed towards her without wasting a second. He picked her up in his arms, saying that he was able to find her and that she was still alive. Jack was glad. Mira quietly asked for help, pronouncing Python's name, but she had no strength left. He ordered her not to say anything. He was obliged to carry her home running. The female vaguely refused, asking him to help Python, but Jack did not hear her. Vanessa heard rumors about Mira's return and she rushed to her. The male asked her to be careful because there were children inside. Jack asked to call a healer. She had a high temperature. Mira asked for help in her sleep. Oliver stood over her, asking who needed help. She asked him to go faster. The healer ran up, asking her not to interfere with him lowering her temperature. She needed to take some medicine. He gave her the medicine, asking no one to interfere with her taking the solution. Jack took care of her tenderly, wiping her face with a cold cloth. Oliver brought some ice. It will help reduce Mira's temperature soon. The males asked her to hold on. She felt very dizzy and did not understand who was talking to her. The healer said that the fever had subsided and she should soon recover. The males listened to him and were glad that Mira was home safe and sound. A guard ran into the room and reported that the Black River clan healer and Mark had escaped. They took advantage of a shortage of animals in the clan and escaped with a dozen other males. Many of those who escaped were Rachel's partners, but they did not die after the partnership contract. Letting the villain go would bring bad consequences. He will send people in pursuit and make sure that they do not have time to return to their tribe. They will have to remain silent. Just in case, he will send the Beastmen and Jack must take care of Mira. If they see Mark and the others, they must kill them on the spot, not giving them the opportunity to return back. Oliver was furious, awakening his beast and went into the forest with his subordinates. Mira slowly woke up, opening her eyes with almost no strength. She jumped up from her seat abruptly, not understanding where she was or how she had appeared there. Jack said that she lay unconscious for 2 days and finally woke up. She hugged him. It was a dream, and she really returned to him, to her Jack. But suddenly an epiphany came to her, and she remembered Python. He was waiting for her. She asked Jack to quickly come to his aid because he was wounded and needed help. She said that Python was a huge beast, and he was seriously injured while saving her. He asked her not to worry. Since he saved her, he would definitely help him. Jack hugged her, asking her not to disappear like that without him again. He is always so gentle and cares for her, she thanked him. She, on the contrary, is useless in this world and has already caused a lot of trouble for everyone. Python gave her this stone. It will help Jack find it. She wore it as a pendant. Jack looked at it. This purple-black stone will not be so easy to find. The healer asked her not to worry because he would send people down with Jack. She is the partner of their leader and part of the family. They must take care of each other. The females sat on the hay. Vanessa asked how she managed to remain unharmed after falling from the cliff. She said that she herself did not understand. She could not tell about the system. She asked how she felt. Her belly was getting bigger. The healer said that there was no need to wait until spring to give birth. The pregnancy cycle of beastmen is much shorter than that of humans. Mira is confident that the babies will be healthy. Vanessa smirked, wishing Mira and Jack good luck in the future. Mira was at a loss. Suddenly, she saw the witch doctor who was carrying that nasty medicine for her. The bitter brew of the healer will make anyone suffer, but you must drink it all. The guard ran in, saying that the news was bad and that people from the Black River were going to come. Mark was mad, killing all the people on his way to the Rocky Mountain. He asked to follow him. They would take revenge. They wanted to plunder the territory of the mountain. Oliver had no idea that they were going to the mountain for his death. When Oliver is in his clutches, Mark will make him watch how he treats his little female. Mark wanted to kill Oliver and take his place as the head of Rocky Mountain. The people who went out to scout returned wounded, saying that they were unable to stop them. The Black River Beastmen had long had their eyes on the Rocky Mountain, and Mark came to their tribe to sniff out the situation. Apparently, the beastmen of the Black River are serious since they all returned wounded. Mira asked how many of them were there and what their chances were. The healer said that Oliver took more than half of the tribe and Jack was gone. There are only 70 beastmen on the mountain now. The Black River tribe has almost 200 people. They don't have a chance. The Black River tribe were indeed well prepared. Rachel's deliberate provocation caused conflict between the tribes. Oliver killed Rachel and Mark escaped. The leader led the people to pursue them. The plot was perfectly planned. The healer asked if Jack had dug a large cellar. Mira answered in the affirmative. Mira must gather all the females and hide with them in the basement. As they climbed in, the females asked him where he was going, but he only told them to climb in and bend down. No matter what happens, they must not come out under any circumstances. Mira screamed, not understanding what he intended to do outside alone. He said that they would defend themselves, but they would all be killed there, including him. He heard voices telling the cowards of the mountain to come out and fight. Among the rocky wolves, there are only heroes who are ready to die. There are no cowards there. The warriors rushed to the enemies with the words that they would protect the Rocky Mountain. At the last moment, the healer handed Mira some kind of pendant made from a beast's tooth. He asked to give this pendant to Oliver and let him avenge them later. The girls had no idea what to do and did not want to lose the healer. He turned into a wolf and ran towards the enemies in order to protect the tribe. The females cried as they sat next to each other in the basement, realizing that they could do nothing. Vanessa was crying. Mira was saying that they shouldn't make a sound. There were enemies outside and they shouldn't find them. The medicine man defended the tribe, but his strength was running out. Mark wounded him by biting. He looked at him with a crazy look and said that this territory was now the Black River clans. Mark killed the witch doctor, saying that they were going to look for the hidden females. Winter nights are always long, but sooner or later the sun will rise, and the head of their clan will definitely save them. Walking through the forest, Oliver felt something was wrong. His instincts never let him down. He reported that they were returning to the mountain. The males did not understand what had happened. The females were sitting in the basement and heard the rumble coming from outside. Mira was sure that no one from the tribe knew about the basement except her partners and the healer. There were food supplies there, and it would be enough for them until everything was over. Vanessa felt sick. There was something sticky on the floor. It looked like her water had broken. The female lay on the floor, curled up in pain, and began to give birth prematurely. The females began to panic, but Mira calmed them down, saying that now was not the time to panic. Suddenly, loud sounds and words were heard from outside that there was no one there. Mark shouted, ordering them to find the female. Mira realized that they were looking for her. At the top, the males were knocking, throwing things in different directions. The females were frightened. Mira listened to all this, hoping that they would not find them in the basement. She exhaled. The sounds died down. Apparently they left, and it was safe there for now. Vanessa, sitting on the floor, held back her screams, but she was in great pain. The females understood how much pain she was in, and she could no longer hold back. Mira decided to deliver the babies right there. The females did not understand how this was possible. She approached Vanessa, telling her to be patient, giving her a bundle of skins. They should not make a sound. As she bit into the bundle, she thought about how her partners had died for her and the child. Having prepared for the birth, Mira asked Vanessa to work hard and push. She knew that she had to give birth to this child. The female wanted to take revenge for her partners. Sitting on the floor, she tried her best, thinking that she would succeed. After some time, a tiny white baby was born screaming. The females looked at the baby, saying how cute and small he was to be born. Holding the baby close, they realized that he was not alone and that there were others there. After some time, 9 adorable wolf cubs were lying on the blanket. Vanessa got tired and fell asleep lying next to the children. The wolf cubs became quiet next to her. Mira offered the females dried meat and dried fruit to eat because they were very tired. After having lunch, the females noticed how the little wolf cub began to pee right on them. It was a difficult moment now, but the birth of the wolf cubs calmed the general panic a little. Mira was happy. While eating meat, Mira felt a severe headache and dizziness. She was still weak. She didn't even know how Jack was doing or when Oliver would return. The Black River Clan medicine man learned that Oliver and his group had turned back up the mountain. The male asked what they should do. He told them to go back and tell Mark. The males asked what they should do, and the medicine man replied that they should pursue Oliver and prevent him from returning to the mountain. The Black River Army and the medicine man did not allow Oliver and the males to pass. He shouted that they must return to the Rocky Mountain as soon as possible. An angry Oliver asked if anyone would really dare to stop him. The healer was shocked that he had really awakened the beast's soul, shouting that they had to leave. But Oliver was merciless, freezing each enemy into stone blocks. He realized that this was a mistake. The difference between the power of the awakened beast and ordinary people was too great. Oliver ordered them not to chase after them and to return to the mountain quickly. Suddenly, Jack felt danger near Mira. He needed to go back. Returning to the mountain, the males saw the bloody corpses of males. Someone shouted that it was his brother. One of the males said that they saw a squad of beastmen running into the forest. Jack appeared instantly on the mountain cliff, not understanding what was happening. He said that on the way he saw corpses from the clan, asking what was wrong with Mira. He didn't see any females in the corpses. They must have hidden somewhere. Oliver walked around shouting that they had come and that Mira could come out. Suddenly, he saw the witch doctor hoping that he might still be alive. Jack decided to check the basement. Opening it, he saw females. They were rejoicing because their partners had returned. He asked the female where Mira was. She replied that she was in the basement calling her. But Mira did not respond. She was sleeping and did not open her eyes to the call of others. Jack picked her up, realizing that her whole body was burning, apparently with a fever again. She couldn't open her eyes. Mira was afraid that when she opened them, she would find herself in her bathtub and that it was all a dream. But suddenly a silhouette appeared, saying that she did not come for him, but why? Mira felt bad. She didn't understand who it was and what he wanted from her. She was completely confused. A few days later, everything was back to normal, and Vanessa came into the house asking if there was anyone there. Jack replied that the little female had not yet come to her senses, asking how her cubs were. Vanessa replied that they were cute and quite noisy, scolding them and asking them not to misbehave. 3 days have already passed, and Mira still hasn't woken up. If there had been a healer there, he could have helped. He thought about how sullen Oliver had become on the Rocky Mountain, stroking her head. Vanessa knew that all these days he had been busy with the affairs of the tribe, and it seemed that if he stopped, he would immediately fall. Oliver stood proudly, sending the dead to the next world, showing no emotion. Tired Oliver came into the house asking what was wrong with Mira and how she was in general. Jack replied that the fever had subsided, but she was still unconscious. He gave her something to drink, wondering if she could come out of her coma. The crunchy fruit should help her. A distressed Oliver asked if she might never wake up like his father again. Enraged Jack, not wanting to listen to this, said that she would wake up. Oliver took her hand, asking her to wake up quickly, because he was in a lot of pain. The clan was almost destroyed. He dreamed that she would wake up and talk to him about his pain. In her dream, she heard the voices of Oliver and Jack, but someone was chasing her. The big snake attacked her, asking why she didn't come for him. Suddenly she screamed and woke up, not understanding what was happening to her. Jack jumped up from his seat, noticing that the little female had finally woken up. The male hugged her, asking how she felt and if anything hurt, but Mira did not understand where she was. Jack didn't understand what he was saying to her, that they were at their house. Didn't she remember anything? With a sad look, she said that she didn't seem to remember anything that had happened. He asked if she really forgot him. With a sly look, she said that he was a silly Jack. Jack is so stupid. He is her partner, and there is an agreement between them. How can she forget him? He grabbed her by the nose. She said that it wouldn't happen again. And indeed, she almost died. Suddenly, a stunned Oliver bursts in, asking if Mira is awake. He abruptly lifted her up in his arms, asking her not to do that again because he was very scared. If she hadn't woken up, he would have spent the night with her anyway, and Jack didn't like it. Oliver flew out of the house for his words, hitting a stone wall. Gradually, on the Rocky Mountain, everything returned to normal. Everyone tried to forget the dead. Vanessa was with the wolf cubs. The pain of losing loved ones was unbearable, but in this world, you need to stay strong. Mira sat on her knees in front of the seeds, not understanding when she had managed to collect so many. Looking at the seed, she thought that she had forgotten something. But what exactly? There were voices in her head asking her to come back. She promised to come back and help him. Her head was bursting with different thoughts. She didn't understand whose voice it was. Suddenly, Jack called her to come with him. She needed to eat. She was surprised, distracted from her thoughts. She agreed, thinking that she needed to stop thinking about it or her brain would explode. After such a strong fever, she completely forgot about the owner of this stone, Jack thought. He didn't see a problem with this. Apparently, there were some problems with the owner of this stone. Looking into the bowl, she was glad that the thieves had not taken the pot from them. Jack replied that they did not know what it was. That was why they had not taken it. Oliver said that tomorrow they would come down from the mountain because the tribe didn't have enough food. Mira was in shock. The mountain's reserves were empty, and it would no longer be easy to feed about 200 wolves. Jack reported that now everything below is covered with snow and there is no prey to be found. Oliver was confident that he was going to go and take revenge. They had robbed them, and he wanted to get his back. The female screamed, saying that it was crazy there were so many more of them. How was he going to take revenge? He was angry and said that he was not just going for food. They should not get away with killing so many people. Mira felt sad, remembering the healer. They really couldn't leave these deaths unpunished. She remembered handing Oliver the witch doctor's necklace, saying that he had asked her to give this to him. Tears gathered in the male's eyes, and he stood up. Mira asked where he was going. Jack stopped her, telling her not to worry. He just needed time to recover. He was sitting under the night sky on a slope, and Mira came to him and sat down next to him. Exhaling, she said that the healer would not like him to be sad like this. He looked at his people. As the frozen remains of the wolves remained outside, they would always watch over them. Oliver asked her if she knew how they met when his father died. The female who gave birth to him did nothing but have fun, and she didn't give a damn about him. He had to learn to hunt when he was very young to feed himself, and eventually an animal bit his leg. He wanted to go back, but the female didn't even look at him and continued to have fun. Without food and with a rotting wound, he lay day after day thinking that he would die just like his father. But suddenly a healer came to him asking him not to die, taking him to himself. He told how the healer heard that he had been abandoned and found him, taking him in. He healed his wounds, fed him and taught him to hunt, and thanks to him his life changed a lot. Oliver recalled how they admired him, calling him the new head of the clan. He saw the medicine man in the crowd watching him with pride and happiness. The male thought that when he became old, he would take care of him until the very end, but he did not think that the end would come so soon. If he had come back earlier, nothing would have happened. Mira understood how guilty he felt. She ran up, claiming that the healer's deepest wish was for them to live happily on the mountain. He cried, hugging Mira, because he couldn't even imagine that he would be gone so soon. Why did he hesitate a little? Mira was shocked because Oliver was crying. She reassured him by saying that he was a good clan leader and the medicine man was proud of him. Oliver asked for a blessing for their clan to overcome all this and continue on their journey. Oliver sat and said that the Black River clan now had 3 times as many people, and they would have a hard time. Although there are many people in the Black River tribe, there are even more disagreements. We need to somehow force them to kill each other. Jack didn't want to interfere, but they wanted to hurt the world. Oliver asked what they would do. He said that their tribe consists of 14 tribes. The most powerful are wolves and mustangs, and there are constant disagreements between them. Mira listened to all this, thinking that some eat meat and others eat grass, which is not surprising. Jack said that last spring the wolves stole about a dozen mustang cubs, and this winter is coming to an end soon. They will probably be worried that the wolves will repeat the trick. If they manage to unite, then there will be a chance to defeat the wolves of the Black River. Oliver realized that this was a good plan, but how to persuade them? They were wolves too. In such a world there are no eternal enemies, but there is eternal interest and benefit, said Jack. He took out the stone, telling him to show it to the chief of the Mustang clan. Mira saw the pendant. It seemed to be familiar to her. She had seen it somewhere. High-quality processed quartz. Where does he get it from? This kind is only found in the city of high society. Jack turned to the female saying that she had given it to him before he left, but she didn't remember it at all. Perhaps it was because of her illness that she forgot some memories. Her intuition told her that this quartz was very important, and they couldn't just give it away. Jack patted him on the head, asking him not to worry. They would return it as soon as they used it. It is necessary to notify the head of the Mustangs that the river wolves stole the precious stones, and he is the only one left. As long as they cooperate with them, the stone will be with them. Mira looked at them without understanding, but they didn't have any precious stones to steal. Jack said that this is already the problem of Mark and their clan. They stole the stones. If they can't find them, they won't have anything to do with it. This trick of spreading rumors was amazing. It was the first time she saw the cunning Jack. Oliver had this idea. He thought it would work. At dawn, he would lead the people to the Mustang tribe. After some time, he returned saying that they had united thanks to the piece for quartz. But it was not hers. He hung it around his neck, asking her not to lose the precious stone. She looked at him, not understanding how she could have gotten something like this, since he was so expensive. Suddenly, the system spoke, alerting her to an additional mission. We need to collect 5 different quartz crystals. Mira has already forgotten about her, but Ved is still working. She looked at the stone, realizing that she needed to collect 4 more quartz. Running up to Oliver, I asked if it was difficult to get quartz at all. He was touched by her interest, saying that it was difficult because quartz was a special stone that would help absorb energy to strengthen the soul of the beast. Almost all of the ores are controlled by the high society city. Mira thought it would be difficult to get 5 flowers. But why does she need it? He took out a small bag, saying that she could take it from him. She asked the system if it was one of the quartz crystals, and the system counted it. The colored one is rare, and this colorless one is used as a small coin and goes around the tribes. She remembered how Jack had traded it for special things for her at the market. She thanked him, saying that one would be enough for her. Oliver asked why. After the male finds his mate and gives away all his wealth, she refuses to accept it. Maybe she didn't like them. He said that when spring came, he would hunt hard to exchange quartz for her. But Mira refused, saying that she did not need much. But why doesn't she want to? She's looking at him from above. Mira tried to justify herself. He was going to find a lot of quartz to impress her on his way out. The happy female distributed food because she had a lot of supplies, and it would be enough for everyone. The villagers thanked her for saving their females and giving them food to eat. Vanessa said that while they were alive, there was still hope, and they shouldn't let the dead down. She watched the people, realizing that the grief caused by the death was gradually dissipating, and the mood was improving. She didn't understand why she needed so many fruit pits, but then she remembered that she took them out when she made jam. She squatted down looking at them, seeing how many of them there seemed to be more than 100. Suddenly the system congratulated her on completing the task, saying that the reward would be in the coming days. She looked at it, realizing that there was an interface there. This is the system, but why did it have a child's head and an interface? The system asked her not to waste time on stupid questions while she was here. She looked at him, thinking how indifferent this systemic face looked. Suddenly a seed appeared in her hand, but she tried to understand what it was for. Mira brought it to her nose, deciding to smell it, but she didn't feel anything. The system said that this was the seed of a sacred tree. Mira began to search in the book, but found nothing. The system said that the sacred tree was a divine-level plant. She realized that if she wanted to learn about the tree, she had to collect all the parts about the animals and plants of the first level. The female shouted that she would collect all 7 parts and summon the sacred dragon. The system upset her by telling her that the dragon did not belong to this world. Mira giggled, saying it was just a joke. She was having fun teasing him. The female asked how she could plant it. The system said that it was dead, so she could eat it. She spent so much time and effort on completing the tasks, and they sent her a dead seed. The girl was outraged. Isn't the conversational function sufficiently developed? So why does her system look like a wrinkled fruit? He got angry and threatened to take it away if she didn't eat it, but she agreed. Mira didn't have time to chew it, and it just went and dissolved, just like spiritual food. She asked what to do next, but was told that this was the source of all trees, and its seeds would increase their closeness to nature. But after asking her to tell more details, the system left her, saying that she did not have enough rights. Perhaps the system is not telling her something, but the seeds can be planted in the spring. Even though this world is quite empty, as long as there are seeds and sunlight, there is hope. Looking at the sunlight, she realized that from that moment on, she was starting a farming craft. She went outside to watch Oliver lead the males down the mountain. She realized with sadness that this time they went to war for revenge. Jack covered her with a cloak. She knew that as long as the war continued, new victims would appear. The tiger and more than 30 wolves remained to protect the females and children. He covered her, saying that it was windy there and she was weak. She hoped that Oliver would not be harmed and that everyone would return safe and sound. In her dream, Mira saw Oliver climbing a mountain, very tired. She ran to him, shouting the guy's name as quickly as possible. But Mark appeared from behind. The male was wounded, repeating her name with a frightened look. Mark was merciless with his words of death, killing him right before her eyes. She screamed at him not to touch it, but she didn't have time, choking on tears. Mira woke up realizing that it was a dream. But why was it so scary? She didn't want her partner to die. She cried a lot, regretting that she had not agreed to become his partner earlier, because she could have given birth to a child and would have had a piece of him left. She hugged her knees and knew that if he didn't come back, she wouldn't forgive herself. Jack came into the house, saw her worried, and asked what happened. She looked at him with tears, saying that she had a dream where Oliver was dying and she was scared. He reassured her by saying that it was just a dream and he would definitely return. Shaking, she asked him not to leave her alone. Never and for nothing in the world. Jack hugged her, holding her tightly, promising that this would not happen. For the first time, she realized that Jack and Oliver were her family. She wanted to be with them. They are the closest people to her in the world. She can't live without them anywhere, ever. Suddenly, Mira kissed Jack. The male was in shock and did not understand anything. She recalled that in that life she lived alone. No one loved her, and she loved no one. And in this life she met two people who truly love her. She remembered the males, and if the partnership could keep them from leaving, she was ready. Jack pushed her away, not understanding what she was doing, asking her to come to her senses. She screamed that she was now fully conscious and understood what she was doing. She usually doesn't do this on her own initiative. It's all because of the nightmare. The girl convulsively lowered her head down, small drops dripping from her eyes. Jack didn't want her first time to be against her will. He was worried that she would regret it, he said, holding her hands. She confidently said that she would never regret this decision. Mira said that when they were in danger, she would not be able to do anything because she was useless. The female began to cry loudly. Jack reassured her that she could do anything she wanted, just not cry. She whined, choking, asking if he would spend the night with her. Mira was so worried about losing him and Oliver that she sat shaking on the bed. To reassure her, he said that of course he wanted to spend the night with her, and that he would always like to hold her in his arms. He gently pulled her towards him and kissed her pink, salty lips. Jack knew that he had hurt the female last time, and he needed to be more careful this time. He picked up a fruit that suppresses pain by crushing it in his hands. Taking the girl in his arms, he gently laid her on the bed, looking into her beautiful eyes. Looming over her, he asked her to get ready, warning her that he was entering, speaking in a quiet, soothing voice. Lying under my partner, looking into his eyes, I saw how he was holding back. He noticed that something was wrong, but she said that everything was fine with her. She asked him not to leave her. He whispered that she was his partner forever. Mira and Jack hugged each other, enjoying each other all night until the morning. Suddenly, she noticed how the male's body was showing signs of an animal, looking closely at the pattern. When she woke up in the morning, she realized that he was in excellent physical shape. Although it was unpleasant at first, he was gentle with her, and over time she got used to it. She was lying in bed. She didn't even have the strength to move. Her whole body ached. Jack walked into the house holding a bowl with a towel in his hands, apparently for her. Mira was very ashamed, and when he came up to her, he asked her to help her wash herself. Hearing this, she was horrified, covering herself with a blanket, saying that she could handle it herself. Jack asked what happened, and she answered with embarrassment that he was active yesterday and her body hurt. He understood what was going on, listened to her, and offered to help her with her body if she couldn't. She was very ashamed and did not allow herself to be told that she could handle everything herself. But he is her partner, and because of him she is in pain. Of course he wants to help her so that she can relax. She did not understand how such a stern tiger could say such sweet things. Mira allowed him to help her. He wiped her with a towel. The girl noticed how big and warm his hands were. Helping his female, he said how snow-white her skin was. Mira became embarrassed. She convulsively moved away, saying that she was fine, but the tiger was confused. Quickly getting dressed, she quickly ran out the door, saying that she was going to Vanessa. When she went out, she thought it was dangerous. She felt like she was about to be eaten by a tiger. But now Jack really became her partner, because this is a real family. When she came to Vanessa, she winked, saying that she felt a strong smell of Jack. She asked if they had spent the night. Mira quickly interrupted her, asking her to shut up. While petting the cub, she insisted that it was normal to be shy, but she still looked excited. Mira was very embarrassed by her friend's words about her and the male, blushing. How difficult it is to have a dialogue. She called her for a dialogue, but Mira did not want to talk. Vanessa warned that when Oliver returned, he would be furious. Mira listened to all this, asking if it was all that serious. Oliver only looks indifferent, but when he returns, he will probably make another hole in the wall. But what to do? Mira asked in horror. She said indifferently that males always fight when they become a family. She should live a good life and cherish what she has before she loses it. Mira realized that Vanessa was upset because in that battle she lost almost all of her partners. She supported her by saying that she had children and her partner had relatives and they would help. A male burst in on them, saying that the female was giving birth and they needed Mira's help. The female lay on the hay, saying how much pain she was in, that she was about to give birth to her children. Looking at her, she did not understand why they were calling her, because she was not a midwife. Maybe they have a healer. She asked if they called someone who would help. Mira asked to boil hot water. It might be useful to them later. The female said how scared she was, but she was not a midwife. The girl didn't even have a child. Vanessa said that she trusts her and feels calmer when Mira is around. She asked to go down to Jack to boil water and bring some fruit. She grabbed her hand because the female not only protected Vanessa's children, but also saved them. What she needs now is comfort. She promised that she would take care of her. Vanessa came in saying that she had brought a midwife girl to help. Jack also came running, warning that he had brought hot water for her. The midwife said that the babies were large and it would be difficult to give birth. She gave birth to a mother and the children were safe. The babies were lying on the skin. The females were born, which was good news for the people of Rocky Mountain. Mira took the wolf cub in her arms, realizing how small and soft he was. Life is truly beautiful, and being a mother, she wanted to be a mother too. Waking up in the morning, she stretched out, saying how tired she was, because it was difficult to help in childbirth. Jack came up from behind, offering to give her a massage. Mira thanked him. What this guy did with his hands, she was a little scared to spend the night with him. He asked if she liked it, warning her that he would press. Her body instantly softened. The male was saying how cute she was. He was so hot, clearly up to something. He laid her down, asking if he did this, would she cry later? Jack sighed and assumed that their children would be the most beautiful. Jack was like a storm that engulfed her, and she couldn't escape. She lay there thinking that the words of people were deceptive, and those of beastmen even more so. She said she didn't want to look at him, but he asked her to look at the pattern. Didn't anyone tell him that it was very awkward? What was wrong with his pattern? A circle, a halo with thorns similar to rose thorns, appeared on the tiger's head. She looked at him, saying how beautiful he was. But how did it get there? It appeared when they spent the night together, after which the beast's soul rose to a new level. She was shocked by this news. Maybe it was just a coincidence. During their night together, he noticed that the animal spirit in him became especially excited. Afterwards, he communicated with the spirit and learned that there was a strange energy in her body. She asked shyly if there was anything special about her, and he smelled a faint herbal aroma. She, hearing these words, said that she ate a seed of the sacred tree. He listened attentively to her confession, saying that it was a legendary tree. It is said that the sacred tree is the source of all forests. It can grow in the very heart of nature. People who receive it can gain the favor of the gods and become demigods. Mira listened attentively to Jack, taking in every word he said. She thought about it and remembered what the system told her about similar information. Jack became interested, asking where she got the sacred tree seed. She said, embarrassed, that they were given to her, but he asked again who gave them to her. She can't tell him about the system, replying that she has one friend he doesn't know about. She didn't want to talk, but she had to remember that no one should know about this, otherwise it could lead to death. This seed is so important, this little system is so careless about it. The heart of nature contains a great temptation, and the beastmen will do anything to get it. She asked if she could tell Oliver, but the male asked her not to rush until he found out himself. She understood that the seed of the tree in her body was not able to germinate. The system hasn't done anything bad, but these seeds will cause it a lot of trouble. But suddenly she realized that she had more serious problems. Vanessa asked why she needed contraception and what it was in general. Mira said that she wanted to give birth at the right time. It was already difficult for her to get along with the males. It was still too early. She laughed, saying that they never thought about such things. For them, the more the better. But she was looking forward to their children. Mira was embarrassed. What was she talking about? What other wolf cub or tiger cub? She realized that there was no concept of contraception here. because procreation was the future of the race. The female wandered the streets knowing that now was a dangerous time and it was impossible to give birth. She noticed the system and wanted to ask it about something, making cute eyes. She asked with interest if they had birth control pills, but the system did not listen to her and simply disappeared. She did not understand what was happening to her. Mira opened the book because the system no longer appeared, looking for something suitable. She saw a dahlia flower. It suppressed hormones. You need to squeeze the juice into the body. While playing with the children, she said that tomorrow the clan was going to go hunting down for food. Winter is already ending and they want to find animals that are hibernating. Mira was happy to hear this. Hearing her request, he asked if she really wanted to go with him. She said that she would look for plants and fruits. Could he take her with him? He agreed, but winter had not yet passed, and there he dangerously asked her not to leave him. She thanked him. He asked if she wanted him to warm her up because she was freezing at night. Mira refused, saying she was tired and would go to bed early. It was too risky. The female lay down, settling down early in her soft bed and falling asleep. But in her dream, she saw a man saying that she didn't remember him, but said that she would save him. He started screaming, saying that he was waiting for her, and she was a liar for leaving him. Suddenly, she woke up in horror, not understanding what was happening to her and who it was. What a terrible nightmare. She felt a shiver run through her body. She seemed to have heard that voice, but she couldn't remember who it was. In the morning, Mira sat on Jack, and they set off on their journey down the rocky mountain. The female walked around the bushes for a long time, looking into each one in search of a flower. But looking under the last one, she discovered a flower similar to the dahlia in the book. Running back, she shouted to Jack that she had found the flower she had come for. But suddenly she stopped, pointing her finger into the distance. He asked what was there. Patriarch Oliver and the other males who were with him emerged from the forest. Although Oliver and the others were injured, they returned safe and sound. And it looks like they brought a lot of supplies, knowing that Jack's offer was very useful. Joyfully, they asked everyone to inform the residents that they had won. They got rid of the Black River clan completely, but unfortunately allowed their medicine man to escape. A happy Mira ran towards her partner, calling out to him from behind so that he could hear. She ran up, jumping into his arms, smiling with all her might. He hugged her tightly, holding her close, telling her how much he missed her. But suddenly, he felt the strong scent of Jack on the female. Realizing what was happening, he pushed her away rudely, asking how she dared sleep with Jack. Oliver was furious. How could he take advantage of the moment and spend the night with her? He hissed at him, saying that he had taken advantage of the moment while he was gone. But Jack said they were partners, and spending the night together was a normal thing. Oliver got angry, saying that Mira was not his. He completely forgot about the agreement of fair competition. It was Mira's precious first time, and a tiger took advantage of her. He had to finish him off. The males began a battle. They stood against each other, growling with all their might. But suddenly Mira intervened, standing in front of them and asking them to stop. Oliver growled at her, asking her to get out of the way, saying he wanted to teach him a lesson. She said that she had voluntarily spent the night with him, and if he wanted to be angry, then let him be angry with her. With a sad look, he asked why she always defended him. Was he really the only one she loved? She said that it was not true and that she loved them equally, without singling out anyone. The male cried and said that she was a liar and loved only him. Jack said that Oliver had a difficult character and we needed to wait until he cooled down. In this world, although it is possible to have two partners, it was difficult for her to adapt. The male asked her not to cry because he had returned and everything was fine. Other clans would not bother them anymore. Mira asked to look at the wound. There was an unhealed wound. It looked like the wound was infected. Oliver understood that the wounds of many were deep, but the healer was no longer with them. And suddenly he heard Mira's voice. She turned around, asking if he had any alcohol or crunchy fruit. But he quipped that the one she loved had the fruit. Mira realized how jealous this guy was, but she was in no mood for jokes. She yelled at him and asked him to bring the fruit and alcohol as quickly as possible. Why is he turning away now? She didn't have time for this. She asked the guys to hold him to work on the wound. In her world, she was just an ordinary person with little medical knowledge, but here she could be of great use. The wounded guy didn't understand why they were treating him this way, why all this was necessary. Mira began to treat the wound. The male began to scream loudly in pain. She disinfected it and applied the fruit. Now the inflammation should decrease. The female asked several people to mix the skin with alcohol to reduce the temperature of the victims, Mira thought, saying that they need to be given red berries that can nourish them with blood. The guys said that another healer recommended this. Apparently she understands this and they are saved. The girl was tired from bandaging all the wounded, but that was not all. Oliver crouched down in front of her, asking her to climb on his back. She asked what it was for. He shouted in confusion, asking her to stop chatting. She should just sit down and that's it. He really was a very strange guy, and without asking any questions, she climbed onto his back. Mira was glad that he forgave her, at least a little, for what happened. After thinking, she gently kissed him on the little gray ear that was in front of her. But apparently he didn't like it. Turning around, he asked not to kiss him. She said that she was glad that he was back. What did that mean? He asked. She sadly told me that she had a terrible dream where he was killed. The wolf noticed how she was trembling. Did she really value him so much, asking how he died? What was he thinking? He growled and said he wouldn't let them be together. Oliver is rude and mean, but it's great that he came back safe. Mira brought him a piece of meat, saying that he had worked hard and deserved a big piece. Embarrassed inside, she treated him and said that he would eat one piece anyway. Giggling, she noticed how the tips of his ears had become erect again. He seemed happy. Jack came up from behind, saying that she should eat too, since she had worked so hard. Seeing all this, Oliver clearly did not like it, and the piece of meat in his hands became less appetizing. He decided to loudly declare that she was sleeping with him today. Mira did not understand what was wrong with him. He is her partner, and if she can sleep with a tiger, she can sleep with him too. Mira was confused, not knowing what to answer Oliver. They are both her partners, and all that is needed is her consent, and then he will not interfere. Of course he won't force the little female to do anything without her consent, said the wolf. He grabbed her hand, asking her to come with him because he wanted to show her something. She asked where they were going and why so quickly. He answered that they were going to his room. Suddenly she stopped and saw in front of her a bed decorated with many flowers. He said, embarrassed, that he had decorated everything here for her, asking if she liked it. He chose the most beautiful ones to give to her because she is his partner. He said how beautiful she was, the best among all the females. Would she allow him to become her male? Oliver was so persistent that she couldn't refuse him just like that. Without noticing anything, she suddenly finds herself on a bed with flowers. She asked him what he was doing. He replied that he wanted to spend the night with her. Mira agreed to sleep with Jack. Why does she refuse him? It is because the level of his beast is lower than he arose. He said that he had risen to the level of a second star and would definitely surpass it. The male said that during the battle, the strength in his body increased and his spirit rose to the second star, showing the female a drawing. And so they had to spend the night until winter ended, but Mira refused, saying that she was not ready yet. He sadly asked how much more time she needed to get ready, or if she didn't want to spend the night with him. She explained that she appeared there suddenly and needed to get used to everything. Listening to her, Oliver was confused by the female's story and frankness about the situation. He hugged her tenderly, saying that he understood everything and that he didn't want to see her unhappy. A sad Oliver sat down, asking what they were going to do. Mira said that she needed to take birth control. He asked about contraception. She said that it had to be applied to the body. Oliver became embarrassed and his nose started bleeding. Mira asked why this was happening to him. Suddenly, he asked if he could apply the medicine on her body. The female was very surprised. Mira hugged the bottle of medicine to herself in horror, asking why he needed it. He is her male and wants to do it himself, but the female refused, saying that she was shy. She was ashamed to death and did not want to apply the medicine in front of him, asking him to turn away. Oliver quickly turned away. Mira told him not to peek and not to think of peeking. What kind of world was this? She felt very awkward, but suddenly she felt Oliver breathing down her neck. She turned around sharply, but her path was blocked by the broad back of the guy in front of her. He seemed to be going crazy, talking about how excited he was and asking if she was finished. Before he could even finish listening to the girl, he grabbed her with a passionate kiss, not giving her a chance to escape. He began to run his nose over the girl's shoulders. She asked what he was doing. Oliver wanted to get rid of Jack's smell. He spoke with embarrassment about how much he loved her, and she listened, realizing how her body was going numb. The male asked not to reject him, because he is afraid of experiencing everything that happened to his father. Mira gently took his face, telling him that everything would be fine and he didn't need to be afraid. For the rest of the night, they enjoyed each other's presence. At this time, Jack was walking along the snowy mountainside thinking about his female. But apparently she didn't get enough sleep, because Oliver returned all night hugging her tightly. Jumping up from his place joyfully, the wolf asked if she had rested enough to continue. But she kicked him out, saying that she wanted to wake up. She was still very hungry. Entering the house, he met Jack, saying that Mira was hungry and needed a change of clothes. As he passed, he grinned and said that she spent the night with him for the first time yesterday. As he passed Oliver, Jack could hardly breathe knowing that they were together. He understood him and knew Mira's feelings because he remembered their first time together. In the kitchen near the fire, they gathered to eat. The boys offered her everything. She was ashamed and very tense. They had very cunning eyes ready to eat her. The beast people learned to take care of themselves day and night, as Mira said. Oliver picked her up in his arms, saying how cool she was that she helped everyone with illnesses. But why, when he praises her, does he completely forget about himself? Because it was he who won the war. Mira explained that the next step would be to provide quality care to the sick, wipe the wound with alcohol, apply clean fruit pulp, and change the bandage. Oliver praised her, asking if she wanted to become a healer in the future. She was amazed by this proposal. She refused, saying that she was not a doctor and knew very little about medicine. The wounded were dying, and she saved them, and now the clan people believe her. Jack supported this by saying that she was strong enough and knew a lot. She said in a sad voice that she was not suitable because she felt that she was not competent enough. Oliver said that it is not necessary to be a healer. If someone gets sick, she can help. But Mira remembered one thing when she asked Oliver to show her his wolf tattoo. Oliver didn't understand anything, but began to show his tattoo at the request of the female. A crown of thorns appeared at the wolf's head. It wasn't there last night, but it appeared after the night spent. Oliver, noticing this, asked where the wolf got the ring of grass above his head. Jack wanted to talk to Oliver aside to tell him everything as it was. That's right. Most likely it's connected to the seed inside Mira. Spending a night with her strengthens the spirit of the beast. Oliver was happy with this news, asking Mira to go and repeat it to strengthen it more. Didn't he have enough last night? She hid behind Jack, saying she didn't want to spend the night with him. He thinks that she likes Jack more than him, because his is not that big. She just needs to rest and no one will get her. The tiger and the wolf want to do this every day. But Oliver wanted to sleep with her and watch over her all night and morning. Mira is tired and he won't be able to control himself. She has to sleep alone. And how could he know that Jack suddenly wants to outsmart him and sleep with her? Jack was also afraid that he would sneak up on her at night, so he wanted to protect her. Jack and Oliver were glaring at each other. Mira watched, wondering what she should do. Unable to bear all this, she screamed, asking them to calm down. They would all sleep together. She just said it and they didn't even object. Jack agreed with the idea. Is it okay to sleep together, or is the little female very scared of this agreement? This is not a question of who is afraid of whom. This is a question of ethics. She forgot that there is no morality in this world. The double bed was replaced by a larger bed. They were very thoughtful. Oliver called Mira. Now she had no excuse that the bed was too small. The three of them lay down on the bed. Mira was very embarrassed by the position in the middle of the males. The males courted the female by covering her legs so that she would not freeze or get sick. 5 minutes later, Mira fell asleep. Oliver watched intently, checking if this was true. After all, she had been busy rescuing wounded people lately. Leaning down, Jack kissed her forehead with warmth and tenderness, wishing her good dreams. Oliver was annoyed how he could kiss her in front of him. He wanted to kiss her too. He demonstratively leaned over and kissed the girl on the forehead, showing that he could do the same. There was a warm and calm atmosphere of coziness and comfort between them. Everyone was sleeping peacefully. The snow and ice began to melt and the wounded people gradually recover. Little Mira finally agreed and began to work as a healer. Everyone who had headaches and fever was cured. She helped everyone. Mira relied on the knowledge written in the book on recipes written out from a real situation. She has fully integrated into the Rocky Wolf clan and has earned everyone's sincere trust and respect. The snow has melted, and it is time to deal with the bodies of the dead. According to tradition, the bones are thrown into a hole behind the mountain. How could they throw everything away like that? But they always did it and everything was fine. In winter, the remains become ice, but in spring, the corpses quickly rot. Throwing them into a pit like this is unsafe and disrespectful to the dead. They can cremate them. Oliver and his assistant looked at her questioningly and asked what this meant. Mira said that this is how they pay tribute to their deceased relatives by burning them. There was silence, and the girl thought that this was a bad idea. Perhaps she was stupid. If his father had died later, he could have been cremated instead of looking at his rotting body. They decided that they would do this. He asked everyone to prepare for the cremation process. The females whispered to each other, not understanding what it was, knowing that Mira had come up with it. Oliver and the males placed the bodies together, raising a lit torch above them. The bodies burned easily, crackling, people crowded together, watching everything from the side. Mira watched, folding her hands, thanking all the dead for their sacrifice for them. Oliver saw her kneel down in front of the fire and came up to ask what she was doing. She said that she was paying tribute to the souls of the dead and that they could rest peacefully underground. Oliver did not know that after death their souls remain, so the healer looks at them. He also decided to kneel down, saying that they could rest in peace. Vanessa also decided to do this, asking to watch over her from there. She will remember everyone. She bowed her head and wept over the burning bodies of those who died fighting for them. Rest in peace, ancestors and warriors of the Rocky Mountain clan. They will protect their clan. Mira brought a tied jug and handed it over, saying that these were the ashes of the dead. Jack thought that kneeling and bowing to them looked like witchcraft. Mira blessed the newborn wolf cubs. They will definitely grow up healthy and strong. The female said how good it was that she became the partner of the head of the clan. There is a person who understands medicine. And why did everything come to this? She didn't know any witchcraft. Everyone should forget, and everything will be fine. While picking vegetables on the street, she looked around, thinking that Oliver had gone hunting, and Jack went hunting, but as always, he was alone without the company of others. The system reported that it had successfully completed a series of tasks, the cold winter. She completely forgot about the mission. The reward will be given in the coming days. What kind of reward? Suddenly, something hit her hand with great force, and the vegetables flew to the side. 5 rings with different stones inside appeared in her hand. What should she do with this? The rings have the same style with small gemstones, and if you look closely, there was an engraving of studs inside. Simply but tastefully, she put on 1 ring with a pink stone, but realized that it was too big for her. Looking closely, she realized that the ring itself had tightened on her finger. But why were there only 5 of them? She decided to ask the system what they were for. She decided to take off the ring, but when she tried, she couldn't do it. The system said that this is a contract ring and it cannot be removed until the owner dies. 1 ring was the main one. The other 4 were transferred to partners as a contract. Mira became agitated, asking which ring she was wearing, the main one or the slave one. The system said that it was slavery. It was lost as this slavery is also beautiful. The main ring had silver studs, but why wasn't it like the others? In addition, she wanted to tighten the main ring. The system said that this would not work. But she didn't want to give the ring to anyone because they could command her. All 5 rings have the same empty space, and if no one is wearing the main ring, the space is not activated. It dawned on the world that she could put anything she wanted there, and a lot of gold. The system said that the ring can only have 1 owner, asking to choose carefully. In order to use the space, you will need to obey someone. This happened because she is too stupid. Mira was lying in bed. Jack came up and asked why she was sad. She didn't tell anyone about the system in her and the secret of her arrival in this world. He hugged her, telling her that she could tell him if there were any problems. In this world, she trusted Jack more than anyone else. He was always gentle and tender with her. She knew he wanted to be her only one, but he helped and saved Oliver, and if she had to choose, she would make the choice. After thinking about her decision, she asked the male to give her hand, putting on the ring, saying that it was a partner ring. Jack looked at him strangely, not understanding anything. The female understood it, explaining to him that she gave him the main ring, and on her hand was the subordination, and from that day on, they were connected. The master ring sounds like it's the master ring, but why didn't Mira wear it? She couldn't explain to him that she had been stupid and had rushed into reconciliation. Not knowing what to say, she said that she trusted him, and he would not harm her. Pressing her to himself, he said that he would hurt himself more than his little female. Looking at him, her heart began to beat faster. She said that these rings give them new space. Now that he has put it on, he needs to look at it and try to say the words. Jack said for the space to open and a light to flash in front of them. Opening her eyes, Mira saw a large space in front of her in the form of a square. And indeed, the space opened up. She decided to check by throwing a bag into it. She abandoned it, which means it can be used to store things. They can use it as a secret warehouse. To begin with, she wanted to put her treasures, her knife pads, and so on. If you put everything you need in there, it would take up a lot of space. But there was a lot of space. She didn't know if it was possible to keep something alive there. Jack thought it was amazing. Mira remembered about the remaining rings. Oliver was happy with the gift. For the sake of family harmony, she did not talk about the properties of the rings, otherwise he might flare up. Admiring her, he said that he would show everyone what a gift his female had given him. An embarrassed Oliver said that she gave him a gift, which means she loves him. But if he didn't want to all day long, she would love him more. That's right, because he loves only her. He quickly but tenderly kissed her. But Mira quickly pushed him away, saying that it was time to eat. Oliver was indignant. She thought it was too lewd to do such a thing right now during the day. Lost in thought, I didn't notice how I collided with Jack, who was holding leaves in his hands. He noticed that her lips were swollen and red, and there were marks on her neck. Jack was angry that he wanted to kill Oliver right now without sparing him. Turning around, he said nothing, only that he went to the kitchen to cook. Maybe it's because of the ring. She feels that he is in a bad mood and cold now. She stopped him, asking him to wait. She asked what happened. He hugged her, asking for forgiveness. But Mira didn't understand what he was talking about. Jack had to take her away for the winter to prevent her from becoming Oliver's partner. She was shocked because it was on his initiative that they became partners. But now that she has signed a contract with him, she cannot refuse it. The destruction of the contract would be a terrible blow to the beast man. It seems the ring had such an effect on him that he became very angry. Apparently it is not that simple. Jack looked so angry she asked him not to be angry with her. She made a hasty decision, promising that in the future she would not sleep with anyone. The system laughed, telling her not to promise anything hastily since she had 4 rings. She was very irritated by this system. She said that she heard everything when it scolded her. Holding the bowl, Oliver said with a smile that he had prepared delicious meat. Sitting opposite Jack, he noticed a ring on his finger too. Where did he get it from? He grinned and began to wag his green ring in front of Jack. A few days later, Mira looked at her accumulated seeds. Delighted with her efforts, she thought that in the future she would open a seed bank. Oliver ran in and said that he had found an excellent area for seeds near the mountain. She grabbed the jar of seeds and was delighted to say that she wanted to take a look. This was indeed a good place for her to finally start farming. They had no iron, so they only had a stone tied to a stick, but it couldn't work at all. Jack approached Mira, asking if he could help her with her job there. Mira began to show how to dig with a hoe on the ground, thereby digging it up. Jack set to work, as his little female with the hoe had shown him. The female stared at him, realizing how aesthetically pleasing he looked when he worked. Oliver watched, not understanding what she saw in him. He was just a hoe. Trying to make an impression, he began to cultivate the land, but broke the tool. This thing was in his way. His paws were much faster and more efficient. Mira praised him, saying that the soil was very loose. It was very cool. Jack watched as the female praised the wolf for the land he had made. Apparently, he was very angry seeing how his beloved praised another, paying attention to him. He felt that feeling again, but he had to control himself and not give in to that influence. He loves Mira and cannot make this love a burden and an unpleasant thing for her. In the morning, a large plot of land was dug up and ready for sowing. She first sowed vegetables, fruits, and collected tree seeds like this. The males helped her, and all waited impatiently for these lands to grow. Mira discovered that there was a fish in the river, asking her to catch it because she had not eaten it for a long time. Standing in the sun's rays, he said that he would catch a couple of fish for her. Having transformed into a tiger, Jack began to catch fish in the water for the female. Having collected the required amount, he finished. Mira was happy with the fish. How wonderful that she will be able to cook something with fish for dinner in the evening. Jack was surprised, asking what it was. She smiled, saying that she would do anything. She got upset, threw the fish into the water, seasoned the fish with ground shrimp, tried it, and she liked it. Jack tried the female's fish soup, and realizing how delicious it was, continued eating. Jack looked like a cat. No wonder he liked the fish. Oliver doesn't like fish, but after trying this soup, he realized how delicious it is. It was just a regular fish soup, but the boys did wonders when they tried it. Oliver said in a loud voice what a wonderful fish it was. It was very tasty. Mira was embarrassed by such words. She looked at him and decided to ask again. His gaze, he needed to thank Jack because it was he who caught the fish. In a hurry, she headed for the exit, saying that she would quickly wash the boiler and return. Sitting next to jars of different sizes, she realized that she still had a lot of seeds. But suddenly, Jack appeared from behind, hugging her tightly. She was surprised. In a languid voice, he whispered in her ear, asking if she wanted to thank him. It seems that it was the ring that made her feel Jack's desire, and she couldn't refuse him. But how is this possible because he has the main ring that she gave him? Outside in the sun, all the vegetables sprouted, but there were weeds among them. She walked past the vegetables and saw how big they had grown. Mira collected leaves and tied them into a bundle, but why did they grow so much? While boiling cabbage in a cauldron, she wondered if the cabbage she grew was poisonous. After tasting the soup, she realized that it tasted better with the addition of cabbage. But the boys, having tried the cabbage leaves, said that it was not tasty and that they loved meat. Oliver tried to bite a piece, but it didn't work. It was definitely hard to bite, so as not to sharpen his teeth. How could they say that if they don't like it? Females may not eat it. They love it. Vanessa ran in asking for that same delicious water that she had given her recently. The females whispered to each other, saying what delicious water Mira was preparing. She had that same water. The males helped her collect the ingredients for it. People said that the puppies loved to eat, asking to be allowed to help her in the field. She was happy that they wanted to help. She would count all the seeds and distribute them to everyone. People tried to help her plant and grow vegetables and fruits. After other beastmen took up agriculture, a problem arose. The vegetables of humans and hers were very different and grew faster and were larger in size. Looking at her green vegetables, she thought she was very good at farming. The system said it was because of the sacred tree seed in her body. A system appeared and said that wood increases closeness to nature. Ordinary plants themselves reach out to it, one of the ways to please grow faster. Listening to the system, she understood why they grew so quickly in her garden. Looking at the vegetables, she touched them. Thanking them for the harvest, they swayed in the wind. Did she imagine it, or were these little vegetables responding to her words of gratitude? Oliver appeared in the clearing, calling the female to fish because she liked her. Jack went hunting, and it was Oliver's turn to stay home and accompany her. Sitting behind the bushes, they watched the fish. The male asked her to look at him. After half an hour, he had not caught a single fish. Mira said that he would not succeed. While splashing around, he was angry that he had not caught a single fish for her dinner. But suddenly something fell from the side. It was a fish. He was able to do it. Taking the fish by the tails, she realized how lucky she was that it fell right at her feet. And here is the third one. Surprisingly, the fish itself jumps out onto the shore. But when Oliver emerged, she was gone, and she had managed to get away from the male with the fish. She went so far away. Where is she? We need to return home quickly. But suddenly, a splash was heard from the water, as if someone had climbed out of the water. Turning around, she saw a man in waist-deep water with long black hair. He replied harshly and rudely that he had finally found her. But what did that mean? Who is he, and why is he looking at her with resentment and pain in his eyes? She asked who he is. And why does she feel guilty when she sees him? She didn't remember him. He looked so familiar, but she couldn't remember. Suddenly, her head started to hurt badly. She said that she would come back for him, promised that she would find help and come. He waited for her in the cave for a long time until the snow melted outside the cave walls. And until the flowers bloomed on the hillside, she never returned. She had once known him. When he told her about this, she felt pain in her head. He remembered all this with anger and sadness, telling her that she had lied to him. She staggered back, frightened by his anger and hatred towards her. Sensing danger, she rushed as fast as she could into the clearing to Oliver. She was very scared. There was a huge snake there, screaming. She ran, but didn't make it in time. Mira slowly came to her senses, opening her eyes, but where was she? Slowly, she decided to get up and look around. Maybe then she would understand. She remembered that when she was running away, a snake's tail grabbed her and twisted her. Python entered the cave and saw that the girl had woken up holding a couple of fruits in her hands. But where is she? He replied that this is their house, looking at the red tomato. But he was wrong. They didn't know each other. He suddenly attacked Mira, pressing her against the wall. How is it that we don't know each other? It was he who sat with her during the fever and saved her from death by getting fruit from the boars. But then his body was mutilated. She promised him to come back, but she never came back. She was very scared. The guy's eyes were filled with hatred. She deceived him. Mira asked for forgiveness, saying that after the fever she did not remember anything. He jumped away from her and was afraid of something, but she simply said something about a fever. Suddenly, for no reason, he grabbed her with his tail and she got scared, asking him to let her go. The snakeskin rubbed unpleasantly against his skin. He pressed it to himself, saying that he would not let go. He licked her with his tongue, angrily asking why she smelled like other males. While he was waiting for her, she spent her nights peacefully with other guys. Python showed the stone, asking if she remembered how he gave it to her. "Doesn't that prove they were connected?" she said fearfully, her head hurting. Mira tearfully asked to move away from her. She felt very sorry. Her head hurt as if it would explode. She hates him because he tried to protect her because of everything, but the scars he got don't deserve her love. He let her go, and she gave other guys the opportunity to be with her during this time. She will become his forever. He abruptly bit Mira right in the neck, releasing snake venom. It was very painful that he was going to kill her. She remembered their acquaintance. Suddenly she realized that she remembered everything, how she fell off the cliff and saved him. She left him wounded alone in the cave and did not return until spring came. Hearing the words of apology, he woke up. She remembered everything and called him by name. She asked for forgiveness, saying that she shouldn't have forgotten him then. But their conversation was interrupted by someone throwing stones at Python's back. The ring allowed him to sense where Mira was, and he threateningly ordered her to be released. Oliver came. Her head was spinning. She could not help but utter a word. Let him just dare to hurt her, and then he will kill Python on the spot. Having transformed into a wolf, he began to attack quickly so as not to injure the female. But before he could run up to the female, he was pushed back with great force. Jack caught him from behind, asking if he had accidentally hit himself on a rock. He was very timely in asking Jack to kill the snake together and take his female. But Python did not want to give up, saying that even if he died, he would never let go. What did he do to Mira? She dies. He completely forgot that he poisoned her. To dissolve snake venom, snake blood is the best antidote. First, he has to test it on Oliver, and if he doesn't die, give it to Mira. The cunning tiger wanted to test poison on him, but he doesn't want to put her in danger. Looking at his paw, he decided that he would do everything for her so that everything would be good. After tasting the snake's blood, he realized that the wound no longer bled and his head did not spin. He brought his hand to Mira and asked her to take some blood and she would feel much better. She knew she needed to apologize to him, but why couldn't she speak? She needs to rest for a few days, asked to wait until the evening to talk. Oliver saw all this, and unable to restrain himself, he ran to Mira to take her away. He caused her a lot of pain and still doesn't let go. Every time they are together with her health, something is wrong. Mira almost died from his fangs. They were right. He is a sinner. Misfortune befalls anyone who comes close to him. Python just let her go anyway. She didn't like him anyway. Mira wanted to contribute to the conversation, but it didn't work out. She wanted to talk to him. Jack, stroking her head, said that she was sick now and there was no need to talk. He knew that last time he saved her, but he did not reach him at Mira's request to save her. But this time he almost killed her, which means no one owes anyone anything anymore. Turning around, they warned him that she was their partner, hoping that he would not appear again. It was naive to consider Mira a family. In the end, he was left alone again. The next day, she woke up to find that she could speak, quickly jumping off to look for Python. But she didn't have time to get out. She was intercepted right at the exit from the cave. Jack grabbed her and carried her to bed. She should be resting, not running around the cave. But she asked to let her go, saying that everything was fine and nothing hurt. He didn't like the fact that she wanted to go out and talk to Python. The male said that she would not leave the house, but Mira wanted to fry vegetables. But he already sent Oliver to cook, and isn't he going hunting? Blue Eyes thought that she would first be interested in the wolf's wounded paw. As he was wounded, he explained that a snake had bitten him, and he had been bleeding all the way. She was so busy with Python that she didn't even notice Oliver's wound. But if he finds out that she is not worried about him, he will definitely be beside himself. It turns out it's awkward. She'll have to prepare something for his arrival. Having calmed down, Jack stroked her head, not worrying that she would run away. Having aroused Mira's compassion, he forced her to stay at home with them. Oliver came in asking how she was, but Jack replied that she wanted to go to the snake. He got angry and said that as soon as the wounds healed, he would go and kill him. But Jack warned him not to tell the female about this, or she would stop him. He didn't understand what she saw in this snake. He was cold and evil. He was not worthy of her. He shouldn't worry about that now. His wounds are more important than the snake in the cave. Of course, he won't give her a single chance to meet him only through him. Mira came running, seeing that Oliver had returned and asked to look at the wound. The wound was covered with a crust of blood and dirt, and he could get infected. He is not a healer and does not know what to do with the wound. Mira said that she would do everything. He will need to rest at home for a couple of days. If the wound becomes infected, his arm will be amputated. And what does amputate mean? It's when they cut off Oliver's hand. He was scared. Well, if that's the case, then he won't go anywhere, he said, sitting down on the bed. For the next few days, Mira wanted to go down to see Python, but she couldn't because Oliver was sick. Mira was absent-minded all day long. The male asked if she wanted to come down. Hearing Oliver's question, Mira thought about the answer and whether she wanted it. She explained that she was supposed to help him at one time, but she didn't come, and now she needed to explain everything to him. So she's going to bring him to their house and become his partner. That's not what she meant, but then she shouldn't care about him. It's her business. He shows too much concern. She left saying that she went to clean her skin. Oliver is right. She still thinks about him, but she can't forget his disappointed face. The python crystal was still with her. It helped her, and she was able to return to Jack. She wished he knew that she hadn't intended to leave him there then. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by footsteps approaching her from behind the tree. Jack came back. He asked why she was there alone and what she was doing there anyway. She looked sad, but told him that she was just cleaning the skins. Grabbing the female in his arms, he said that he wanted to show her something, but what? He sat down to show how her fruits had grown. Mira was delighted with this. The illustrated book said that this fruit could replace flour, and she asked the male to cut it. You can remove the pulp, dry it, and then grind it through a stone mill. Turning to Jack, she asked if he could find the stone and make such a thing. She drew it with a stick, showing where the pulp would go and where the powder would come out. Quickly getting down to business, he brought a stone and began to make a mill. He showed everything to the female. They were not just similar, they were absolutely identical. Mira began to pour the dried pulp directly into the mill to quickly get flour. Oliver was outraged and also wanted to help. Mira asked him to grind the pulp. Joyfully, he began to grind the pulp, repeating that he was helping Mira. After trying it, she realized that everything fits together and that today she would be able to make dumplings. Watching her, the guys didn't know what dumplings were, but the female was happy. After some time, juicy meat dumplings made by the female lay on the plate. After trying them, the guys said that the vegetables weren't tasty, but these dumplings were very tasty. Almost crying, Mira realized that the dumplings were delicious and now she could eat them there. She seemed to love dumplings very much, and he suggested growing more of them in the future. But she needs to take care of them herself. If she doesn't look after them, they will grow slowly. The vegetables she grows are not like the others, Oliver noticed. He looked at her so intently, asking what happened. He asked if she would come to him. How could such a rude person guess this? Is she really that predictable? Why does she want him so much? It's because the snake has 2 appendages. What kind of nonsense is he talking about? So, for her peace of mind, Jack suggested that the 3 of them spend the night together. No, that's not right. She promised that she would never see him again. Having said that she was going to wash the dishes, she left the house angry so as not to see them. They may have exaggerated, but does he really want her to find him and bring him to them? He was indignant that this couldn't be done. Of course he didn't want such an incident. She realized that the males were deliberately intimidating her. They had scared her well. Mira understood why Jack felt disgust. He understood Python better than anyone else. But suddenly, someone came up from behind and grabbed her, and the dishes flew straight into the water. It turned out to be a tiger. Lifting her up, he asked if she was angry at their jokes. She was afraid of their threats. He said that he was her partner and could satisfy her as soon as she wanted. But he really didn't want to share her with anyone else outside there. Even the thought of someone lusting after her hurt him and tore his heart apart. Jack's eyes were filled with passion and her body was shaking. She couldn't refuse him. Maybe it was the ring or her affection, but she couldn't refuse him. Stopping Jack, she said that the medicine needed to be used. She needs to prepare well. She asked to just apply his medicine. He wanted to apply it himself, but why did they both want to do it? While pouring, he asked where it was. She is his partner, and he wanted to own her and be the most important person to her. Mira didn't remember how it all happened and ended, but she woke up at noon the next day. The males tried with all their might to prevent her from meeting Python. Realizing that he had left, they took her to the garden. Sweet vegetables required a lot of watering. It was probably too tiring to run around for water so much. But Oliver was fine. Mira suggested digging a canal for irrigation. The female explained that diverting streams from the main river makes watering much easier. Jack, who was approaching, said that it was a good idea to water the garden. Mira, as always, has unusual ideas that ultimately end in success. Hearing how he praises the female, Oliver also did not lag behind, saying that it was a good idea. The next day, the plan to build the canal began to be implemented. Oliver gathered several males and they began digging a channel on the ground. The males worked hard to dig because it was for their own good and the good of the family. Watching, Mira wanted to make a hoe, but the wolves' claws were much better. Oliver approached and said how white her skin was and that she shouldn't sit in the sun. She came to pick vegetables and see each other, although there were a lot of people. Oliver was the nicest of them. As she left, Mira waved her hand, asking them to free themselves quickly and come for dinner. The males of the clan watched the meeting between Mira and Oliver, thinking that they had never seen anything cuter. Returning home, she calculated the income and expenditure of vegetables, realizing that there were almost no sweet ones left. As she walked along the path, she noticed how many red fruits had fallen from the tree. Mira decided that they needed to be collected because they could make delicious jam. But someone was clearly watching the female from behind, without showing themselves. After a few days, the first canals were ready and fruits were growing on the trees. Jack climbed the tree with apples to start dropping them to Mira and Oliver. Luckily, they didn't plant too many trees and were able to collect all the fruit before dark. There were too many fruits collected and they didn't fit in the refrigerator. Jack saw this whole situation with the harvest and suggested that Mira sell everything. She forgot that other tribes also come to the Rocky Wolf Market. She really liked the male's idea. It means that they will be able to exchange food for things. Since it was the first market day of spring, different tribes gathered in the square. There seemed to be more beastmen this time. Jack said Oliver found a place for them. Oliver and Jack began to lay out the vegetables and fruits they had brought. Looking at everyone, she wanted the sweetest and most delicious ones to try her fruits. There are so many people at the market, they will definitely buy everything. Then she will exchange her earnings for something useful and reach the top. Half an hour passed, but no one bought anything. Mira was upset. It seems that the wolves of other tribes see only meat, those fruits that have grown larger than usual and seem so strange to everyone. A good product also needs advertising. They just need to be tried. The males watched as the girl screamed and called everyone closer to see what had gotten into her. She said that the female was beautiful and should try the fruit and her skin would become elastic. The clansmen began to pay attention to it, saying that it did not smell like meat at all. Oliver intimidated the customer by telling them not to call Mira's vegetables inedible. The females liked the fruits and came up to them, asking for more, exchanging them for animal skins. Since his female liked it, he will take more. She said that they need herbs or crystals. He doesn't have any crystals, but he didn't know what herbs were. She wanted to show him in the book. But Jack said that was not a good idea. The information in the book was valuable. The rabbit listened to her and understood what she needed to say, saying that he had everything at home. He came running rather quickly, carrying bunches of twigs, and asked if this was what she needed. This is a herb that reduces fever and eases cough, just what is needed. But for the grass, he wanted 50 fruits and a couple of crunchy vegetables. She gave him 10 fruits, 10 crunchy vegetables, and 10 sweet vegetables. They will be there every market day, and if needed, he can come. Having thanked them, he ran off saying that the vegetables were very tasty and that everyone would like them. It seems that medicinal herbs can be easily exchanged for fruits and vegetables. What a great girl she is. She sold all the vegetables, but still no crystals. Jack said that the crystals were very valuable and difficult to find in such a small market. But she needs to get 5 stones of different colors. He held out his to her. The missing colors were collected blue, and red crystal progress was 4 out of 5. Mira was very happy. 4 stones had already been collected, only 1 remained. Oliver suggested talking to the Black River tribe's medicine man. He knows a lot and he has the stone she needs. Jack suggested getting ready, but Oliver asked not to order. Mira asked them not to argue. Mustang medicine man Anthony asked why Oliver had come to him again. As the old healer used to say, one more ally is better than one more enemy. Oliver wanted to become allies with the Mustang clan. The medicine man fought to the last. Last time, he wanted to convince them to help them deal with the Black River clan. Mira listened and noticed that when talking about the healer Mina, the healer Anthony looked sad. Perhaps because they are both healers, they valued each other, and that is why he cannot accept Mine's death. Anthony asked if they had a new healer. Oliver said that he could not be replaced, but now they came to exchange goods. His female wanted to exchange these vegetables for stones, which could not be exchanged with ordinary animals, so they came to them. He really did change. He even got a female. The guy said that he had never met such a female. Anthony said that he would not give them medicinal herbs if their product was good. He had stones. Coming forward, Mira handed the healer some cabbage, asking him to try it. He tore off a leaf, tried it, and it really was as tasty as he thought. Mira said that they had plenty of this vegetable, thinking that the Mustangs would like it. Previously, the tribe of rock wolves did not have such plants. Perhaps they began to grow them with the appearance of the female Oliver. Anthony handed her 2 stones. It was a pity they were colorless, but better than nothing. Mira kindly asked if he had other colors so they could exchange them for them. He agreed, telling them to leave quickly, but Mira asked if they had found that old man. Anthony replied that he was very cunning and his whereabouts were unknown. He is really cunning, and it is not easy to catch him. Then he can issue a search warrant. Anyone who can catch him or give him a tip will be generously rewarded. But no one knows what it looks like, so how can they tell everyone? For the search order, a portrait of the person is needed. They must provide it to her. There is no ink. She asked if there is a liquid that leaves marks. She'll use blood to start with, but then she'll need to find something to replace the ink. It won't be good if blood gets on clothes. Oliver's female was beautiful. What is she going to do? She drew a complete copy of the criminal. Before the blood dried, she asked for another animal skin. The more the better, showing the guys the portrait she took. Even the best females in the cities couldn't do it like she did 2 portraits at once. What kind of spell did Anthony think this method could make dozens of portraits? Mira can draw, grow vegetables, and do many things that others can't, Oliver muttered, saying that for the first time he felt that he was unworthy of the world. Then he must work hard to raise his spirit level so as not to fall behind in the future. Mira made almost 10 copies. She hadn't drawn for a long time and the drawing wasn't very good. No one could have drawn better. Oliver asked to teach their children to draw. What did he do? Animals usually consider such knowledge an important secret. And since she doesn't want to have children, how else can he force her to teach them this? She agreed that if she had children, these skills would help make their lives easier. But as she agreed, this is such an important skill, you don't need to do it by force. She doesn't force it, although she is not yet ready for children and their education in the future. But when they have children, she will teach them everything she knows. Life will definitely get better. The first time he met Mira, she was small and alone, but over time she showed her strength. If he later leaves the Wolf Clan and goes to another city, Mira's abilities will attract attention. In fact, it is so easy to make several portraits without them all being the same. Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind saying that they were very beautiful. The head of the clan, Frederick, returned and asked what Oliver was doing here. He proudly replied that he had brought the female to exchange vegetables with them. She was charming. She was too sweet even for the head, and she is still single. Anthony began to tell him what had happened there before his return. The healer told him that they were giving away vegetables. He asked to buy some from them. Jack came out asking if he had any other colors of stones besides the colorless ones. Purple or gold will suit them, but if you don't have those, then green will do just fine. Both purple and gold are mid-level stones. He is quite brave. All you need to do is come to the city for the exchange. He doesn't like to go far. That's why he bothers. He wants to trade in the Beast City. Does he really have a 3rd-level beast spirit? In the end, Mira exchanged 30 colorless ones for 1 green one. The system congratulated the owner on completing the task, and she would receive a reward. The first volume of the Encyclopedia of Minerals with illustrations and a compass fell into my hands. In his hand was a skillfully made object. It was intended for treasure hunting. The system said that with its help, one can find ore within a radius of 500 meters. Mira's eyes lit up at the word treasures, endless gold and silver treasures. She looked at it and couldn't understand how such a small compass could help her. Previously, she was an ordinary office worker who could not afford such stones as diamonds. Does she want to become the richest in this animal world, diamonds, gold mines? But suddenly she realized that with the current level of technology, she would not be able to melt the metal. What is the point then of keeping so much money in the house without any use or need for her? She completed all the newbie tasks. Soon the system will be updated and go into a dormant state. But her level will change and become higher than when she came here. The system responded that it would not last long. Mira called it disgusting. After updating the system, different functions will be opened depending on the level. These words sounded serious. Everything led to the fact that she had to become stronger. Turning to the system, she wished a successful update, saying that she would try. As they left the system, they wished her success. The males stood nearby, telling her to hurry up. First, it was necessary to remove the compass and the book. As soon as she was alone, she would start studying everything. Oliver needed to go to the Black River tribe and then to the Rocky Wolves to discuss what needed to be brought. Jack turned into a tiger, asking Mira to climb on him so that she could go on foot to his wife. 2 months ago, she couldn't even imagine that she would ride a tiger. Sitting on the tiger, she warmed herself, realizing how soft and beautiful the fur was. Jack said that there were intertribal alliances between the beastmen and the offspring would take the genes of the one who was stronger. In other words, if she ever gets pregnant and gives birth in the future, they will be tigers or wolves, Mira wondered. It was hard for her to imagine, but maybe her baby would be cute. A large bird flew over Mira's head. It was very large. Birds descended over the wolves' garden. It was good for them to immigrate to a place where there were a lot of vegetables and fruits. They didn't understand why wolves were growing vegetables. They wanted to wait for the chief to trade. Little children overheard the conversation, saying that the fruits were very tasty. They returned at night. Alan didn't want to steal food, but Missy said that the wolves were wasting their time. In any case, when their leader returns, he will discuss everything with their leader. Suddenly, he saw a large, juicy cabbage and quickly flew towards it, wanting to try it. But a snake grabbed him and bit his leg. This field was Mira, and no one dared to touch it. The python sat in the bushes all this time, guarding and watching the female. After a long walk, Mira woke up covered in a cloak on a rock in a cave. They haven't returned to the Rocky Mountain yet. They need to prepare for today's journey. Jack saw that she had woken up, brought a bowl, and asked her to try the most delicious soup. It was very tasty. Jack was getting better and better at cooking. Taking care of her with such love would prevent her from becoming fat. She thought she had eaten too much. Coming up, he said that the plump one would also look nicer. And why is Jack hugging her? Oliver also wanted to hug Mira. What about his business? He said they were going to pack everything up and how he gave his consent. Not only Mustangs are herbivores, but also rabbits, sheep, cows. Everyone is interested in what they grow. And when they return, they will expand their vegetable and fruit fields. Otherwise, they will not be able to keep up with sales. And what kind of animals are they, discussing business and pestering her like this? Enraged, she threw them out into the street, telling them to get to work. The female and the guys came to the river. The water was running in front of them. But what were they waiting for? On the other bank of the world, I saw white rabbits. After crossing the river, they would be at the border of the Black River clan. The rabbits waved to her, saying that everyone liked the vegetables and they wanted to buy more. Oliver said that their sales have increased. We need to see if the prices have increased. He shouted that they needed medicinal herbs and crystals for the exchange. He crouched down, looking down at the tracks on the ground here, which were not like those left by wolves. Oliver and Jack with the female returned, but why did everyone gather in the gardens? People complained that vegetables and fruits were stolen from their fields, but who did it? But with Mira's garden, everything was in order and clean. But how is this possible? Jack bent down and picked up the feather, saying that it belonged to the bird clan. While they were gone, a group of birds arrived at the mountain and made the summit their home. Oliver didn't want to put up with all this. They were probably the ones who stole it. He had to figure it out. But suddenly people started shouting, looking at the sky and saying that there were birds there. A group of feathered people descended from the sky. Mira and Oliver were waiting for them. The birds' clothing was different, and their material was of better quality. They asked who was the leader. He replied that the head, the feathered one, demanded clarification. Oliver did not understand anything. They wanted to know where the snake was that had injured their babies last night. Last night, their children went out for a walk, but they were attacked by a snake and the baby was fatally injured. What relation do snakes have to their clan now that they are ruined? And this is the work of the birds. They said angrily that it was just a field and they had rubbed the child. Mira said that the vegetables were intended for exchange. Obviously, the birds had come to steal them. And they blamed them for everything. How dare they talk to them like that? Apparently, they are looking for death. The louder he speaks, the less sense his words make. The wolves were accused of conspiring with the snake. Wolves grow vegetables to lure their children and harm them. Python crawled out, saying that he had killed their baby, and if he wanted to sort things out, he should come to him. The birds were angry with him and rushed into battle to kill him. Seeing all this, Mira was horrified. She couldn't just leave him like that. But Jack stopped her, saying that it was too dangerous there and she shouldn't go. The python was strong, but the birds were much faster and he had little chance. Mira asked if they were going to help him, but she didn't hear an answer. They weren't even going to help him. Since they don't want to help him, then she will help. Now Mira is risking her life. She ran to the tree. No one understood why she was doing this. What did she care about the snake? Why did she come there? It was dangerous. Couldn't she see? But she didn't want to leave. The birds did not stop attacking, but Python exposed himself, covering Mira from everything. The males began to stop the birds, but they said that it was their squabble. Whatever happens in the Rocky Wolf territory, he will take care of it. All the wolves started saying that this was their territory, and no one dared to enter it. Strong men threatened to kill anyone who came close to their leader. They began to fly away from the territory of the wolves, saying after them that this was not the end. The Rocky Mountains are his land, and if they decide to live there, they should ask him. Turning around, he told them to take some males for the hike up the mountain. Mira sat under the tree, bandaging Python's arm, which had been injured during the fight. She said that Python was seriously injured and Mira wanted him to come back so that she could treat him. But she promised. But now he is wounded and needs to be returned, and then they can punish her. Jack was angry. The girl had never seen him like this. In his opinion, she was the worst female. Python saw the problems, saying that he was fine and she could return to them. It's not about him, it's about her who did a bad job. She asked if he could go, he answered that he could. She asked him to come back with her and she would help him until his wound healed. She is the one he needs, but he couldn't say it because of him and so many problems. Oliver stood in front of them, saying that she had promised not to bring him into the house. She owes him and needs to be repaid, otherwise she will worry all her life. Well, she is the head of the family, as she says, so it will be. But he has business to do. He needs to go. After bringing him to the house, Mira applied medicine to Python's wounds to heal him. She looked at him with a sad look, asking why he had offended the children so much. She thinks that he is kind and will not offend her. There must be a reason for this. This little female was the first one who was ready to listen to him and believe. If someone had been able to believe him earlier, he would not have had to flee from the temple and be persecuted. He was used to disgust and exile, and it would be no big deal if he continued to live in exile. So he hurt that bird to protect their garden. He told how they insidiously robbed and tried to destroy the garden. And these birds didn't even take the blame for what they did. The one who stole deserved it. They were ready to kill each other for food and territory, and she said that she would go and bring him something to eat. Oliver found Jack asking when he would go home since the sun was already setting. Well, maybe that's enough already. If he continues to create problems, Mira will kick him out. She really did bring this snake home. Giving half of Mira to Oliver was already his limit. What else can they count on? Today they will drive away the snake. Tomorrow the birds, lions, leopards will come. Is it possible to stop this flow? Mira is very gentle and cannot help but reciprocate those who treat her well. If he can't change her character, he won't be able to stop the flow of others. But how easy is it to do that? If she becomes selfish and hard like all females, then this will not be their Mira. Oliver is usually not a sensible person, but there is something to think about here. There is potential hidden in him. Looking at the sunset, Oliver said that he always felt that Mira was not an ordinary female. He is worried and has a premonition that something unusual will happen to her in the future. But if stronger enemies appear in the future, will they be able to cope with them? She has no way to protect herself because of their selfishness. Will they jeopardize her safety? After all, there is nothing more important than Mira's safety, and he is ready to accept other males just to protect her. He's right. They have to go to great lengths to keep Mira safe. But all he wants is to become stronger and be able to protect her from everyone. He proudly set himself the goal of protecting the world at all costs for the rest of his life. The female was peacefully cooking in the kitchen, cutting meat, when Jack came up from behind, saying that he was back. Turning around, she was crying. She saw that he was not at home and thought that he would not return. He couldn't help but be angry for long, admitting how selfish he had been when he left. She said that he and Oliver were enough for her, After Python got better, she would explain everything to him. Mira was so worried about his feelings, he told her not to rush to send him away. Jack is kind of weird. He used to be against Python. How could he change his attitude in just one day? But as long as he doesn't get angry, everything is fine. She was so afraid that he would get angry and leave. The world doesn't need to know the harsh truth. It just needs to live peacefully and happily every day. Bursting into his house, Oliver asked if there was anything to eat there. Mira prepared a new dish, inviting them to the table. Lately, there are many people who want to eat. While eating, Oliver talked about how infuriating it was that the leader of their clan couldn't show up for the negotiations and they were canceled. Mira told how the birds stole their vegetables, and he knew that something was wrong with them. Jack said that you don't need to eat so many vegetables, you also need meat. Python envied them. If only he could meet her earlier, it would be great to become her partner. Mira gave him food, saying that it was delicious, and it turned out to be really delicious. It turns out that Mira gave the fat that Jack doesn't usually eat to others. The leaves of this dish are much tastier than anything he has ever eaten in the world. Looking at my body, everything is healed. Why not make a couple of cuts to stay there longer? All the wounds healed. Why was he able to recover so quickly? This had never happened before. Oliver noticed that everything on him had healed, offering to go with him to work in the field. How is it that on the field they didn't want to send him back into the deep wilderness? She and Jack aren't happy, of course, but Mira wants him to be there. It seems that Python really came in handy. His huge mouth could hold a lot of water, and he watered the fields. Looking at this, the male was delighted. He watered everything there very effectively. It takes them half a day to water, but the snake watered everything in a few minutes. People called him to hunt. He never met people who were drawn to him. She wanted him to get used to living there, asking him to come back soon. In the cellar, Mira and Jack were sorting through the vegetables they had collected today because they needed to put everything in its place. She would be very glad that he was not angry with her. The male approached, removing the juice from the berry. Jack has such a gentle kiss and such a strong hug. What is going on? Or maybe it's the power of the ring, and her body is beating in time with Jack's body, an inexplicable feeling. Everything was fine until Vanessa screamed that something bad had happened and the birds were coming towards them. What? But why would they fly to them at such a late hour? Maybe something happened. Outside, the clan's people stood and watched as the birds approached them. As was previously discussed, Mira is the new healer of the mountain, which means that when the head is absent, she replaces him. The birds asked who the healer was. They wanted an explanation from them. They demanded that the healer be brought to anger, shouting and screaming this request. Mira stepped forward and said that she was temporarily replacing the healer of the Wolf Mountain. The birds were shocked that a female could become a healer. This was unheard of. They began to stand up for her, saying that she was well-read and knew everything about the witch doctor's business. They were preparing to meet the soldiers, and they brought them a small female to negotiate. What were these birds whispering about? Python told her what happened. His blow was strong, but their children are to blame for everything. Now there is no need for haste, and they are ready to apologize. This female was too cute for them to refuse her, but they can't go back like that. Elder William was always gloomy, and the outcome of affairs depended on his mood. The leader was unable to participate in the negotiations, and the wolf tribe sent them a female. Suddenly, a handsome man covered in gold flew out of the sky. His wings were very large. Mira watched, catching a red feather. His body decorations were all made of red crystal. She worked so hard to grow vegetables, but it's not worth it, and his hair chains. What a big gap there is between rich and poor people in the world. What is going on with this female? She was looking at him so interestingly. There is no need to delay, he said. If there are any omissions, you need to speak up now. If she looks at him, she will want to rob him. Besides an apology, they can compensate with something. How do they want to compensate their tribe for losing their cub? If she gets him back, everything will be fine. Bending over, he said that she would spend the night with him and bear him a child. Before, she had only seen precious stones, but this one was feathered like a phoenix. Angry, she told him to forget about it. Jack calmed her down. Just now, she herself was looking at him with burning eyes, and now she rejects him. He said she was a two-faced little bitch. Mira had never met such an impudent person before. She is not interested in him at all, and if she needed a wife, she could offer other females. These beastmen have no sense of morality at all. In her time, he would have been taken to the police station long ago. The head so openly sought the female, it seems the sun rose early today. Mira held back with all her might so as not to go out and tear off all their feathers. Jack asked the elder not to tease Mira. She didn't like it when people laughed at her. Jack wanted to know the truth and asked if he really wanted to spend the night with her. Licking his lips, he replied, of course it was the first time he had seen such a cute female, especially when she's angry, such a small wild cat with claws. Then he must fight him. Only by defeating him will he be able to take her. What? How could she not allow this? If they start fighting, the feathered one will definitely win. Stroking Mira on the head, he asked her not to worry, everything would be fine. He must fight him. These are their rules. She must trust him. She couldn't stop him. He decided to fight to protect her. But before everything could begin, Mira ran up to him, telling him to be careful. She doesn't understand anything about fighting in this world, and she doesn't care whether it's a victory or a defeat. She just wanted everything to be okay with him. And if he really can't win, then he must admit defeat. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to challenge him. The feathered elder was smart and easily dodged all of her male's attacks. Mira was nearby and prompted him with the positions and tactics of the phoenix bird. The phoenix's attacks were strong and in no way comparable to Jack's strength. Jack was thrown to the side, damaging his skin. Apparently this is the end. Mira wanted to intervene, but the female said that it was impossible. Such were the rules. She didn't care about the rules. The safety of her male was more important than any rules. If her partner is not able to protect her, she should leave him and find a stronger one. Running up to Jack, she asked him not to fight anymore because the bird was too strong. What kind of tattoo did he have, and why did the star pattern appear on her body? His thunderclaps were impressive, but he was not afraid. Jack hit with all his might. His power was so powerful and destructive that it was incomprehensible. His power was growing. He had never seen anything like it before. Where did so much strength come from? There was no point in delaying any longer. He had to finish all of this. The feathered male admitted his defeat, saying that he was giving up and would no longer fight. Everyone was whispering he used his wings but lost. How could this be? This was surprising because he was fighting for the girl he liked. Where did the elder fly? The other birds also decided to retreat. Mira stood next to Jack, proud of him but scared for him. Suddenly, he fell to the ground with deep wounds all over his back. Mira ran up to him. Jack lay unconscious on the bed, wounds and blood all over his body. She didn't think that he would be so badly hurt. What should she do, and how should she be? She definitely remembered about the wine. The wounds need to be treated and bandaged. Sitting next to him, she asked him to wake up and quickly hug her, as always. Crying next to him, she asked him not to leave her alone in this world of animals. She needs him so strong, she didn't need him to fight for her. She just wanted him to be there and not leave her. Mira's tears dripped right onto his wounds. The magic of love was happening around the era, but Mira did not notice it because of her grief. What was happening was that the wounds on the male's body were healing right before her eyes. It was not a dream. The burns on his body disappeared. Jack woke up, hugging Mira. It's so good that Jack is okay. Everything turned out well. Finally, he woke up. She was so afraid that he would not wake up and would not come to her. She might not have worried he came back. But how did it happen that everything disappeared? Oliver returned, running around asking what happened to Jack while he was gone. Coming closer, he did not understand what it was, because there was not a single cut on the body. Before he fell unconscious, he remembered that he was wounded. After waking up, there was nothing. Healing is a secret skill that allows beastmen to heal their wounds using the power of God. This technique is based on absorbing the life force of plants to heal wounds. The energy of the plants is not enough, and the reaper will begin to use slaves for sacrifice. Oliver asked her if she saw anything strange when she was around him. She cried and bandaged the wounds. They healed, but no one would believe her. It seemed that it was the smell of grass and trees that made the guys immediately remember the divine tree. Sitting, they talked, saying that the wounds healed thanks to her. But how is this possible? With the seed of the divine tree, she could quickly heal wounds, Oliver assumed. To check this, you need to try it on yourself with a sharp jerk. He cut his hand. He's crazy. Why is he doing this? Mira started to cry. Tears leaked from her eyes. Tears fell on the wound and it disappeared before his eyes. Oliver was shocked. Deck licked Mira's tear and the wound began to heal even faster than usual. It was amazing. Mira was amazing. They discovered something new for themselves. But Mira was surprised how she could heal the wounds of others with her tears. She shouldn't cry for no reason anymore, and no one should know about it. It turns out that her tears have a healing effect. Jack said that not only tears, but any part of the body. Mira's whole body was healing from hair to bone. She was like a goddess. Knowing that Mira's flesh and blood are healing, she can be eaten to the last bone.